Welcome back. Naruto's abilities are evolving faster than anyone imagined, yet the truth behind the kunai grows darker. Hidden scrolls. Silent watchers. A past the elders swore to bury. Today, we uncover the secrets Konoha hoped would remain sealed forever. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Cracked the Forbidden Kunai. Brace yourselves. An air of silence settled over Haku, as he sat along the docks. The only sounds were the waves gently crashing against the shore. It was a beautiful sight to behold. The afternoon sun was just beginning to set, and it reflected perfectly across the water. However, this beauty was lost on the boy as he contemplated on the growing hole he felt in his chest. He felt lost. He honestly didn't know what to do with himself now. He heard the wood creaking behind him, but made no movement as the blonde came up and sat beside him. They sat in silence as the two of them stared across the river at the sinking sunset. "Sure is beautiful," Naruto whispered. "Yes, I suppose it is. How are your burns healing?" "Better. Your friend Hinata-chan really does know her way with medicinal creams," he replied as he unconsciously rubbed his arms. Naruto seemed uncomfortable as he thought back to his fit of rage the day before. "How are Sasuke-kun's legs?" "They'll heal. She did her best to heal the muscle, but he'll still need to see a real doctor. Hinata-chan is amazing, but she is not a professional. Since we won't get back to the village for a few days, he'll probably have to keep the scars." "That's a shame," Haku commented. "At least he'll be able to walk again. Thank you for not hitting his bones." According to Hinata-chan, even medical ninjutsu can't heal that. Haku simply nodded as the silence returned. They sat in peace as they watched the sun set slowly over the waves. Naruto turned his head, and looked him in the eyes. "I think I owe you an apology." "Whatever for. We were enemies trying to fulfill our own missions. Nothing more, nothing less." "That's not true," Naruto said as he shook his head. "Even when you got angry with us, you still didn't go for the kill shot." "You are mistaken. If your friend hadn't moved at the last second, I would have impaled him. He survived on his own merit alone." Naruto was silent, before his voice softened. "But that doesn't mean you wanted to kill us, does it? You street ill didn't finish him straight away after you immobilized him." Haku was silent as he stared at the waves. "I don't like killing. I really abhor violence, but I understand that it is necessary. Zabuza-sama would always say I was too soft. Yet he always kept me around. I think that just proved he cared. No, I was his weapon. He did not have room for any kind of weakness such as bonds or attachment. I thought you were the one to say caring for others was what makes us strong." Haku was silent at this and kept his head down. "What was the last thing he told you?" "I would rather not say." "Please. You helped me by sparing my friends. I want to be able to help you." Haku sighed as he turned his head to face him. "He told me not to strike out against Kakashi-san. He respected his opponent's ability to best him. And he said he didn't want me throwing my life away on a vendetta of vengeance." "There's something else, isn't there?" Naruto prodded. Haku's lips didn't quiver, and his face was stone cold, not revealing a once of emotion. However, tears silently streamed down his face. "He told me to live my life." "That sounds like a good thing." "No. I was a failure. I was just a simple tool for Zabuza-sama to use in his quest, and now I have no purpose." "Bullshit. You are no tool, you are a human being. If you don't believe you have a purpose, you make one for yourself. It's not that easy. It's always that easy." "Then what is your purpose?" Naruto was quiet as he stared back over the water. "For years, I've always been looked down on by the villagers. They have always hated me. And to be honest, I don't blame them. They were just scared and hurt from the torment they had to endure. So I always wanted to gain their attention. Even if it was negative, I just couldn't endure the silence. So, I goofed off. I pulled pranks. Any attention was better than none. So I decided I would make it so no one would be able to ignore me. I had planned on becoming Hokage so that everyone would have to acknowledge me. But I don't think that is a good reason anymore. What changed? I got to meet some special people. They were the first to acknowledge me, and see me for who I really am. They mean the world to me, and I would rather die than let them get hurt. I now understand that this is how the rest of the village feels with their own families and friends. How much pain they must have gone through. Now, I want to become Hokage so I can protect everyone, so they never have to worry about their connections being broken again. Haku was silent through his speech and was ignored how deep his own words had seemed to sink into the boy. For the first time in a few days, Haku chuckled. What is it? You sound a bit like him. Like who? Zabuza-sama. Wah! He comically screamed as he backed away, only causing Haku to chuckle more. That's not something you want to hear. I don't want to be told I'm like homicidal assassin. He wanted to be a Kage too. Naruto stopped joking and stared at him in surprise. Really? Then why did he become a missing nin? He wanted to overthrow the current Kage. Oh, well, that explains it. It's a little more complicated than that. Right now, the Hidden Mist Village is not what it once was. The country is ravaged by the Mizukage's vendetta against Kekkei Genkai users. He has been waging a war for years in order to eradicate all of them. Naruto was furious. Meaningless loss of life always made him mad, but targeting Bloodlines users really struck a chord with him. Especially since both of his teammates fell in that category. Why isn't anyone doing anything to stop him? There are some, but they are heavily outnumbered by the loyalists. Some support him out of prejudice, others out of fear. Zabuza wanted to raise his own group to challenge the Mizukage. So that's why he took on jobs for people like Geto. You can't wage a war without funds. Why didn't he team up with those other guys? Haku chuckled. Zabuza-sama did not play well with others. He never liked sharing, and he wouldn't be satisfied unless he was in charge. He couldn't stand working under someone else. Well, can you pardon? Naruto stood up as he offered his hand to the boy. You said you have no purpose. Well, here's a purpose Zabuza would be proud of. Get out there, join that resistance, and help kick that bastard of a Kage's ass. Haku stared up at him and chuckled. It's not that simple. Like I said, it's always that simple. You just have to be brave enough to take the first step and do it. You better believe that I'm going to help you too. One of these days, I'm going to head out there and show that bastard a thing or two. Just you wait. Haku raised an eyebrow. A genin taking on a Kage. You are impressive Naruto-kun, but you would be pounded into dust. Naruto flashed him a grin. Now there's a smile. Give me some time. I'm going to surpass all of the Hokage, and I never go back on my word. As soon as I'm able, I'll head out there and help Kiri get back on track. That's my promise to you. Haku lightly smiled as he took the boy's hand and rose to his feet. He gave one last look over the water, before they both headed back towards the house. Thank you Zabuza-sama. I will make sure your dream for a united Kiri becomes a reality. The blonde was walking next to him with his hands behind his head and a bright smile lighting up his face. And thank you Naruto-kun, for helping me realize that I can still serve my master even in death. He steeled his eyes as he buried the sadness burning in his chest. He had a new mission. And he was going to make sure it was accomplished. I'm coming to find you Mai-sama. Blank. Blank. The door creaked open as Hinata entered the room. Aft. A lot of arguing and a no-so-subtle Jiyuken strike to his stomach. Sasuke agreed to back down and was confined to his bed. Hinata had done her best to work on the holes in his legs, but she could only do so much. She was certain that with the work she had done, a professional medical nin would be able to fully heal his legs. Due to the time between their departure and arrival back at the village, there were definitely going to be scars. He would be perfectly functional, but he was now going to have a permanent reminder of his trip to Wave Country. She sat down next to his bed as she activated her Byakugan. His heart rate was normal, and everything seemed to be fine. She had made him take a nap, and planned to wake him shortly before dinner. She pulled up a chair near the base of his bed and sat down. He would be just fine. He would be okay he would. She groaned as she held her head. She had been trying to distract herself from her thoughts by trying to find some problem with Sasuke's health. Anything to keep her from revisiting what she saw under the bridge. Sadly, there was nothing wrong. Nothing to keep her distracted. She sighed as the memories came back to her. It was initially fuzzy. When she first opened her eyes, she couldn't focus too much, and the back of her head felt numb. She had sensed someone to her left, and tried to make out who it was. Her vision started to clear just as whoever it was disappeared, but she had managed to see one characteristic that still made her shiver. Those horns. They were the same shape as the figure she had seen all those years ago in the Hyuga monument. She had spent years reassuring herself she had gotten over it. She even went down there on her own volition, for crying out loud. She had spent who knows how many hours in that bottom floor. But that one glimpse of the figure almost reverted her back to that scared little girl who stumbled across something way over her head. Almost. There was still that part of her that was scared. But it was now overshadowed by pure curiosity. Why would that figure show up now? Why here? Was there something special about this place? Or was it just something special about her? She skiously reached into her pouch and pulled out the green scroll that followed her wherever she went. She rubbed her fingers along the parchment as she gazed over the strange letterings. What is it that is so special about this? What is so important about these store? Her breath caught in her lungs. Her eyes widened as she noticed something. The kanji had changed again. So soon. Her mind raced at the possibilities as she rolled open the scroll. Sure enough, below the previous lines was an all-new section. It even had a new title. Hinata's eyes scanned over the contents of the page, as the next chapter was revealed. Blank, blank. The Sage and his sons. The War of the Sun and Moon. After the sage had traveled and healed the wounds upon the earth from his monumental battle, he finally returned to his home. His first child was a carefree and loving child, wise beyond his years. He understood the importance of patience, and he was skilled in everything he attempted. The second child was just as loving and even more boisterous. He found wonder in everything around him, and was always curious to explore. However, he lacked the natural skill that both his father and brother possessed. The brothers held nothing but affection for one another. The younger brother adored his sibling, and strived to measure up to his natural talent. They studied under the teachings of their father. And the older son not only excelled in the art of ninshu, but he pushed it to new heights. Over time, a shadow was cast over the older brother. Like his father before him, his eyes awoke and glowed red like the lunar eclipse. He grew cold and focused only on strength. This was his path. The younger brother struggled and struggled, but eventually, with the help of others, he was able to rival his brother in strength. Though he did not inherit the eyes of his father, he instead received his life force and will that burned like the sun. He grew compassionate and cooperated with others. This was his path. When it came time for the sage to name his successor, the younger brother expected his talented brother to receive the mantle. Instead, the sage agreed with his younger son's beliefs and passed his position on to him. Fueled by anger and jealousy, the older brother lashed out the few who were close to him. He pushed his power beyond its previous limits, and reached the second stage. Just like his grandmother before him, the older brother was corrupted by his focus on power. Though his eyes never reached their third stage, he challenged his brother and father for the title of succession. The brothers clashed in both body and ideals as they fought for how the future would be run. One believing that compassion was the key to peace. The other believing in force. With the support of those close to him, the younger brother triumphed over the older brother and forced him into banishment. Years later, as the sage lay on his deathbed, the prodigal son returned to his father's side. Instead of reconciling their differences, the older brother lashed out at his father, claiming that his cowardly approach would never bring true peace. Then he made a solemn vow. He promised that no matter how many lifetimes it took, he would undo his father's work and force the world onto its true path. When the younger brother heard of his brother's comments, he made his own vow. No matter how many lifetimes it took. He would continue his feud with his brother until, one day, they could finally reach an agreement and lead the world to a successful future together. To this day, their spirits travel on from generation to generation, never at peace as each attempt yields the same result. Blank, underscore, blank. Hinata tried to absorb this information as it rattled around in her head. With every chapter the scroll revealed, the more complicated the story became. Just what did all of this mean? What did it have to do with her? Hey Hinata-chan, whatcha reading? Her face turned pure crimson as she yelped and scurried across the room. Her chest heaved as she stared back at Naruto, who was leaning over behind her chair. He had snuck up behind her and stuck his face right next to hers. Hee. I'm sorry Hinata-chan, didn't mean to startle you like that, he chuckled as he rubbed his head. Naruto-kun, please don't sneak up on me like that. You know I don't like to be startled. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Tsunami wanted me to tell you guys dinner will be ready in 10 minutes, plus I was just wondering what you guys were up to. I guess the Thames still out cold huh? She nodded as she caught her breath. She couldn't get rid of her faint blush as she turned towards Sasuke's bed. Yes, I placed him in an induced sleep so he wouldn't move. If he tried to walk, it could further damage his injury. He hates sitting still, so I figured putting under would be the best way, too. Wait, Naruto jumped a little as Hinata shrieked. He was more than a little shocked. That was probably the loudest he had ever heard her been. Her eyes were wide as she stared back and forth between the scroll she had dropped on the ground and her blonde crush. She raised a trembling finger as she pointed at the scroll. You mean you can see that? What? You mean the scroll? Of course I can. Why wouldn't I? He asked as he gave her a weird look. She scrambled back across the room as she lifted up the scroll and held it in front of his face. You are telling me you can actually see this? The words and everything. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the page. Yeah, I can. The Tale of the Rabbit Goddess. Sounds like a fairy tale. Hinata could only stare at him with her eyes wide, and he began to feel worried. Hinata-chan, you're freaking me out. Is something wrong? Hinata's mind was racing as she tried to process what was happening. What could this possibly mean? No one else has ever been able to see it before. Not even Tu-san. How can he see it? Yuto reached out his hand and gently knocked on her head. Hello, Earth to Hinata. I need some context here. She bit her lip, as she stared down at the scroll. Her hands trembled as she handed him the scroll. See could you please read it? He gave her a look, but took the scroll anyway. If she was having a problem, he was certainly going to try his damnedest to help. His panic attack on the itch from the possibility of losing either of them had made him feel even more protective of them than before. She was acting really strange. Then again, Hinata was a strange girl, but that's what he liked about her. He offered her a smile as he took the scroll and started reading it over. It was a little uncomfortable, as Hinata's eyes never left him. He shook off the odd feeling as he read over the stories. Blah, blah, blah rabbit goddess. Blah, blah, blah sage. Blah, blah, blah. He paused as he read about the younger brother. Something oddly clicked with him as he read it over. He couldn't explain it, but something about it felt very familiar. When he was finished, he rolled up the scroll and offered it back to her. Cool stories Hinata-chan. I especially liked the one about the brothers. That younger one was cool, even if he was kind of a sissy. He chuckled as she slowly took the scroll from his hands. She didn't believe it. Someone else could see the scroll. Tears started streaming down her face, and she stared down at the ground. Naruto was instantly alarmed as Hinata started crying. What do I do? What do I do? I'm not good with stuff. He panicked. He bent down to see her face, and he was surprised when he saw she was smiling. Tears of joy streamed down her face as her body shook. She was so happy she could barely move. She really wasn't crazy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hinata-chan, what's wrong? He desperately asked as he put his hands on her shoulders. She surprised him. when she grabbed him and pulled him into a deep hug. He was kind of confused, but he returned it anyways. He was more than a little worried. As she shivered against him. After a minute or two, she released him and wiped away her tears. A light blush crossed her cheeks as she realized what she had just done. She sniffled as she wiped her nose. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. No prob. Although I don't really understand what I did," he responded. "Now, can you tell me what's wrong?" "You're worrying me." "Shish." He chuckled as she gripped the scroll harder. "You just reassured me is all." "Huh." She giggled as she stared at his face. He was like a dog as he tilted his head in confusion. "It's a long story. I'll make time." He really was too sweet. Let's just say, not everyone is supposed to be able to see what's written on this scroll, and it's just reassuring that someone else can. "You mean like a security seal?" He was confused. What could be so special about some fairy tale? She giggled, as she was the one to knock on his head. "Everything is seals with you, isn't it?" Hee hee. "I guess it is," he huckled as he rubbed his head in embarrassment. "So is it some clan thing?" he asked. She nodded as she rubbed her thumb against the scroll. "You could certainly call it that." He opened his mouth to ask her another question. But he was cut off as Tsunami called from the kitchen, "Supper's ready." "Naruto-kun, could you please be a dear and help me with setting the table?" "Coming," he shouted back. He turned back to her and gripped her shoulder. "We'll talk later." Looking forward to it, she smiled back. He flashed her a grin as he started heading back down the hall. She stood there for a moment, letting it all sink in. Someone else could actually see the scroll. She didn't have to keep doing mental gymnastics just to talk to someone about her ridiculous problem. "Hinata," Kakashi called down the hall. "Please wake up the sleeping wonder. He's going to need to eat." "Hi sensei," she responded as she broke out of her stupor. She walked over to the bed as she gently pressed her fingers on his forehead. She streamed her chakra through her body and into her fingers as she gently spread it through his head. His eyes flickered, and he groaned as started to get up. "Hey Hinata," he muttered as he rubbed his eyes. "Was the Dobie just here? I swear, I could hear him even in my sleep. Isn't there anywhere I can go just to get a small reprieve?" She giggled as he sat back against the headboard. "How are you feeling?" "Stiff," he responded as he rubbed his neck, "but certainly better than I felt yesterday." "You certainly know your stuff." She smiled and bowed a little in response to his compliment. He glanced down at her hands and noticed a tiny green scroll. "What have you got there?" he asked. Her voice caught in her throat as she tried to respond. Again, could it be possible he could see it too? Could everyone see it now? Questions were racing in her head, as she handed it off to him. "Would you like to read it?" He shrugged his shoulders as he took the scroll from her hands. As he read over it, he couldn't help but notice the stares she sent him as she gathered up his crutches and cleaned up the floor of anything in his way. It seemed like just some classical story he had never heard of. "I didn't know Hinata was into mythology," he thought as he scrolled down the page. Like his teammate, he stopped as he came across the section with the brothers. Something bugged him as he read over the description of the older brother. He couldn't tell what, but he felt some sort of connection to this story. He handed it back to her without a word. "Well, it's all right I guess. The Sun and Moon story was all right I suppose. I didn't know you were into this historical stuff." She was silent, as she seemed to stare off into space. He raised an eyebrow as he waved his hand in front of her face. "Hinata, sorry, I got lost in thought there. But yes, I enjoy looking into historical records and stories. We have a vast collection of them within the clan's library." He HMPHED as he brought his legs over the side of the bed. He took the crutches from her, and she helped him get on his feet. He nearly slipped, but she was right there to catch him. "Thanks," he muttered a little embarrassed. "No problem Sasuke-kun. Now, let's head down for dinner." As they headed towards the door, Sasuke fought with an idea in his head before making a decision. "Hey," he called to her. She paused and turned back as she reached for the door handle. My clan also has a library within the clan grounds. I don't really go in there much anymore. I only go there for an occasional ninjutsu or taijutsu book. But it is full of other historical stuff you might like. Feel free to drop by any time if you feel like it. She was surprised by his kind gesture, and she offered him a kind smile and bowed to him. Thank you, Sasuke-kun. That is quite generous. Consider it thanks for fixing my legs. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to continue a shinobi. They walked out of the room, and surprised when they found Kakashi standing in the doorway. I was wondering what was holding you. Inari and Naruto just wanted me to make sure you were on your way. They are foaming at the mouth ready to dig in. Hinata giggled as Sasuke scoffed. Kakashi let Sasuke pass, and was about to leave when Hinata caught his arm. Sensei, could you wait a minute? He was surprised, but nodded. Sasuke sent them a look. But Kakashi just waved at him to go ahead. He shrugged and continued hobbling off down the hall. What's up? You seem a little more upbeat than the last time I saw you. I just got a big weight off my chest. I was able to share something important with both Naruto and Sasuke. That's good to hear. Mind sharing it with me? She nodded as she stretched the scroll out in front of her. Seconds passed and she was confused, when he didn't move to take it out of her hands. Sensei. You can take the scroll now. What scroll? Her eyes widened as she gazed into his visible eye. His eye seemed fogged over, and he didn't really seem to notice what she was talking about. He simply stared overhead. Just like To-san. This made her feel worried all over again. This didn't make any sense. The boys had been able to see it. Why was this still happening? She hung her head in defeat as she tucked the scroll back in her kunai pouch. Kakashi's eye returned to normal and he treated her with an eye smile. Oh, there you are, Hinata. Come on, Tsunami has supper ready. Inari and Naruto just wanted me to make sure you were on your way. They are foaming at the mouth ready to dig in. Hi, Sensei. She replied somberly as she walked past him out the door. He frowned as he watched her lurch up the hall. He knew something was wrong after their encounter on the bridge. But she hadn't been acting this strangely. Something else must have happened. He stared back into the room at Sasuke's sheets. Had they gotten into an argument? But they had seemed so cordial as he left the room. He made a mental note to keep an eye on it as he closed the door to the bedroom. He was standing out in the middle of a muddy brown sea. Off in the distance was the kind of island you would typically see on a postcard. With white sandy beaches and palm trees everywhere. To the outside observer, it would have been the picture of paradise if it weren't for the steaming sea of brown water. Strangely shaped objects floated out across the water, which turned out to be bits and pieces of food. Everywhere you looked there were sliced onions, mushrooms, bits of corn, and noodles, which stretched out like seaweed. Every now and then a massive cut of pork would breach from the broth below like a magnificent fish before plunging into the depths below. It was a sea of ramen. Naruto smiled, in his sleep as his drool slathered across his pillow. You bet I'd like seconds, he slurred as he rolled over. He was blissfully unaware as a dark shadow silently crept into the room. The individual froze as one of the room's occupants let out a loud snore. Chizuna had graciously given up his room on the ground floor for Sasuke to recover, so he had joined Kakashi and Naruto upstairs. The quiet figure tiptoed over their prone forms as it made its way towards the sleeping blonde. It hovered above him before slowly kneeling on the ground. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun, it whispered as nudged at him. He only snored louder as he rolled away from the person. The person next tried to shake him awake, but nothing seemed to work. It sighed as chakra began to swell in its hands. It gave a sharp jab to Naruto's side, and quickly covered his mouth as he shot awake. He gave his attacker a wild look, which turned to confusion as he faintly made out the familiar form in the moonlight. Hinata-chan, he said in a muffled voice. She nodded and raised her finger to her lips. She whispered her apologies as she lowered her hand from his mouth. Hinata-chan, he whined, what time is it? I was having the perfect dream. Why, I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but I really need to talk with you. He shrugged off his sleepiness as he noticed the look in her eyes. She wouldn't have woken him unless it was important. He stretched his arms above his head and nodded, before rising as quietly as possible. They both tiptoed out of the room, and shut the door without a sound. For several seconds, the room remained silent before a lone eye creaked open and stared at the door. Blank. Naruto followed Hinata downstairs and was surprised when she took a right and headed down the hall towards Sasuke's room. He was surprised to see Sasuke already awake and leaning against the bed rest when he entered the room. The light from the candle on his, or rather Chizuna's, night top ble cast shadows across the room as Hinata shut the door. Sasuke sent Naruto a glare as he popped a squat at the end of his bed, but made no comment as Hinata joined them as well. He winced as he pulled up his legs so they were crossed, giving everyone enough room on the bed. "All right, what's up?" Naruto whispered as he settled against the wall. Hinata seemed more nervous than usual, as reached into her bag and pulled out the green scroll she had shown them earlier and set it on the bed. "I believe I need to apologize," she whispered as she twisted the sheets in her hands. "I have been keeping some secrets from you. And it is not fair for both of you. You two are the most important people in my life, and I think I should share some things with you." Both were silent as different thoughts raced through each boy's mind. Sasuke was simply curious what could have her so worked up. Naruto felt guilty as her words cut through his mind. "I have been keeping some secrets from you, and it is not fair for both of you." He unconsciously touched his stomach as he thought back to his promise before the trip. It had been easy to say that he would tell them everything after this mission was over. But actually doing so was another thing entirely. "What is it?" Sasuke asked as he leaned forward. Hinata twiddled her fingers, as she fought for the words to say. It's a long story, and it may take some time." "We're listening." Sasuke pressed her. She took a deep breath and she started her tale of her encounter in the library. The more she talked, the more she started spilling more of everything she had faced since that day. An hour passed as she described everything she had faced over the years. The initial encounter in the library, the ghostly figure, how the scroll seemed to follow her everywhere she went. Its effects on others, her research into it, and the reappearance of the horned figure under the bridge. They were silent as each of them processed the information in their own way. Sasuke was highly intrigued by the existence of a Hyuga monument similar to the Uchiha's stone tablet. Was there any connection there? Naruto remained silent as Sasuke commented, "That's a lot to take in." After a few seconds, he turned to Naruto and shot him a look. "You're being awfully quiet." Naruto didn't seem to react as he kept his head down. "Sorry. Just processing things." Hinata was silent as she glanced between the two. She had never been more nervous in her life. She was going to stretch the hem of her shirt if she kept twisting it. She couldn't read their expressions. And she was incredibly scared of what they would say. What if they didn't believe her? "Are you sure Kakashi-sensei had the same reaction as your father?" Sasuke asked as he picked up the scroll, rolling it over in his hands. She slowly nodded her head. "Yes. I have tried multiple times to get through to my father, but nothing ever works. I have been able to simply copy down the stories and he'll be able to read those. But whenever I actually bring up this scroll or talk about it, his eyes just seem to fog over. And he never remembers anything." Sasuke asked as he gazed through the stories again. "Never. It will be like we never even talked, or we had simply discussed something else." Sasuke was silent as he set the scroll back down and closed his eyes. His silence hurt, but she was even more concerned about Naruto, who had not said a thing since her story. "Fine then. So, what are we going to do about this strange figure?" Sasuke asked as he crossed his arms. The shock was evident on her face as she whipped her head at him. "You actually believe me? I don't see why not. We've only become close over the past few months, but I've known you for years. You are not the type to just make stuff up. You are very honest and kind, almost to a fault." You wouldn't come to us unless this was important to you. She got choked up as he sent her a light smirk. Besides, your story is not so crazy after all. Believe it or not, the Uchiha have something similar. Relief changed to confusion as she waited for him to elaborate. If she was willing to share secrets of her clan, least he could do was share some of his. Hidden within the clan's grounds is a stone tablet that has been passed down through the Uchiha line for generations. It apparently talks about how to fully awaken our eyes, and some supposed path for the clan. Have you read it? He seemed a little miffed as he stared at the wall. No, but someone has told me what parts of what it says. The image of To's red eyes flashed through his mind as he reflected that one night. However, now that I've awakened my Sharingan, I can start to read it once I get back. She smiled and nodded at him, as they turned back to their other teammate. He had been uncharacteristically silent this entire time. Naruto-ku, I've got something to confess as well, he cut her off. The others seemed surprised by his outburst. He glanced up and met their eyes as he took a deep breath. He lingered on Hinata's eyes before he let out a sigh. If she could have the courage to open up to them, then so could he. Hinata had to fight hard not to faint. As he started to take off his shirt. Dobi, what the hell are you doing? Not now, Sasuke, he quietly replied as he set his shirt to the side and clasped his hands together. Taken back from the blonde's tone and lack of honorific, he remained quiet as the blonde started channeling chakra. Naruto-kun, I don't quite understand. Hinata cut herself off as dark markings began to appear along his stomach. They stared in mild curiosity at his midriff as he opened his eyes. Another seal, I take it? Sasuke asked as he inspected the intricate squiggles. Naruto nodded before Sasuke asked, and just what have you done to yourself this time? I didn't do this. I never would have wanted this, Naruto muttered as the markings disappeared and he put his shirt back on. Ta was getting concerned as he let out a weak chuckle and gave them a light smile. I hope you guys are up for another long story. Blank. Kakashi was motionless as he leaned against the wall outside the room, as Naruto began his lengthy discussion about the Kyuubi in his childhood. He didn't mean to spy, but you just don't sneak out of bed at 1 in the morning without arousing some suspicion. He was so proud that both of them found the courage to finally open up to the others, especially Naruto. However, it was out of his hands now. It was up to his teammates to either accept him or push him away. Although, from the soft grunt of two forms colliding with each other and the sounds of Hinata's tearful mutterings, it was safe to assume things were going over well. All that was left was for Sasuke to decide to join the part and open up as well. However, he was going to be the toughest nut to crack. Kakashi could only hope that listening to the other TWO sharing their stories would help him decide to as well. Hinata had tackled him against the wall in a bear hug. Tears fell from her face as she repeated, I'm sorry. Thank you. He chuckled as he rubbed the back of her head. It was a better response than he could have ever hoped for. He turned and looked at Sasuke, who still seemed to be thinking it over. Is it going to be a problem? He cautiously asked. Sasuke was silent before he sighed and gave him a bored look. I suppose not. You're too stupid to be some conniving, evil fox spirit. Naruto grinned from ear to ear as he spread his left arm out for Sasuke to join the hug. Sasuke only sent him a glare. I don't do hugs. Without removing her face from Naruto's chest, Hinata's arm shot out and grabbed Sasuke's shirt. Before dragging him into the huddle, he groaned and rolled his eyes as Naruto linked his arm around his back, squeezing him into the hug. Naruto chuckled and Hinata giggled as they all clamped together on the bed. Sasuke's head rolled backwards and his eyes held a dead look. Great. We're really close and whatever. Teamwork. Friendship. Yada. Can you let go now? You're starting to hurt my legs. Quote. Hinata shook her head. 10 more seconds. Naruto giggled at the response, before the finally all separated from each other. Great. Now that that's out of our system, who's next? Sasuke. Naruto asked as he turned towards the brunette expectantly. Sasuke's more upbeat attitude evaporated instantly as he crossed his arms and sent him a dark glare. No. But I said no. I am not talking about it. Please, Sasuke-kun. It really will help, Hinata chimed in. He glared back at their pleading faces, but he would not waver. He trusted them, but he wasn't sure if he was really ready to open up about that night. Not yet at least. Maybe someday, but not today, he said in a tone that ended the discussion. Fine, Naruto said as he stuck his tongue at him, much to Hinata's amusement. She gave him a soft gaze. They had not been able to break through his rigid shell, but at least it was a start. The cracks were already beginning to form. Now, back to my original question. What are we going to do about the horned figure? They all became more serious as they shifted back to their original topic. I don't know. I have scoured through the Hyuga records and I have never been able to find anything about anyone similar. I had thought he would be limited only to that room, but I don't understand how I could have seen him here. Have you ever considered that the figure you keep seeing and the stories in that scroll could be connected? Naruto asked, much to the surprise of Hinata. Is it possible he shivered as he said, ghostly figure. And a character from one of the other stories are one in the same. Hinata was a little taken back. The thought had truly never crossed her mind. She had always tried to push the memory of the ghostly figure out of her mind, and focused on finding a historical connection to the woman from first story. Within a week, she now had 2 more chapters to work with, and even more characters brought into the familial story. This presented even more opportunities for her to find a connection. No, I had only ever looked for a connection with the first story. The other stories didn't reveal themselves until just this past week as we headed here and the other day. Well, then, let's work from there. We can split up the work during our spare time. Naruto and Sasuke smirked at her. You got us to help you now. You don't have to handle everything alone. Shikaku Nara's words danced through her head as she gave them a short bow. Thank you so much. Sasuke leaned back against the bed as Naruto let out a loud yawn. Now I think that is enough emotional drama for one night, he muttered as he stretched his arms. We got a long day of travel ahead of us, so let's at least try to get some shut-eye. Sounds good to me, Sasuke said as he violently shoved the blonde off the foot of the bed. Hinata giggled at their antics as she got off the bed and put out the candle next to the bed. She bawed Sasuke good night and made Naruto mutter out something similar, before they started heading back down the hallway. They said their goodbyes and headed back to their respective rooms. As they had left the room, they didn't notice the silent figure drop from the ceiling. He glanced back at the door to Sasuke's room and sighed. Ah well, you couldn't win every battle at once, but at least it was a start. Things would certainly be easier from here on out. No more hiding, and no more secrets between them. Well, he had more than his fair share of secrets. Some regarding his own past, and some regarding theirs. However, Kakashi frowned as he stared down the stairs. Something was wrong. He couldn't place his finger on it, but he felt like he was forgetting something. He was glad Hinata finally got the secret of the Hyuga ring off her chest, but he felt like some details were missing. He was an ex-Anbu and 9 times out of 10, if your gut was telling you something, it was right. Was there something he had missed? Blank. Inari couldn't help but sniffle as they said their final goodbyes. The bridge was finally complete. Tazuna had needed some help from Naruto's shadow clones to help repair the damage to the support columns, but now bridge was all set for use. Naruto ruffled the young boy's hair as he flashed him a smile. Haku smiled fondly at the two of them as he stood behind Tazuna. After prying Inari off his leg, Naruto walked over to him and they shook hands. What are you planning on doing with that thing? He asked, motioning towards the massive sword strapped to Haku's pack. I am going to offer it as a gift to the Kiri resistance and to prove that I come in good faith. I'm sure their leader would be thrilled to add another of the 7 legendary swords to their arsenal. The appearance of them can help motivate their troops. Stay safe. I don't want to come back to help, and find out you did something reckless and sacrificed yourself for someone. No promises. Naruto gave him one final smile, before he nodded and turned back to the group. All right Sasuke, let's get this over with. What are you talking about? A smile crept over his face as he summoned a clone and handed it his backpack. Oh, didn't Kakashi-sensei tell you? Sasuke sent a hurt look at Kakashi, who shrugged. Must have slipped my mind. We don't want you who rting your legs on the way back to Konoha, so Naruto has kindly volunteered to carry you. What? More like threatened. Naruto muttered under his breath, as he thought back to his talk to Kakashi earlier that morning. He shivered as walked over and fought Sasuke to remove his backpack. I do not need your help Dobi. I can walk on my own. Sure, you can, Kakashi chimed in, but in case you forgot. We have a mission quota to fulfill if you guys ever want to enter the Chunin exams. Allowing you to walk by yourself will only eat up more time. Sasuke stopped struggling and cursed. He sighed in defeat and handed the waiting clone his backpack. He growled as Naruto knelt in front of him. Don't worry Sasuke. It will be fun. It's just a piggyback ride you can't escape from. For hours, Sasuke slapped him in the back of the head. Before he climbed onto his back, Naruto growled as he hoisted him up. I'd watch that if I were you Sasuke-tem. Who knows how many road bumps we could run into along the way. Sasuke seemed to pause before bopping him on the head again. He would probably face some retaliation for that later, but, for now, it was totally worth it. They all gave Haku, Tazuna, and his family one last wave as they finally headed back home. They would be the first to cross the fully constructed and newly minted, Great Naruto Bridge. As they headed off into the distance, Haku turned to Tazuna and bowed. Thank you for your hospitality. I appreciate your forgiveness in allowing me a place to stay. Tazuna chuckled. Think nothing of it. Just give me a head-ups if someone else hires you to kill me. He barked out laughing, and Tsunami sent him a glare. After he calmed down, he asked, so where are you headed? Haku turned back towards the direction of town. I am catching a ship to cross to Kiri in an hour. I will begin my investigation into the resistance once I arrive. I have a war to enter. His eyes held a new determination as he stared off towards the harbor. I am coming Mai-sama. I will help you rebuild our country. Blank. It was a lovely day as two individuals sat outside of a tea shop. The weather was perfect, and autumn was just around the corner. The raven-haired one took a gentle sip of his tea, as he casually flipped through the newspaper. He made sure every Wednesday to acquire a copy of the same paper. He would give a short glance over the front page, before he calmly flipped through the personal section until he glanced down at the bottom left-hand corner of the last page. Some days it would be a simple, motivational image or an ad for some obscure company. Today, it read, masks for sale. These masks cannot be found anywhere else. Want orange? You got it. Spiral design. No problem. The man's face remained unresponsive as he read through the message once again. He carefully folded up the paper and prepared to get up. Hey, if you're done with that, can I have it? His partner asked with a toothy grin. I want to read the comics. He handed him the paper as the other man chuckled. You have no sense of humor Itachi. It's quite hard having to be the only one to lighten the mood. If that is what you call humor, he calmly responded. Kisame faked a gasp. Did my ears just deceive me or did you just attempt to crack a joke? Let me make sure cats and dogs aren't falling from the sky. Itachi ignored him as he pushed in his chair. Excuse me, I need to take care of something. I'll be back in a moment. It's the kung pao chicken we had the other night isn't it? I told you it would give you indigestion, Kisame cackled. Itachi sent him a glare, which the larger man only responded with a wide grin. He started reading through the confidentials as Itachi headed off down the street. He had a message to send. For the last time Danzo, I refuse to allow that to happen. The tension in the room was palpable, and some of the select few Anbu allowed to listen in on the conversation were starting to sweat from the pure presence resonating from the imposing figures. Neither was willing to back down on this matter. It is an opportunity that will never happen again. I will not allow the CE to introduce a Kekai Tota into Konoha to be dismissed due to your senile old heart, Danzo growled as he banged his cane on the ground. It is called having a conscience. I will not allow such a Ong child to be used as a breeder just for possibility that the bloodline limit would skip over her and move on to her children. Fine. Then what of the boy? We confirmed from his blood work that he will certainly inherit the ability. We should be setting up candidates. The boy is a child. The Hokage roared, his glare boring deep into the eye of his bandaged friend. The remaining occupants of the room remained quiet as they watched this struggle of power persist. They both knew the Hokage would make the final decision in the matter, but Danzo did have a point and the Hokage knew it. It was too good of an opportunity to pass up. But he just couldn't force himself to allow it. Konoha prided itself with refraining from those particular barbaric acts unlike certain villages. He would not allow the village or his heart to be tainted by such a practice. The tall man leaning against the wall coughed to gather everyone's attention. How about a compromise? I completely agree with Sensei. He cannot and will not use a child just for breeding purposes. That being said, Danzo is right as well. This is a very useful opportunity that would be foolish to let slip out of hand. At the very least, we should take DNA samples and keep them on record. That way, no matter what happens to the kids, we have the option hidden safely away. That way, in the event that Sensei or any future Kage believes we should introduce the bloodline, it will be possible to do so. Danzo seemed disgruntled, but could not argue with the logic. He would have much preferred introducing the limit as soon as possible. But having it on record was better than not having it at all, especially with how difficult it would be to argue this with Hiruzen. The Hokage sighed and nodded his head. He didn't like it, but it was a much better alternative. All right then, Jiraiya said as he pushed off the wall. Now with that taken care of, let's move on to the next problem. What to do with the kids? Homura turned her gaze to her old teammate. How is Kitsune's investigation coming along? Moderately. He has been trying to find any connection to the Anbu agents responsible for the family's deaths, but he isn't getting very far. If we ever plan to bring this up to the Tsuchikage, I want an outlet other than us for him to focus his rage. Kitsune is waiting to hear back from his sources in other villages, while he interrogating the Zaofu clansmen we have locked away. How come the Yamanaka's scan hasn't revealed anything? Kaharu chimed in. It is very troubling that someone has been able to resist their jutsu. Indeed, although the answer is more simple than you'd think. The man has a seal planted inside the back of his mouth that forcefully triggers his mutation abilities whenever somebody tries to access his mind. His brain is completely altered to metal, which makes it impossible for the Inoichi to access his hippocampus. The Hokage shot Jiraiya a glance. I was hoping you could take a look at that while you are here. Jiraiya nodded. I'll see what I can do. But why go through such levels of secrecy? Danzo muttered. There is no reason for a seal of that magnitude or risk someone so valua. BLE to a clan's revival unless the mission was of the utmost importance. Something doesn't add up, Jiraiya agreed. I concur. That is why Ibiki has been on him day and night. The prisoner is quick to anger and prone to lashing out, but is surprisingly very tight-lipped about his mission. There is more to his activities than just stealing some documents, but we are getting off topic. Like I said, I want to hold off from making a final decision regarding the children until Kitsune's investigation is complete. The room was silent before Jiraiya raised his head. And what of the other perpetrator? The one in the orange mask. Danzo and Sarutobi shared a quick glance before he responding. This is the other important issue I wished to discuss. Based on Kitsune's report, we have reason to believe that the masked individual could possibly be an Uchiha. Silence fell over the room, as the Anbu in the corners felt their hearts stop. Not possible. The only two left are Itachi and his younger brother. Kaharu said as she shook her head. Not quite, the Sandaime muttered as he sat back in his chair. Based on new evidence, we now have reason to believe that Itachi Uchiha had assistance when he massacred his clan. Jiraiya squinted his eyes as he stared at his teacher. From what source? I am not at liberty to say, was his only response. After placing his ad in the newspaper, he had only had to wait 2 days before he received a message tied to the ankle of a crow. It was very short, and contained only one sentence: I had help. Obscure as ever, Jiraiya muttered as he shot a quick glance at Danzo. Who he noted made no comment on such a discovery. Anyway, you haven't answered my question. What are we going to do with the children? The Hokage took a puff of his pipe before he responded. For now, nothing. We can't risk drawing undue attention to them from the other villages or civilians. I'll see to it that we acquire a more in-depth blood sample to place in storage. As the Chunin exams start getting underway, I'll have an Anbu shadow them in case someone else knows something we don't. Danzo, I want you focusing your efforts into looking into the identity of this masked Uchiha. I know we scoured the records for anyone who might have been out of the village at the time, but apparently we missed someone. Look for anyone who might have been presumed Kia around the time of the attack. Danzo nodded. Consider it done. Good. That is all. You are all dismissed. The elders rose from their chairs, and headed out the door, one by one, leaving the master and his pupil alone in the office. The Hokage glanced towards the dark shadows in the corners and said, You too. There was a swirl of wind, and silence once again settled over the office. Hiruzen sighed, as he leaned his head back into the headrest. I apologize, that had to be the first thing you had to face when you got home. Don't sweat it, sensei. I'm more worried about you. This much stress at your age can't be good for you. The Hokage chuckled as he opened one eye and glanced at his student. That would be thanks to your rambunctious godson, who can't seem to keep himself out of trouble. A grin split apart on the old sage's face. What has he done now? As I should have expected, their first official C-rank mission escalated rather drastically. Not only did they topple a monopoly within the region, they faced down and killed one of the 7 legendary swordsmen of the mist and simply let his accomplice walk scot-free away with the sword. Not content with stopping there, Naruto C.'d to have influenced the accomplice to go off and join the Kiri rebellion. That boy and his team are becoming more and more of a headache than I bargained for. Jiraiya barked with laughter, and Hiruzen shot him a mock glare. Can you imagine the diplomatic nightmare it would be if the Mizukage found out we aided and encouraged a highly powerful Kekkei Genkei user to fight against him? I'm still dealing from the last international incident he almost caused. Jiraiya chuckled as his laughter died down. From what you've told me, he's becoming just as much of a sealing expert as his father was. The Hokage nodded. Indeed he is. It's remarkable how far he's progressed without any aid. Minato at least had you and Kushina, but Naruto has been studying all on his own. Jiraiya was silenced by that comment, and sent his teacher a curious look. Well, maybe he doesn't have to anymore. He leaned on the desk and sent his teacher a grin. What does the brat have set up for the next 2 weeks? Blank, _, blank. 1 day later, Ria swept the floor as yet another hour ticked away at the nagging clock above the register. She had been working at this store for over 2 years now. It was nothing special, but not exactly a dump either. It was just a small grocery store that was linked to a tiny family deli next door. Madame Maria rented the space out to a nice small family, who had come to Konoha from Rain Country to start a new life. Madame Maria could be such a pain, but Ria knew that her boss had a heart of gold deep down. It was just buried under the many problems one faced when running a small business. After all, she would go out of her way to help her and her younger brother. She was roused from her thoughts by the bell chime from the front of the shop. Welcome to Madame Maria's Grocery and Deli. How may I help you today? She recited as she turned around and froze at the person in the doorway. The boy stood holding the glass door with freshly applied ba. NDH wraps tied around his ankles and right shoulder. I said I'd be here, didn't I? He smirked as he shut the door behind him. She glanced up and down at him before she raised her eyebrow. If you think that being injured is going to gain any sympathy from me, you are mistaken. Wouldn't dream of it, he replied as he made his way through the store. Good. Now then, what the hell did you do to yourself? She asked as she circled him, inspecting his wrappings. It looks worse than it really is. I'm really fully healed, but the doctor wouldn't let me go without these just to make sure I didn't scratch at the scars. Well, glad to see you didn't get yourself killed, duck butt, she smirked as a tick mark appeared on his forehead. He didn't want to call her out on it, but he knew it would just encourage her more. I've told you, my name is Sasuke. I know, but I just can't help it. I call him as I see him, and your hair fits the bill. He simply grunted as he glanced across the store. So what is it you do here? She lightly blushed in embarrassment as she glanced at the floor. Basically anything they need me to do. I restock the products during the day, sweep the floors, and sometimes work cashier. Sometimes, like today, my boss has me working as a waitress in the deli next door. He raised his eyebrow and glanced at her. Aren't you a little young to be working this much? She glared back at him. Aren't you a little young to be a shinobi? He shrugged at her fair response. It was just a little odd for someone his age to have a job this young. It was a foreign idea to him to work as a civilian. The closest he had ever come was doing those inane D-rank missions, but those had been shut down rather fast. Plus, he always reassured himself that they were all for the success of the village. This was just his pride and moral code eating away at him. So what will I be doing to help anyways? Her eyes glimmered as she grabbed him by the hand and started leading him towards the deli. Hanaya-san, you've got an extra helper today, she shouted towards the back. Really now? A voice replied as a young man poked his head out of the kitchen door. He was a rather skinny man with short hair, dressed in black work clothes and a white apron. He offered the boy an apologetic smile as he noticed Ria dragging him along. The girl could be quite forceful. He offered them a small bow as he spoke. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Hanaya Yohei. And yours? Sasuke Uchiha, he replied as he returned the bow. Really now? Well, it's an honor to be graced with your aid, Uchiha-sama. Ria shot him a strange look. Man, people just love to kiss your ass, don't they? Hanaya lightly bopped her with his ladle. Not enough to hurt her, but enough to garner her attention. Language, Ria. We really need to work on your manners, he sighed as he wiped the utensil off with a towel. But manners are boring, she groaned as she hung her head back. Sasuke's brow twitched as he started to draw painful comparisons to a certain blonde he knew. Well no, how will you be assisting me, Uchiha-sama? He asked. I figured you could let Gribbs have the day off and let Sasuke here work the dishes. Ria responded for him with a smirk. Sasuke sent her a glare. Hey, all I did was spill over some fruit. He backed away as she got right back in his face. Yeah, and almost all of it bruised because of you. Which means nobody bought it. Madame Maria docked half of my pay for the day because of that. So you are going to help Hanaya through the lunch rush and then we can call it even. Sparks between their eyes as neither wanted to back down. Finally Sasuke just sighed, and snatched an apron off the wall. Better to just get this over with. Let's just do this, he sighed as he headed into the kitchen. Ria sent him a smirk and a tiny salute before heading back towards the other store. Blank, _ blank. Across the village, Hiyashi Hyuga sat at his desk working through his daily paperwork. A short knock on his door caught his attention. Yes. Excuse me, sir. One of his maids called out, but you have a visitor. Hiyashi frowned. I do not recall having an appointment today. No, sir. He said that he did not need an appointment. We obviously told him to schedule one, but he simply showed the gate guards one of the clan's lotus tokens. Hiyashi straightened up at that. Those tokens were rarely handed out by a clan head, and usually only to their closest of friends and family outside of the clan. Right now, there was only one man alive whom he had given that token. Send him in at once. And please bring us some tea. Yes, sir. Hiyashi began clearing his desk, just as the door slid open. A rare smile spread across his face as a familiar face walked up to his desk. Jiraiya-sensei, I was unaware you were in town. I'm pleased you dropped by. Come now, it's the least I could do to check in on my favorite student, he boomed with a smile. Hi, Ashi raised his eyebrow and sent him a glare. Your favorite by default, I'm the only one left. Jiraiya let out an embarrassed chuckle and rubbed his head as he took a seat across from him. Now I wouldn't say that. We've gone over this before. Minato was the favorite. Makoto and I knew that well enough. Now, don't be all stingy. You know how much I cared for each of you. Indeed I do, but hat doesn't mean I won't stop poking at your guilt just a little. It is too entertaining. They both chuckled as they nostalgia washed over them. The maid brought in a plate of tea, and the two eagerly began catching up. It had always bugged Jiraiya how much Hiyashi would change when he was in private versus when he was in public. No one ever really got to see his more upbeat side. The side of him that drew his wife to him. Have you seen her son yet? Makoto's. Hiyashi nodded. You should see him. He looks so much like her, especially his face and hair. Hopefully not too long, Jiraiya cut in. Just the bangs and color. Hiyashi amended. However, he seems to have picked up more of his father's personality than hers. Jiraiya sighed as he sipped his tea. I'll never understand what she saw in him. None of us did, Hiyashi responded as he set down his cup. And how is little Hinata-chan doing? I think she was about to me the last time I saw her. Hiyashi was quiet before he responded. She is doing well. She takes so much after her mother. Her looks, her personality, her aptitude in creating new jutsu. It's like gazing into the past. She even managed to persuade her mother's summons to accept her. Jiraiya chuckled at Hiyashi's uncomfortable look. It was always a sour point for the patriarch that the clan's summons never accepted him. However, Jiraiya had noticed his pause. Is something wrong? We've had a couple incidents over the past few years, and they have been increasing in frequency over the past few months. Define incident. Do you remember when I came to you for your advice regarding the stone ring hidden beneath the library? I recall. Did you ever make any progress? None at all, but somehow Hinata has. Jiraiya froze and slowly set his tea down on the desk. Really now? Indeed. When she was about 10, she stumbled down into the library and the ring activated to her presence. The whole room was leaking chakra, and she was bombarded with information. She has revealed more knowledge about the monument than any clan leader has in over 70 years. That doesn't sound too bad, Jiraiya mused as he leaned back crossing his fingers. However, there is a problem that I have begun to notice. She is lying to me. Little Hinata, she was so sweet and innocent. I thought you said she was just like her mother. Hiyashi nodded. She is. Until very recently, she was as shy as you could possibly imagine, and could hardly get a sentence out through her stuttering. Her exposure with her teammates has certainly helped her grow more comfortable in her own skin. She is more compassionate than I find acceptable in a shinobi, but she knows when to shelf her emotions for the sake of a mission. What is bothering me is where she is getting certain information. Jiraiya nodded, prompting him to go on. I recently had Shikaku Nara take a swing at translating some of the hieroglyphs on the wall. He and his cousin have made decent progress from the words Hinata claimed to have seen from the initial incident, but her recent stories are not adding up. She has been claiming to decipher new stories, but I do not believe where she says they are coming from are quite true. Why? When she approached me with the first story, I was very pleased that she had decided to open up to me. I had her show me where on the wall the story came from, but when I handed it off the Shikaku, he reported that the translations did not match up. Jiraiya frowned as he stroked his chin. Do you believe her stories are genuine? Absolutely. Her translations from the first event matched up too perfectly to Shikaku's findings for her to be faking the incident. What is making me doubt her claims of their origin is what she told me 2 days ago. She had just returned from her mission to Wave Country. And the next morning she ran into my office claiming to have found out the next portion of the story. But, Jiraiya egged on. But Hinata never went downstairs to the library the night she returned. Quote, "How are you sure? There are seals placed along the entrance to the final floor. They are mostly there to prevent people, who are not from the main branch from entering. But they also serve another purpose. The seals register anyone who enters through the barrier. I checked the seals, and there were no new events logged in for that night. Could they have been tampered with? I don't believe so. Those seals were crafted by some of the leading experts among the elders, plus Hinata does not have any training in Fuinjutsu." Jiraiya paused for a moment. Before he snorted and smirked back at student, before throwing his head back and laughing. Hiyashi seemed confused by the outburst. She might not have any Fuinjutsu knowledge, but I'm pretty sure she knows someone who does. That boy, he just can't seem to keep himself out of trouble. Hiyashi's eyes widened as he realized what Jiraiya was proposing. But why? What would they gain from hiding their presence? If I knew she went down there, it would only help her story's credibility. Don't know. Doesn't make sense to me either, but that seems like the only logical conclusion we have for now. Gee. Raya straightened his back as he stared at his former student. I say let her work it out. If she is making progress and her friends are willing to help her, then I say leave it up to them. Just keep an eye on their developments and try to keep up with what she gives you. Hiyashi hung his head, but I already promised I would help her. She may be a kunoichi, but she is still just a child. I have made too many mistakes raising her. And I want to be able to help her now. Jiraiya was silent as he stared at his last student. Tell you what, make me a copy of these stories and I'll take a look into them myself. I travel around enough, and I may know of someone who will recognize them. Hiyashi smiled and bowed his head. Thank you, sensei. I appreciate it. What else are teachers for? Blank, _, blank. Several hours later, Sasuke growled as he set the final dish back on the rack. It had been grueling work for the past few hours and he was tired of these ridiculous chores. He couldn't argue he had anything else to do, but working in a kitchen was not the first thing that came to his mind. Kakashi had forbidden him from training until the doctor removed the bandages. Great job, duck butt. I must say I'm impressed. How was getting your noble hands a little dirty doing some grunt work? He cast her the side eye as he hung up the apron back on the wall. I've made up for my inconvenience. I'll see you around. Wait, she cried as she grabbed him by the shoulder. Don't be such a sourpuss. I'll say it. Thank you for keeping to your word. You more than made up for it. She sent him the first honest smile he had seen from her, and she began pushing him towards the door. Now let's go. I'm starving and I could use something to eat. Sasuke could only lightly protest, as he was dragged out the door and down the street. Come on. There is this little place on the corner 2 blocks from here that is just to die for. Hey, let me go. I'm not that hungry. Right at that moment, his stomach decided to let out a loud groan. She giggled and a tick mark appeared on Sasuke's forehead. Of course. Fine. Lead the way. They began walking side by side and continued down the street. As they were walking, 2 sets of eyes bulged at the sight of the pair. One was about to speak out, but the other clamped her hand to the other's mouth. They quietly too, to the roofs as they silently started stalking the pair. Sasuke's earlier comparisons to his blonde teammate resurfaced and he groaned as he caught sight of their destination. What? Don't you like Ichiraku ramen? I think I'm going to be sick. This is the only place my teammate drags us to for lunch. Then he must have good taste, she remarked as she dragged him under the banners. Hey old man, hit me up with your best pork ramen. Ah, Ria, I was wondering when you would show up. The old man chuckled as he came out from the back. And Sasuke too, he was surprised as he saw the 2 of them sit down. How do you 2 know each other? I owed her a favor. Sasuke quickly cut in before she could comment. The last thing he needed was the chef blabbing to Naruto about his day of manual labor. If he ever found out, he would never live it down. Blank, blank. I'm never letting him live this down. Naruto smirked as he and Hinata stared at the two from an alley across the street. Naruto-kun, be nice, Hinata chided. Fulfill a promise, my ass. He just ditched us, so he could hang out with some girl. You don't know that. Maybe he has finally made a new friend. Bull. It took us all nearly dying before we became friends. Oh, can you imagine Sakura-chan and Ino-chan right now? Their reactions would be priceless. Hinata couldn't help but giggle at the idea, but was shocked and tugged at Naruto's shirt as he started to leave their hiding place. What are you doing? What do you think? I'm going to embarrass the hell out of him. Don't you dare. Why? Oh, you know how hard it is for him to make friends. Just leave him be. But Hinata-chan, he whined. What do you two think you're doing? They froze in place at the sound of the voice. They trembled as they slowly turned around to face Kakashi squatting right behind them. Now, why are you two bothering your teammate? Blank. Sasuke frowned as he heard screaming coming down the street. But he was distracted when Ria asked, so why are you all bandaged up? I thought you rookie ninja didn't really go on dangerous missions. I'm curious to know myself, the Ayame said as she leaned on the counter. Naruto-kun dropped by and gave us his version of the events, but as you can guess, they were a bit embellished. It would be nice to hear your perspective on it. So, Sasuke began describing their mission to Wave, filling in the blanks that his teammate had neglected to fill. Everyone in the restaurant flinched when he mentioned being impaled by Haku's water spikes, and remained silent as he finished his story. How did you all deal with that Geto guy? Ria asked. Not sure. Hinata healed me and was helping me up the bank of the river the entire time. I don't really know the details of what happened after I passed out. Ria was silent before she said, I think I have to amend my earlier statement. What do you mean? Sasuke asked as he swiveled his chair. When you were leaving the village, I think I blurted out how all you shinobi just fight for money. I may have been a little rude. I'm just a little bitter about shinobi in general, but even I know you all aren't like that. Some of you fight for more than that. She smiled as she glanced up at him. You are lucky to have such a special friend. The only thing he seems to care about is helping his friends. He must care an awful lot. Sasuke was silent as Naruto's rampage at the sight of his injured friends raced through his mind. Yeah, I guess he does. The restaurant fell silent. Bursting the awkward silence, Ria began to chuckle. You shinobi are all so strange. Taking missions to kill others, yet won't stop spouting off about love and friendship. That plus your ridiculous ninja magic. Sasuke snorted as he glanced at her. Ninja magic. She pouted as she put her hands on her hips. How else can you explain it? You guys can walk up walls, shoot fire, and make water dragons for God's sake. You are all so weird to me. Sasuke actually chuckled at the girl's rant. It had been a long time since he honestly chuckled like that. The duo began to argue over the science of chakra, as a lone figure watched them from across the street. Kakashi chuckled at how the girl was able to get a rise out of his student before he turned to leave. It wouldn't be fair for him to spy just after He had chastised his other students for doing the same thing. Blank. 2 days later. Well, I want to congratulate you all again for completing what should have been an A-rank mission. I'm glad to see the time I allotted for you wasn't a waste. They smirked under the praise as they lined up in front of the Hokage. That being said, you still have a quota to fill. If you want to qualify for the Chunin exams, so I hope you're ready for your next assignment. Team 7 is going to be assigned to deal with a small bandit camp that has set up near the boundaries of one of our ports. Naruto was bursting with glee and bouncing around. Now this is what he was talking about. Unfortunately, you will not be joining your teammates on this assignment, Naruto. Naruto was instantly deflated and crashed into the ground. Why? The Hokage ignored his outburst as he continued. You have a lot of ground to cover if you want to fill up your mission quota. So I have. He decided to split up some of the work so you knock multiple missions out at the same time. Naruto seemed slightly reassured by that. In fact, it almost sounded more appealing. So I get to take on a C rank by myself. Not entirely. You'll simply be accompanying someone a short distance from the village, and serving as his assistant with some of his walk. You should be excited, Naruto, for you'll be helping the village's seal master while he's in the village. Naruto's eyes grew to the size of saucers, and stars started twinkling in his eyes. This was 100 times better than dealing with some stupid bandits. He was in heaven. As he went off in his own dreamland, the Hokage turned to Kakashi. In the meantime, Guy has happily offered one of his students to take Naruto's place on your mission. Kakashi nodded as Naruto was shaken from his stupor and raced on top of Hokage's desk. So who is he? Where is he? What's he like? When do I get to meet him? His barrage of questions was halted as someone knocked on the door. It was an older man that none of the genin recognized. He was tall with spiky white hair that stretched down his back. The man glanced at Sasuke and Hinata and mentally smirked. Hiashi had been right. They really were clones of their parents. They weren't the only ones. He sadly smiled as his eyes finally fell on Naruto. It hurt him just as much as he thought it would. He reminded him so much of Minato when he had been that age, especially with those clothes. The Hokage coughed as he caught Naruto's attention. Naruto, this is Jiraiya. You'll be accompanying him for the next few days. Jiraiya smirked as he walked over, ruffled his hair. So, Sensei tells me you've got quite the knack for seals. Yash, I am very pleased to meet each of you, and I look forward to a successful mission. Kakashi wanted to sigh as he stared at Guy's energetic clone. One unitard-clad shinobi was bad enough, but this is Rock Lee. He will be filling in for Naruto until we get back. Hinata was confused by his boisterous attitude, but still offered him a small bow. Sasuke just sent him strange look. He almost would have preferred dealing with Naruto's incoherent science babble. To this strange kid, hello Lee-san. My name is Hinata Hyuga. I am very pleased to meet you, Hinata-chan. Neji has told me much about you, but I am certain you will prove him wrong. And you must be Sasuke Uchiha, correct? And what if I am? He glared. I hope that once our mission is complete, you will agree to a spar with me. I have heard of your reputation, and I be very appreciative to test myself against you. Sasuke smirked. The guy had energy. He'd give him that. Sounds fun. Excellent. I look forward to the day we clash in youthful battle. Our flames shall blaze into the night as our hearts burn with the tremendous heat of battle. Let us complete our mission as quickly as possible so we may return for our fight. Are we ready to depart, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi sighed at the future headache, but nodded. All right, if we hurry, we should be able to mop up the camp and be back within 5 days. I want to be back in 4, so let's move out. They all nodded, and they shot off out of the gate. After several minutes of soaring through the trees, Sasuke speed up and fell alongside Hinata. He had noticed her reaction to this Neji guy's comment, and it didn't sit well with him. Something on your mind? He asked as he settled into her pace. It's nothing. Really? She murmured as they jumped from branch to branch. Isn't it usually your job to get me to open up? He teased. She chuckled at his comment. Yes, I suppose it is. Sasuke glanced back at Kakashi and Lee, who seemed to be caught up in their own conversation about something regarding a rivalry. I think we have some time before either of them will bother to listen in. So what was up about this Neji guy? My cousin and I are not exactly on the best of terms, she murmured. Why not? He asked as he kicked off from the next branch. He has been deeply hurt, and holds a stiff grudge against the main branch. He blames me and my father for something very awful that happened to his father. When did this happen? When I was about 5, she replied. It clicked as he remembered hearing about the Hyuga incident from his mother. She had been very worried the day afterwards, and held him more than she usually did. Apparently, she had been very close to someone in the clan. That doesn't seem very fair. You were too young to do anything at that point. Maybe, but he is right. It was my fault. If it weren't for me. His father would still be alive, she murmured as she dashed ahead of him. Sasuke did not have a smart rebuttal, so he let her stay ahead of him. Damn it, it was Naruto's department with talking sense into people, not his. He sighed as he realized he would have to talk to the blonde once he returned to the village regarding their teammate. The more things change, the more things stay the same, he murmured as they raced off through the woods. Blank. Naruto was uncharacteristically quiet as they walked through the village. Jiraiya LD tell he was shooting him occasional glances, but apparently he just wouldn't speak up. Got something to say? Sorry, Naruto fumbled, I just don't know where to start. I've been looking forward to meeting a seal master so much that I don't even know what I should ask first. Well, let's start with introductions. Go on and tell me about yourself. Naruto smiled as he stared back at the older man. Well, I'm sure Gigi has told you that I love studying Fuinjutsu, but I really love training with my team even more. Of course, they both have the same one-track mind, Jiraiya scoffed. Is it true that you trained the Yondaime? Naruto asked. Jiraiya puffed out his chest. Yes I did. Naruto gazed up at him like a child in wonder. Wow, that makes you, like, my grand sensei. What was he like? Jiraiya chuckled as he rubbed the boy's hair. Honestly, a lot like you. He didn't come from some noble family or clan. He was just a kid off the streets, who had a lot of natural talent and the will to push that talent beyond its limits. Like you, he didn't know when to put the books down, and take the time to smell the roses. Naruto blushed as he rubbed his head. Jiraiya smiled and stared up at the stone face of his lost student. He was my pride and joy, but that's not to say my other students didn't disappoint either. Naruto sent him a confused look, and Jiraiya laughed. Oh, this was going to be the death of him. Kushina always sent him and Minato that same exact look, whenever she was confused. What do you mean? A team has 3 members, numbskull, or did you think the Yondaime didn't need a team? Naruto was astonished that he had never even considered that the Yondaime had to have had teammates as well. He had never heard of them. What did they go off to do? Are they Fuinjutsu masters like you and the Yondaime? Not quite, he chuckled. They never really appreciated the art as much as you or I do, but that is not to say they didn't have their own accomplishments. All 3 of them did amazing work during the Third Shinobi War. Afterwards, one of them planned to take a break to raise a family before she would return to active duty, and the other one got slugged behind a desk and now has to deal with clan duties. What were they like? Naruto asked excitedly. Why don't you ask your teammates about their parents and find out? Jiraiya smirked as Naruto froze in the dirt. Wait, are you telling me the Tem's dad? Mother, Jiraiya corrected. Mother, and Hinata-chan's dad were both on Team 7 too. Wow, you really can accomplish something if you use that brain of yours, Jiraiya teased. Steam erupted from Naruto's ears, and Jiraiya merely laughed. I'm teasing Squirt, but yes, all 3 were my students, just like you guys are for Kakashi. Naruto was quiet as he digested this new information. This brought a whole new light to the team's dynamic. It not only made him feel a little closer to his teammates, but also to the hero he had never gotten to meet. He was part of a tradition now, and he had to admit it felt good. He shook his head and jogged up to catch up with Jiraiya's pace. So where are we going anyway? Up there, he replied as he pointed up towards the Hokage monument. What's up there? He asked as he strained his back looking up the Sandame's numbers. At the top, nothing really, but there is a little place about half a mile away from the village behind the mountain. That is where we are heading. What's so special about it? You'll find out soon enough. Trust me, you are going to enjoy this place, kid. You may even learn a thing or two about yourself in the process. Naruto sent him a weird look, but shrugged and placed his hands behind his head as the mentor and future student headed off towards the incredibly long staircase up the monument. 30 minutes later. And here we are, Jiraiya announced as they finally arrived at the worn-down, wooden shack far out behind the Hokage monument. Could use a fix-up, Naruto muttered as he glanced at the faded wood. Maybe, but that's up to Sensei to decide. The run-down appearance only helps deter people from looking inside. Now come on. Jiraiya swung the door open to the tiny shack, and Naruto felt chills as the air rushed past him. They made their way through the house, and Jiraiya bent down and snapped off a chunk of wood. He lit it with a light fire jutsu before handing it to Naruto. He thanked him as the older man lit his own torch, and led him further into the building. As they walked through the destroyed building, Naruto could not help but feel a feeling of familiarity with the place. They arrived at the back of the house to find an empty room. End of the line, Naruto muttered. Jiraiya ignored him as he walked across the room towards the wall and motioned him to join him. Give me your hand, he muttered as he took out a kunai. Why? Naruto muttered as he cautiously reached out his arm. He trusted Jiraiya enough to know he wouldn't ask him unless he had a good reason. I need a drop of your blood for this, he said as he positioned the kunai above the boy's open palm. Are you ready? Naruto was grateful for the heads up and closed his eyes. Ready, he hissed at the stinging as the kunai sliced into his hand. Jiraiya handed him a roll of bandages as he returned his attention back to the wall. He wiped his hand along the blade, smearing it in blood, and began writing intricate kanji along the wall. Naruto was fascinated as he slowly bandaged his hand. After a final stroke of his fingers, Jiraiya turned to him. Form the symbol for rat, and concentrate your chakra onto the symbol. Naruto was confused, but did as he was told. Instantly the blood staining the wall glowed green. The wall seemed to fade away as a set of stairs were revealed behind it. What was that? Naruto asked as he followed him down the stairs. Intricate blood seal. It's not enough for the blood of a relative to simply be used in designing the release seal. A family member actually has to be the one to release it as well. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks as they reached the bottom of the stairs. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said, Jiraiya whispered as he dipped his torch into the two urns set near the doorway. They illuminated the room, revealing the wall covered in masks on the other side. Welcome to the Uzumaki clan temple, Jiraiya said as he stepped forward to inspect the masks. Naruto was overcome with emotion as he tried to process what the old man was saying. He was part of a clan. They had a temple. He glanced at the wall behind the masks and noted the swirl design painted overhead. He had seen that symbol every day on the uniforms of every chunin and above within Konoha. What does that symbol mean? He muttered as he slowly stepped up next to Jiraiya. That's your clan symbol, kid. But what does that mean? I have a clan. Jiraiya sighed as he motioned him to sit down across from him. He took their two torches and placed them within the urns at the entrance before sitting back down. Where to start? I'm sure you have multiple questions regarding the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, we don't have all day, and to be honest I don't know the full history of it, so I'll have to give you condensed version. Naruto waited with bated breath as he gave Jiraiya his undivided attention. Along with the Uchiha and Senju, the Uzumakis were just as influential with the development of the village. In fact, the first Hokage was married to one. They were world-renowned fuinjutsu experts that originated from Whirlpool country. They were blessed with ridiculous chakra reserves and had incredibly long life spans. To their enemies, they were feared as much as they were respected. Naruto was silent as he digested this information. Why haven't I heard about them before? You can thank the Nadaime for that, Jiraiya said as he crossed his arms, due to a number of factors. He decided that it would be better if the Uzumakis were removed from certain history lectures regarding the village. However, he didn't just want to toss them under the rug either. He was the one who made it a policy to have the Uzumaki symbol etched into the back of all Konoha uniforms. Through that, their legacy and influence in the village would live on forever. What could possibly be reason enough to justify that? Jiraiya simply pointed at the boy's stomach. For generations, the Uzumaki have provided perfect containers for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Remember the Shadaime's wife, She was the first ever Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto was silent as he stared at the ground. What happened to them? Jiraiya sighed as he continued. They were wiped out. EY were such a threat that multiple hidden villages teamed up to eradicate them before they could be used against them. Their knowledge and aptitude for fuinjutsu was too much of an advantage for Konoha to have. Especially in the times of using the tailed beasts for war. Naruto was silent as tears silently dripped down his face. He had always feared it, but now he was being slapped with the truth. He really was the last of his family. He jerked when he felt Jiraiya's hand on his shoulder. Now, it's not the end of the world. You're still here to carry on their legacy, and there were plenty of Uzumaki scattered across the world. When they were attacked, I've actually met a few myself. One day, I'll try to track a few down and introduce you. He was surprised when the blonde raced across T. He ground and buried himself in the man's chest. He chuckled as he rubbed the younger boy's back as he shook against his chest. Now, I better not find any snot on my shirt when you get off. This stuff is expensive, you know. Naruto chuckled as he slowly released himself from the older gentleman. Sorry about that, he sniffed as he wiped his nose. Think nothing of it. Naruto startled, chuckling as he wiped away at his eyes. It's funny, he muttered, here I get my chance to really impress a seal master, and I go ahead and botch it by bawling my eyes out. Take it from a guy who's been through 2 wars. And a hell of a lot of suffering. There is no shame in letting loose a few tears. It's letting yourself get drowned in sadness that is really shameful. You get knocked down. You get back up and keep pushing ahead. That's been my policy. Looks like we share something in common, Naruto said as he flashed him a grin. More than you know, kid, he thought as he returned the grin. Yuto glanced up at the masks hanging from the wall and asked, so what's up with the creepy-ass masks? Jiraiya grinned and stood back up. They are part of why we are here today. Sensei has been keeping me in touch with your progress. And I got to say I'm impressed. Barely a teenager, and you're already on the advanced sets. Which book are you on, by the way? Book 5, Naruto responded proudly. I've been using shadow clones to help breeze through the material. Very clever, Jiraiya responded. In any case, I decided to help you out along your C-rank quota by renting you out to help me some errands and pass along a few fuinjutsu tricks to you. Yada. Naruto screeched as his determination burned in his eyes. So what's first? That's the attitude I like to see. You've actually already started. That blood seal back there. I couldn't gain access to this place without you, which leads us back to your question of WHT we are doing about these masks. He returned his attention back to the different designs that cluttered the wall. Are you aware of the technique used to seal the Kyuubi inside of you? Naruto was surprised and placed his hand on his stomach. Not really. Jiraiya's face took on a grim look. Well, there is a reason it is considered forbidden. It is called the Reaper Death Seal, and no, I am never going to tell you how to do it. He cut him off before the blonde could ask the question. Honestly, I don't think anyone should ever use that jutsu, he muttered as he glanced from one mask to another. Why is that? Naruto asked as he too inspected the masks. The jutsu involves literally calling down the Shinigami to bind a contract. Naruto jumped away from him. What? Really? Yup. He creates the most powerful binding contract that can possibly be produced. In return for his assistance, he takes the souls of those he binds within the jutsu and the caster, and traps them within his stomach for all eternity. Naruto could only stare in astonishment. Who would even create a jutsu like that? Why don't you look around and venture a guess? Jiraiya remarked. The Uzumaki. Bingo, kid. Like I said, they were light years ahead of what other nations could even dream of doing. You want to know the scary part? That was just one of jutsu they created. Who know how many others of equal strength they have hidden away? Where would that be? D shrines and temples hidden all across the elemental nations, but their main base was in Whirlpool country. Once you're a little older and applying for your pilgrimage, we may swing by their old capital and see what we can find. I've always been curious what secrets they had locked up in there. The prospect excited Naruto and only motivated him to get through the advanced set even sooner. Anyways, we are getting off topic. The Yondaime knew he was in a tough pinch, and decided the best way to guarantee sealing the Kyuubi inside you would be to use the Reaper Death Seal. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. But wait, that means, yeah, the Yondaime right now is trapped inside the Shinigami's stomach, where he'll stay for all eternity. Naruto was overwhelmed as it felt like he was losing his hero all over again. He just didn't deserve that kind of fate, especially after sacrificing himself for the village. Unless we set him free. Naruto stared at Jiraiya wide-eyed, who met his gaze. Ever since I found out which seal my idiotic student used on you, I've done everything I can to look into a way to set him free from that eternal pit of war and hell. My investigations have led me here to this shack and these masks. What are they? Naruto asked. Exactly what they seem, masks. However, if someone were to put on the correct one, they would be able to release the souls trapped within the Shinigami's stomach. And if they choose the wrong one, Naruto asked cautiously, they get a one-way ticket to the world of the damned, free of charge. So how do we know which is the real one? We don't. Only the current head of the Uzumaki clan at the time was ever allowed to know that information. Great. So we're doomed before we even begin. Not necessarily. I do believe I know an individual who knows which of these masks is the correct one, but he's not exactly the sharing type. The only way we are going to find out which is the correct mask is by going through the records of one of his bases. Well, why don't we? 'Cause he's a missing nin who has been responsible for the deaths of over 4,000 people personally and 17,000 internationally in the last 20 years. Plus, we have no idea where he is. Naruto could only gawk and sputter at the man. That's crazy. Surely you're kidding. Deathly serious. That is a gambit which is going to take some real finesse and a lot of work to get done. But, he smiled as he glanced down at his new student, it will be worth the wait, if it is successful. Naruto returned the smile. He had a new mission to add on to his already long list of promises for the future. Help Nei-chan with her problem, help Haku fight Inkiri, become the Hokage obviously, and free the soul of his longtime hero. Alright, now let's get to work, Jiraiya said as he reached into his bag and pulled out several packets of paper. We are going to copy each and every design of the masks and note their location among the rest. The bottom left corner will act as the origin. We'll split them down the middle. Put that handwriting Fuinjutsu forced you to have to good use, and make sure draw those masks as detailed as possible. Naruto nodded, and the two of them got to work. The only sound in the room is the scratching of parchment and crackle of the flames lighting up the room. Blank, _ blank. For 45 long minutes, the two of them cracked down until every mask was drawn, detailed, and sealed away inside Jiraiya's scroll. Alright, now let's get some fresh air. I think I've had my fill of stuffy basement for the day, Jiraiya said as he headed towards the exit. Before he left, Naruto gave one last look around the secret room before he followed the man upstairs. They left the rotting cabin and began heading back towards the village. As they entered a small clearing, Jiraiya called for them to stop. Now then, this is as perfect a place as any. Let's talk Fuinjutsu. He motioned at Naruto and they both sat on the ground again. Jiraiya removed the scroll on his back and set it next to him. I want you to describe to me what you think Fuinjutsu is. Naruto straightened his back as he responded. Fuinjutsu is the art of sealing away objects, living beings, chakra, and a variety of other things within another object. Spoken right out of the textbook, Jiraiya smirked as he set a peek. Paper in front of him along with a bottle of ink and a brush, but I have a feeling that definition doesn't sit well with you. Naruto nodded as he stared at the man. While technically, yes, Fuinjutsu does all those things. That is just the simplified version the writers place in textbooks so that it is easier for the students to comprehend. As I'm sure you noticed, they can do so much more than store away items. Kakashi has told me you are particularly fond of gravity seals. Naruto smiled as he continued, Fuinjutsu isn't just a written agreement to store objects away. I see it as more of a written contract with the universe at large. When the kanji are infused with chakra, they cease being just ink on a page and transcend into something more. No matter who you are, each kanji serves the same purpose and does the same thing. It is the order of kanji and how they are stacked on top of each other that allows Fuinjutsu to bend the normal laws of physics as we know them. He glanced up and shot Naruto a glance. Your gravity seals are a perfect examples of this. They allow you to control the scale of the gravitational force without any consequence, without altering the amount of mass in the subject. Your Hiraishin is another perfect example, and yes, I do know about it, he responded as Naruto's mouth opened to ask the question. The moment you cracked the formula, Sensei sent me a letter. I'm really impressed you managed to get it to work. I could never get the thing down. So, have you gotten over your little problem using the jutsu yet? Naruto's eyes lit up as his memory in wave crashed back to him. In the spur of the moment to stop Geto, he had ignored the fact that he had used the Hiraishin without any negative consequences. He had been trying to bury the whole event within his mind. Since his ruthlessness disturbed him quite a bit, he hadn't just been brutal to Geto, he had destroyed him, in the proper use of the word. There was nothing left of his head after he had released his jutsu. It disturbed him that he had the capacity to do that to another human being. He shook the thoughts as he jumped to his feet. Oh yeah, I managed to use it in wave without any side effects. I finally did it. Good. Let's see it. Naruto smirked and flipped out one of the tri-pronged kunai Jiraiya had seen 100 times before. He tossed and embedded it into the bark of a tree, before disappearing in a flash of light. Even though he was expecting it, Jiraiya couldn't help but be surprised by the familiar yellow flash. The kid had truly done it. Naruto flashed him a look of triumph, before it morphed to horror. He bent over as he began to throw up the contents of his breakfast in an alarming amount of blood. Naruto! Jiraiya called as he was instantly at the boy's side. Oh, that did not feel good, he muttered as Jiraiya eased him away from the pile of vomit and settled him down against another tree. I don't get it, Naruto muttered as he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, I did it before. Why can't I do it again? Jiraiya was silent as he studied the blonde. He had seen this exact same reaction from Minato, when he had first attempted the jutsu, but the symptoms had been much worse. For once, his peeping tendencies paid off, for Tsunade had been chasing him down all day for taking one glance into the bathhouses. How was he supposed to know Shizune would be in there that day? Thankfully, she ignored his impending beatdown and focused on healing Minato's injuries. He had several lacerations across his chest and navel region, and severe cases of internal bleeding. Minato never told him what the issues had been, but the next time he attempted the jutsu, it went off without a hitch. I have a couple ideas. For now, let's call it a da. Why and meet back at Training Ground 7 tomorrow? No, Sensei, I can push past it. We were just getting to the good part. Don't end it now. He was just so eager to learn and prove himself, that Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. Relax, kid. You got me for the next few days, until Kakashi returns. I have some plans laid out for us, but we have plenty of free time to go over the intricacies of Fuinjutsu. Naruto wanted to argue, but hung his head in defeat. Cheer up. I think I might have a way to help fix your problem. Naruto shot up at that and gave him his undivided attention. It is going to require some major paperwork and persuasion, but I'm sure Sensei would let me take a gander at the Forbidden Scroll, especially for this. What's in there that could help us? The Nadime's original notes on the jutsu. He was the one that designed the seal, but the Yondaime was the one who perfected it. I think his original seal formula should help us. Naruto seemed embarrassed as he lifted the sleeve of his left arm and revealed a small storage seal on his left shoulder. He pressed his chakra into the marking and a medium-sized blue scroll materialized from the seal. He blushed heavily as he handed it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya seemed confused as he opened it and begun reading over it. His eyes widened and he shot Naruto a glare when he realized what it was. Would you care to explain how you have this in your possession? Did Gigi happen to tell you how I managed to pass the Genin exam? You mean how you were foolishly tricked by that traitor of a teacher? Yes, he informed me. Yuto squirmed under his gaze as he shuffled his feet. I may have copied one or more things other than the Kage Bunshin as I was looking it over. Jiraiya sent him a scowl as he continued looking over the scroll. Sure enough, it was a perfect copy of all of the Nadime's notes on the Hiraishin, including his original seal formula. Does the Hokage now that you have this? Jiraiya asked, although he already knew the answer. No, I just saw the formula and it reminded me of the Hiraishin. I had limited time, so I just decided to copy it for later. I was going to tell him, eventually after I completed the jutsu. He nearly whispered the last of his response. Jiraiya sighed as he rolled up the scroll. I don't think I need to say how dangerous it would be if this fell into the wrong hands. And you thought it would be best to keep it on your body. Better than keeping it under the floorboards in my room, Naruto murmured. Now that's fair enough. I should be reprimanding you for this, but what's done is done. You know why you shouldn't have done it, and we'll leave it at that. For now, I say we should use this to get ahead with the Hiraishin. Can we please start now? I'm already doing better, see. Indeed, the boy did seem to be back to his upbeat, energetic self. Whatever had been troubling Minato clearly wasn't affecting him the same way. Alright, fine, but if I say stop, we stop. Agreed, Naruto chimed. Good, now tell me what differences you've found between the two. Besides the shape, most of the formula is the same. There are bits and pieces that are different. But the only major difference is segments that deal with identifying the user. Have you ever tried performing the technique with the Nadime's version of the seal? Was all the response he needed. He sighed as he motioned towards the ink and paper he had set on the ground. Let's see what you can do, kid. I want you to copy down the Nadime's version onto the paper. Once it's done, I'll have you test it out and we'll go from there. You got it. I won't disappoint you, Naruto said with a salute as he got to work on the ground. Jiraiya chuckled as he stared back at the eel of vomit and blood that was already attracting flies. Oh, he had a few ideas for what were causing this all right. He just hoped they weren't as severe as he thought. Jiraiya closed his eyes as familiar scent of the beech trees surrounding Konoha tickled his senses. The sound of dirt and gravel crunching beneath their feet was overshadowed by the excited chatting of the children around him. Two of his students marched ahead of him, casually chatting about the success of their latest mission, while his third pupil marched alongside him. The boy squinted in irritation as he fiddled with the bandages for a cut along his right arm. If you wouldn't mind, sensei, I was hoping we could pick up the pace towards the village. Oh, what's the rush, Hiashi? Jiraiya lazily replied. I wish to return to the clan compound as quickly as possible. My Kaden still needs some work, and I want to ask Hisashi to spar with me before he heads out with his own team. The young Hyuga heir scowled as he stared at his light injury. My rotation was too slow in the start-up. That bandit's knife should have never gotten through my guard. Oh please, the dark-haired girl in front of him scoffed. Why? Oh, you just want to get back so you can spy on Hitomi practicing in the gardens again. Any irritation held by the boy seemed to vanish instantly, as it was replaced by embarrassment. The normally reserved D-boy lost all composure as his face turned beet red, and he began nervously tapping his fingers together. I don't know what you're talking about, he muttered. The young heiress to the Uchiha clan smirked at the boy's heel turn in personality. Turning around, Makoto marched up to him and poked him in the forehead. You can't fool me, lover boy. I bet you even follow her around outside your clan grounds. I think sensei is starting to rub off a little too much on you. Gee, that's not true, he adamantly denied as he shook his head. However, his burning blush seemed to counter his claims. Their sensei and other teammate chuckled at Hiyashi's embarrassment, as they watched Makoto stride forward and wrap her arm around Hiyashi's shoulder. Leaning in close to his ear, she whispered, "Hit him. I-chan really is elegant when she trains, isn't she, Hiyashi? It's almost like she's dancing as she weaves across the water. The way she bends her body, all while she's drenching wet. Her clothes just sticking to her figure. Stop. Stop it." The boy flustered as images raced through his mind, and he brushed her off, clamping his hands over his ears. Makoto erupted in laughter at the Hyuga air. It was just too easy. All she had to do was mention her name, and the pale boy would become paralyzed with embarrassment. As the last few chuckles escaped her, her eyes softened a bit and she placed a hand on his shoulder. "Kidding aside, you really need to just man up and talk to her, Hiyashi. Who knows, if you take too long, someone else may come along and snatch her up." I can't," he murmured as he twiddled his thumbs. Makoto sadly smiled at his shy demeanor, before another toothy grin sneaked its way across her face. She gave him a light slap across the back. "That's okay, Hiyashi-kun. I'll just do it for you." "What? No. Makoto-chan, please don't." Their sensei and blonde teammate snickered as they watched the boy's frantic response. The Hyuga heir's head whipped in their direction with a look of hurt irritation. Minato. Stop laughing. Don't you dare tell her either." "I'm sorry, Hiyashi, but I'm afraid I agree with Makoto. You should just go up and talk to her. You never know what may happen." Minato calmly replied with a supportive smile. "You're just agreeing with her because she's best friends with Kushina," he rebuked as he pointed an accusing finger at him. Minato calmly shook his head. "Not true. I don't need to score brownie points with Makoto-chan. I just happen to agree with her right now. You know I'm more than willing to call her out if I don't agree with nothing she says or if she does something stupid." Makoto sent him a short glare for his last comment, before flashing Hiyashi a smug smirk, raising two fingers in a sign of victory. Minato's lip twitched, head upward with the hint of a mischievous smile. He just couldn't help himself. Like how she stalked Kushina's teammate, Fugaku, for 3 hours last Thursday. Makoto stopped dead in her tracks and locked up. The lightest blush crept to her face, and Hiyashi started to grin as the spotlight was shifted away from him. "Oh ho, I never thought I'd see the day," Jiraiya barked with laughter, before ruffling his student's hair. "Little Makoto-chan finally interested in boys. I was beginning to worry you'd never shake that tomboyish attitude of yours. Now, why haven't we heard about this strapping, young lad before?" Makoto ignored her teacher as she fixed Minato with a frigid glare. To his credit, Minato didn't flinch and stared calmly right back into her flaring Sharingan. Her red eyes were most enchanting as the two tomos spun wildly around her pupil. "How do you know about that? Even Kushina doesn't know," she growled, as her fists began clenching and unclenching back and forth. "Really? I'm surprised. You two seem to share everything." Ignoring the air of malice directed solely at him, Minato smiled as he leaned in towards her face. "Well, it wouldn't be fair to leave her out of the loop now, would it?" Without waiting for her response, Minato turned on a dime and shot off down the dirt road. "Minato Namikaze, don't you dare," she roared as she raced after him. Jiraiya Chuck L. Ed and Hiyashi roared with laughter as they watched the Uchiha heir trying her hardest to keep up with her teammates' prodigal speed. "Brilliant, Minato. Simply brilliant," Hiyashi cheered as he watched. The clouds of dust left in their path grow further and further away. "Sensei, remind me to thank him later. I finally have something to hold over her head." "No problem," Jiraiya smirked before placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. "But now that we're alone, I'm also very curious about this Hitomi-chan of yours. You haven't sneaked a peek with your Byakugan, have you?" Hiyashi's blush returned full force as he suddenly found himself cornered once again. He nervously glanced in the direction of his teammates before shouting, Hey guys. Wait for me." Jiraiya chuckled as the cloud of dust raced away from him, and continued at his leisurely pace back towards the village. It was the small moments like this that made being a sensei again really worth it. The playful bickering, The youthful innocence. It was a much-needed respite from their normal line of work. He smiled and closed his eyes as he basked in the warmth of the summer sun. These were the moments he loved the most. All finished. An excited voice rang out, dispelling him from his daydream. Jiraiya shot one-eyed glance at the blond boy sitting a few feet away from him. He glanced up at the sun and was slightly surprised. It had barely been half an hour. Jiraiya let out a yawn as he stood up and began to stretch. After cracking his neck, he walked over to inspect the boy's hard work. Naruto rubbed at the callus forming on his finger from gripping the brush too hard as he anxiously waited for the man's response. This was his big chance to impress an actual seal master, and he really wanted to make it count. Jiraiya was silent as he gazed over the design. He had to admit, the kid had talent. While he never fully understood the workings of the Hiraishin's design, he knew what should and shouldn't be present. The boy had used almost every square inch of parchment available on the scroll. It seemed more like the scrawling of a madman than an intricate cipher, but that was just the nature of the art. Naruto shifted his feet as he waited for the man's response. Would he be impressed? Finally, Jiraiya nodded and stared back at him. His heart rate picked up as Jiraiya smiled and said, "Not bad." "Not bad at all." Naruto perked up at the compliment and returned the smile. "Now, let's see what you can do with it. Infuse the seal with chakra and minimize the design," Jiraiya ordered. He simply nodded and retook his place back in front of the scroll. He ran through 8 hand signs, before hovering his right palm above the wet ink. "Recede," he whispered. The ink flashed once before the letters raced across the page, weaving in and out of other lines of code, until they settled into the familiar shape of the Nadime's Hiraishin seal. The bulk of the code rested within the circle of the design, and the rest, which regarded transmitting the signal to the user's mind, lay within the lines that arched out from the circle like spider legs. "Nice job. Everything seems to match up with the Nadime's notes, so I think you're good to go. Give it a shot whenever you're ready." Naruto nodded and picked up the scroll. He set out to the center of the field and placed it on the ground, before jogging back to Jiraiya's side. He closed his eyes as he let his chakra spread out into the surrounding area. His perspective of the world shifted, as everything turned grayscale. He noted the familiar yellow glow emanating from the 2 kunai sitting in his pouch. However, he was surprised as he reached out to the Nadime's design and was overcome by a completely different sensation. Unlike the bright feeling of the others, this one felt darker and released a blue glow. It wasn't hostile by any means, just foreign. It reminded him of a river cascading down the mountainside. Naruto hesitantly let his chakra reach out and take hold of the seal. And immediately something felt wrong. Something just wasn't clicking into place as it did with the other seals. He could feel his chakra lingering in the activation code, but something seemed to be fighting him. He had a little experience of this when he used the Yondaime's seal, but never to this extent. However, he could still tell he could force the jutsu if he tried. Something in his gut was telling him not to do it, but it would be a waste to come this far and not at least make an attempt. He squashed down the feeling, and forced his chakra through anyway, activating the seal. As Jiraiya watched the boy disappear, he was a little surprised to note that, this time, there was no flash of light. His curiosity was short-lived and quickly morphed into horror. As Naruto reappeared over the new seal, immediately followed by an eruption of blood, splattering in every direction. Naruto's eyes were wide in shock and what blood was left in his body suddenly felt ice cold. He barely even registered Jiraiya calling out his name, as he looked down at the gaping hole in his stomach. He felt the sting of something rising in his throat and he let out a wrenching, blood and mucus-filled cough before his knees buckled under him, falling flat onto his face. Jiraiya was kneeling next to the boy in an instant, completely ignoring the puddle of blood that was no doubt staining his pants. Jiraiya paled as he stared through the boy's abdomen at the blood-stained grass on the other side. This was even worse than when Minato had tried it. When recounting his first time attempting the jutsu, Minato had told him he had dealt with internal bleeding after the attempt, but those results were nowhere near this extreme. Shit, he swore under his breath as he began racing through hand signs. You didn't serve on the same team as the world's leading expert in medical ninjutsu without picking up a thing or two. Jiraiya was obviously nowhere near her level, but he would have to do for now. He couldn't move the boy to a hospital out of fear of dislodging what few organs remained in his body. On the other hand, the boy was likely to bleed out if he stayed here, and probably soon. No matter what he decided to do, his first priority was simply keep the boy's heart pumping. With his hands bathed in a soothing, green aura, he began reaching towards the boy's chest. Just as his fingers made contact with the skin, Jiraiya was taken aback as an ominous feeling washed over him. On the corner of what was left of Naruto's stomach, the tip of a dark marking began to glow, before orange. Bubbling chakra began to erupt and spread across his body. Jiraiya cursed and quickly retracted his hands as the toxic chakra made contact with his skin. Despite the burning sensation on his hand, Jiraiya watched in fascination the dark chakra poured into the gaping wound and began regenerating the boy's organs right in front of his eyes. The bottom of his lungs grew back first, followed shortly by his digestive system. He could literally see the tissue and veins reconnecting throughout the body, as muscles laced together, covering the new organs. A creaking sound filled his silence as Naruto's ribs painfully rematerialized over his lungs. Naruto thrashed for several minutes, before the skin was finally sewn back together. As he settled down, the familiar mark of the Kyuubi's seal glowed once more. Before the orange chakra dissipated into the air, Naruto's eyes shot open. He took in one violent gasp of air, before he began coughing up blood all over his face. Jiraiya quickly flipped the boy over, ignoring his stinging hands, to prevent him from choking. The sage placed a gentle hand on the boy's back as the blonde began heaving all of the ground. Tears stung Naruto's eyes as his body tried to dispel whatever blood and tissue was lingering in his system. After 23 minutes, he finally stopped coughing, but continued to shiver as his hands tore into the dirt. Jiraiya reached into his bag, pulled out a small red ball, and held it in front of Naruto's mouth. "It's a blood pill. Chew this and swallow. I don't even want to know how much blood you just lost. And unless you want to go into shock, I'd recommend eating this." Naruto simply nodded without a word and weakly took the medicine from his hand. He softly chewed the bitter pill, before swallowing it with a shudder. He panted as he finally tried to gather the energy to form words. His throat burned as he forced out, "That really sucked." Jiraiya patiently let the boy take his time, as he helped him to his feet. The boy almost lost his footing on the puddle of blood that had accumulated around him, and latched onto Jiraiya's arm for support. Naruto made no attempt to complain when the elder man eased the boy into his arms and began carrying him away. Jiraiya moved as carefully as he could over to the tree line, before leaning the boy against a trunk in the shade. "That was so much worse than any other time I've tried it." He panted as he weakly looked up at Jiraiya. Jiraiya made no response as his mind raced over what he had seen. No doubt about it, that had been the Kyuubi's chakra. Jiraiya had been out of the village during the Kyuubi attack and had never experienced it firsthand. After he had finally felt its presence in person, he could easily understand why some of the weaker-minded villagers would be terrified by the boy's presence. "Well, are you just going to keep standing there or tell me what the hell I did wrong?" the boy asked with a smirk. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. The kid just didn't know when to stay down. He knelt to one knee and pointed at his stomach. "Kid, I don't think you fully comprehend how lucky you are that you're a Jinchuriki. If it weren't for the fox's chakra, I'm not sure I would have been able to keep you alive if I tried to cart you off to a hospital." "About damn time. He was useful for something," Naruto croaked. "I wouldn't quite say that. In fact, if I'm right, he's been helping you for a long time now." Naruto shot him a look with one eye. "The hell do you mean? You've been using the Hiraishin for how long now?" 4 years. "And with every attempt, you've been blowing chunks afterwards, correct?" Naruto nodded as he rubbed his stomach. "Yeah, What's your point? The fox has been saving your ass from death for years now. If I'm correct, and I'm almost certain I am, I know what the problem is, and how you're going to fix it. Stop building up the drama already. Tell me, tell em, he cried out, before he curled Ed over and entered another coughing fit. Easy, Jiraiya said as he placed his hand on his shoulder, your body is still reeling from that whole fiasco. You literally just regenerated over a third of your internal organs. They are going to be softer than before, and need time to develop until they are back to normal. You need some time to recover, and let your lungs work out any lingering blood. I'll recover later. This, way more important. Jiraiya chuckled as he sat down next to him. You've got fire, kid, I'll give you that. Alright, you want the explanation. Well, here it goes. Simply put, the seal backfired on you. Naruto was silent as guilt crept into his voice. But I copied it straight from the scroll. Did I make some mistake? No, you copied it perfectly. However, the problem isn't with the design of the scroll, it's with you. The words felt like a slap to the face. After all this time and efforts, he was still doing something wrong. He had always presumed as much. But hearing it from someone else made it feel worse. What do you mean? Let's start from the beginning. Remember when I told you how something similar happened to the Yondaime after he first attempted the jutsu? Yeah, well afterwards, he went back and pored over the formula for months. The next time he showed it to me, I was surprised he had changed it into a different shape. For years, I've always figured he had made some mistake in copying the original formula and later modified it to suit his needs, but now I see he completely rewrote it altogether. Hand me one of your kunai. Naruto shifted his position against the tree, and grunted as he reached into his pouch. He pulled out one of the tri-pronged kunai and handed it to Jiraiya. Let's talk about how the jutsu works. When compared to the replacement jutsu, the Hiraishin is considered superior since it requires nothing in exchange and happens instantaneously. From what I can gather, it works by linking directly to the user's chakra and transporting everything in contact with it to the designated marker. For it to keep hold of the person, it needs to anchor down on a certain point of the user's body. He paused as he pointed at Naruto's stomach. For most people, their largest center of chakra happens to reside in their stomach and navel regions. This goes especially for you, considering what you have sealed there. I thought chakra was created in the heart. That's right, but that doesn't mean it's stored there. That would create a nasty build-up of pressure that would eventually cause the heart to pop. Instead, the body stores chakra similarly to how it stores fat. It is spread in cavities all over the body, and the largest of these is located around the stomach. Jiraiya paused as he pointed at the seal on the kunai. The jutsu works by linking the user and the seal through the largest concentration of chakra. As tired as Naruto was, he fought to stay alert. He had waited 4 years for this explanation, and he was not going to miss it due to a little exhaustion. Okay, but what does that Havido do with the whole? Getting there. Now, when the jutsu is activated, a tether is created between the largest concentration of chakra in the body and the seal. This anchor serves as the starting point of the jutsu, and connects to the body's chakra system before it activates. My guess is that when you force the jutsu to activate, there is an error causing the anchor to momentarily disconnect, which causes the area of your body that was connected to disappear into whatever void you cross when you use the technique. So, in summary, every time you have used the technique, a hole has been torn inside you. Thankfully, your Uzumaki lineage and the Kyuubi rapidly work to heal any damage left behind. Jiraiya paused as he inspected the kunai in his hand. Now, the reason this keeps happening is because the seal just wasn't designed with someone like you in mind. Naruto felt his heart break as his mind instantly made a connection. Of course it was because of the Kyuubi. It just had to go out of its way to torment his life. It was just his luck that he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. Just because of the stupid fox's presence. So it really is the fox's fault, he murmured. I didn't say that. It actually has nothing to do with the fox. Naruto snapped his head up. I thought you just said it wasn't designed with a Jinchuriki in mind. Those weren't my words. I said it wasn't designed with you in mind. Simply put, I believe each Hiraishin symbol is coded to work with only their creator's chakra specifically. Realization flooded through Naruto as everything started to fall into place. So you're saying it's just not built to work for anyone else? That's right. The Rei, Sun Yu and the Yondaime reacted so horribly to using the original design was because the Nadaime had coded it to his own specific chakra signature. We both know how specific seals have to be to work perfectly. If anything is different other than as intended, it can lead to some nasty side effects. The Yondaime must have figured this out, and created his own version of the technique that would work with his own chakra network. As Naruto tossed this information around, a new thought struck Jiraiya, causing him to chuckle before bursting out laughing. Oh, Minato, you massive dork. Naruto only deadpanned at the man's sudden burst of hysterics. What's so funny? Jiraiya's smile stretched across his face, as he leaned in and said, I hate to shatter the illusion for you kid, but the truth is, the Yondaime was a giant nerd. No, Naruto gasped. Oh, big time. He was even more of a bookworm than you are, and he spread his interests far outside of just Fuinjutsu. He got worse as he grew older. It was rare that you would ever find him without his face buried in a book. He was also a massive lover of fantasy. Speaking of which, he also had a flash for the theatrics, no pun intended. I just realized that the Nadaime's version of the jutsu didn't include the yellow flash of light, which means Minato must have added it in when he created the jutsu to try and look cooler. Jiraiya laughed again as Naruto covered his ears. Stop it. You're ruining my childhood. You think that's bad? You should have heard some of the names he came up with for techniques. I think my personal favorite was the spiraling flash super round dance howl style 3. Why you're making that up? Wanna bet? That was just one of the shorter ones. I have pages of these things written down somewhere. Naruto was mortified as shining image of his hero in his mind was now replaced with a blonde man with giant glasses waving at him behind a book. No. Damn you Jiraiya-sensei. Why did you have to ruin that for me? After settling down, he returned his thoughts to the sudden burst of information. Finally, he knew what the problem was. He wasn't performing the jutsu incorrectly. It was that the seal just wasn't designed for his chakra. Wait, if they both aren't made to work with my chakra signature, how come the Nadaimes caused a more violent reaction than the Yondaimes? Who knows? It cool. Be anything from the Yondaime's version just being more compatible by nature or that you have a similar chakra signature to him. Naruto seemed to accept this answer, and Jiraiya let out an inner sigh of relief. Honestly, it was very close to the second option. Even though they were father and son, their chakra signatures were not quite the same. They were certainly close, but apparently not enough to satisfy the seal's layout. If it weren't for their familial connection, the seal would have reacted just as badly as the Nadaimes had. While the malfunction was much less severe with Minato's design, Naruto would never be able to utilize the technique to its true potential while using his father's seal. As if reading his mind, Naruto muttered, so basically, I have to create my own version of the Hiraishin if I want to use it as effectively as he did. Bingo. Naruto let out a smile and started to get back up. Whoa, what do you think you're doing? What do you think? Let's get started now, he exclaimed, right as he lost his balance and leaned against the trunk. Kid, that is not just something you finish overnight. Hell, you'd be lucky to get it done within 5 months at the minimum. This isn't just as simple as restructuring a seal to fit your needs. You'd be building it from the ground up, and that involves planning out a new shape and structures, which kanji to keep and change. And even which stroke size to get it correct. Naruto shot him a weak smile as he tried to push himself off the ground. Then let's stop wasting time. Jiraiya snorted as he reached his fingers out and tapped the boy in the forehead. Naruto's eyes drooped and sleep finally enveloped him as fell backwards. Jiraiya gently caught him and slung him over his shoulders. I think that is enough action for one day. He chuckled as he hoisted himself up. It had certainly been productive. Sure, the boy had nearly died, certainly wasn't going to mention that to Sensei, but he would bounce back better from the experience. For years now, he could never solve what the problem was. Now that he was aware, Jiraiya was sure he would pour his heart and soul into the project until it was complete. He then began the hike back towards the village. The sun was setting by the time he reached the Hokage monument. As he stood on top of the stone heads, he took a minute to admire the village bathed in the orange light of the setting sun. He felt the younger boy snuggle into his back and shot him a smile. He certainly wouldn't be thanking him if he knew where he was taking him. If he was anything like his mother. He despised hospitals. With a soft chuckle, he began the long trek down the stone staircase to the village. He would need his rest, for they were far from done. Jiraiya had rented him out for only a few more days. Before he had to hand him back to Kakashi. It would be a couple more weeks after that before he could spend time with his godson again. As fun as this time was, he had his own missions to do. Sensei had all but ordered him to return early, and he would eventually need him to crack down and get to work. "I got it," the young boy cried as he raced towards the door. "Tai, wait for me to see who it is," a voice called from the kitchen. Ignoring his sister's warnings, he tore open the door and smiled at the masked man before him. "Whoa, hello again, Anbu-san," he greeted with a smile. Kitsune nodded at the young boy's enthusiastic greeting and glanced behind him. "Is your sister here by chance?" "Right here," a voice called from down the hallway. Ria came around the corner, wiping her hands on her apron as she approached the door to her apartment. "Can I help you, Kitsune-san?" she asked as she placed a protective hand on her brother's shoulder. "I just came by to update you on our last discussion," he said while glancing at the young boy. Ria's eyes widened, as she understood. "Tai, why don't you go watch some TV in our room? I'll call you once dinner is ready." "But why? I want to talk with the shinobi guy." He pouted as he crossed his arms. "Trust me, you'll only find it boring," she said as she ruffled his hair. "We're just talking about where you'll be starting school next year." "You mean it? Does that mean I get to go to the academy?" Her eyes flashed, but she held her tongue and said, "Maybe. We'll talk about it later." Ignorant of his sister's reaction, he waved at Kitsune before heading back down the hallway and entering the room he shared with his sister. "You know, it wouldn't be a bad idea to consider it," Kitsune said before she shot him a glare. "Over my dead body. He is never going anywhere near that school. I will not allow my brother to become a shinobi," she angrily whispered. "He seems quite passionate about it. He's 6. He's passionate about everything. Besides, he's too young to really understand what being a shinobi means." "I started even younger than that," he replied, "but that's not why I'm here." "Is there anywhere we can continue this conversation in private?" She angrily nodded and motioned him to follow her into the kitchen. She offered him a seat at the small table, as she placed the finishing touches to their dinner. Kitsune had been here once before, and it was still just as run down as it had been before. It was a small, cheap apartment with only 4 rooms, a tiny living room conjoined with the kitchen, a single bathroom, and a bedroom, which the siblings were forced to share. It wasn't the nicest apartment, but they certainly could do with far worse. After placing a lid on the boiling pot, she washed her hands and sat down at the table. "Now what did you find out?" "I traced along the path you described and came across the wreckage of the caravan. Just as you feared, you and your family were seemingly targeted by a group of shinobi." She clenched her fists as she stared at her lap. "Who was it?" "Unknown at the moment, but it appears as if your convoy was from Iowa," he replied. "Do you have any idea why they would target you?" She was quiet as she rubbed her head. "No, my family were simple traders. I really don't remember much of my early childhood. There's the occasional flash of mom and dad, but most of it is just blank." Kitsune was quietly processed this. She still adamantly seemed to believe her family had been traders. Perhaps her mother had taken up the craft while she was off duty with the children. Did you find anything regarding my older brother? Kitsune simply stared back at her, unresponsive. The Hokage had been explicit. Until they held all of the information, the children were to be kept on a need-to-know basis. No, from what I could tell, you two were split up during the final assault. Do you remember how you were separated? She shook her head. Not really. Whenever I think back to it, all I can remember is a flash of red and then everything goes dark. Kitsune became rigid at this comment. This confirmed his suspicions. It had been an Uchiha. After that, everything just goes fuzzy. The next thing I remember is being found by some leaf shinobi and being escorted to the village. He was silent as he digested this information. Just as he had feared, she seemed to be repressing most of the incident in her early life to consolidate the harsh reality of what she had seen. No one saw their mother being impaled and walked away from it unscathed. Ria, I know this may be hard to hear, but I believe it would be best if you were to seek psychological aid. Come again. Kitsune ignored her blunt comment and continued, as I was using my probe to look through your memories. I discovered the indicators that you are suffering from severe trauma. While you might not like to hear it, I believe you are repressing painful memories to save yourself from facing the reality of what happened. She was quiet as he reached his hand across the table and grabbed her fist. I saw what happened. That was a lot to take in for a child. She clenched her teeth as she stared back at his mask, but did not pull away from him. I am not some helpless little girl. No, you most certainly are not. I have been very impressed how hard you have been working to support yourself and your brother, but you were still just a child. Your mind was much more fragile than it is now. Well, how do you expect me to pay for psychiatric sessions? I won't waste my money on something as trivial as that. Quote, nor would I expect you to. Since it is part of an investigation, the village would be happy to cover the costs. I have an old connection with a Yamanaka named Inoichi. He is in charge of the information division of the village, and has several doctorates in psychology. I'm sure he would be happy to take some time out of his day to talk to you. I know I seem like a sign of weakness seeing a psychologist, but the first step of tackling a problem is admitting there is one. She was silent as her grip in his hand tightened. If you want to regain our memories and help us catch whoever was responsible, I truly think meeting with someone may be the best solution. I'll think about it. Good. That's all we can ask of you, he said as he released her hand. By the way, he said as he reached for his forearm, I stumbled across something I think you will be happy to see again. A tiny cloud of smoke erupted from his arm, and in his hand was a brown teddy bear. Her eyes widened in recognition and a blush formed across her face, as he handed it to her. Where in the world did you find this? This can't be the same bear I had as a kid, he said in awe as she inspected the knitting and patchwork of the previously decrepit old toy. I found it sitting in the mud out in Rain Country, he replied as he stood from the table. I had to wash it a few dozen times, restuff it, and sew it back together, but make no mistake, that is yours. She hid her excitement as she stuffed the small bear behind her back. Thank you, she muttered as she glared at the ground. Don't mention it. He knew from personal experience that even the tiniest strings to one's past could make a world of difference. Now, unless there is anything else, I have another appointment. She shook her head and offered to lead him to the door. As he left her apartment, he turned and said, a pleasure as always, Ria-san. If you or your brother have any questions or concerns, simply ask the shinobi office for me, and I will be happy to assist you. He gave her one last nod before he started dashing off towards the T&I department. He had a meeting to get to. Ria W. watched the blonde Anbu race across the village, and slowly shut the door behind him. She brought out the stuffed bear from behind her back, and quietly stared back at the cracked glass eyes. She soft L.Y. smiled as she rubbed her thumb across the worn material. Blank, underscore, blank. Nobody moved in the dark cell hidden beneath the village. The air was stale and dry, just like the stone walls that enclosed the room. 3 men stood silently in the darkness as they stared at the sleeping form of the man bound in chains. We had to trank him shortly before you arrived. He over here. One of the guards mentioned you were coming, and started thrashing wildly. He would have bit off his own tongue if he kept flailing like that, Ibiki commented, breaking the silence. Not a very pleasant fellow is he. Jiraiya mused as he knelt before the man. That's an understatement, Kitsune scoffed. I've lost count of how many obscenities he shouts at me on a daily basis. Jiraiya chuckled as he opened the prisoner's mouth and shined a flashlight down his throat. Sure enough, there was the seal right above his uvula. How fast does the seal react to a Yamanaka's presence? We haven't really done tests. But the moment a Yamanaka's jutsu attempts to enter his mind, the seal overrides the suppression tags on his chakra and forcefully activates his Kekkei Genkai. It doesn't matter if he's awake or asleep. They remained silent. As Jiraiya continued to inspect the Zaofu's seal, Jiraiya whistled at the sight of the chain-like patterns that wrapped around the triangular image. Iwa's seal core have been getting better. Jiraiya chuckled. How long do you think it'll take for you to break? Ibiki chimed in. Honestly, it depends, he responded as he reached into his bag. If I were to sit down and completely focus on nothing but this, I could probably have this cracked within a week or 2. However, I don't have that kind of time. He carefully eased a piece of paper into He Man's mouth and pressed it against the triangular seal. After a quick flash, he retracted his hand and stared down at the new image on the previously blank paper. I'll work on it in my free time. I'd give it to our blossoming new seal master to look over, but I think this is a little outside of his reach right now. Besides, he has his hands full as it is. With their work done, the 3 men exited the dark cell and made their way down the halls of the Anbu interrogation division. How was your conversation with the girl? Jiraiya asked. As expected, Kitsune replied, I recommended she speak with Inoichi. And she at least agreed to think it over. She still has no recollection of her past? Ibiki asked. None. From our first conversation, she revealed she actually believes her family was simple traders. She has no idea where she came from or of her lineage. Good, Jiraiya mused, unless she remembers it herself, I'd like to keep it that way. The last thing they needed was E-girl thinking it would be better to run from the village and make a break for Iwa. Any luck on our mystery assailants? Kitsune shook his head. Being limited to the village has impeded my progress. Once the Chunin exams are over, I presume I'll have much more luck identifying our targets. I intend to reach out to a contact in Kumo to see if he has any more information on the Anbu assassins. Ibiki nodded. And what of the masked individual? The Hokage has been silent on that matter, Kitsune growled. He and Danzo know something, yet they have declined to share their information with me. I'm sure they have their reasons. But it doesn't sit well with me either, Jiraiya said with a frown. Until they are willing to share, we are just going to have to solve this on our own. I've sent a message out to my contacts asking about the men. I'll let you 2 know if anything comes up. The 3 of them nodded as they went their separate ways. Jiraiya was silent as he exited the Anbu HEA quarters and made his way across the village. He ignored the bustling traffic and shouts of vendors as he headed towards the hospital. What are you hiding, old man? Blank. A few hours later, Jiraiya was patiently sitting in training ground 7 waiting for the blonde menace to arrive. He had been discharged from the hospital earlier that morning. Despite his injuries from the previous day, he was already bouncing around and back to perfect health. The Kyuubi truly was a wonder. Jiraiya couldn't say he had been surprised when he had entered Naruto's hospital room. Paper covered in seals were strewn everywhere, across the IVs, the chairs, and even the windows. Naruto sat in his bed with his brush in his teeth, muttering under his breath. In his right hand, he twirled one of the Yondaime's kunai, and the other was placed under his chin as he stared down at his latest batch of notes. I don't think you get the idea of taking it easy, do you? Jiraiya asked as he made his way towards the bed. Naruto simply nodded in his direction, never taking his eyes off of the paper in front of him. He continued to mutter as he made tiny notes here and there across the paper. "What part of later did you not understand?" Jiraiya asked as he swiped the paper from his hands. "Jiraiya-sensei, give that back," he cried as he flailed for the paper that was just out of reach. Jiraiya simply held one finger to the boy's head as he glanced at the boy's notes. As expected, the boy was already starting to design the new layout for the Hiraishin. "I need to get back to work. The sooner I redesign the seal, the sooner I can finally use the Hiraishin perfectly. Work, work, work. Is that all you do, kid?" Jiraiya had chuckled as he handed back the notes. The blonde had ranted on and on about his dream or something, to the point where Jiraiya simply zoned out. "Yada, yada, Hokage, yada, yada, Seal Master." He just didn't know when to stop. He had told him to collect his stuff and meet him at the training ground in a few hours, and they would get back to work. Speaking of which, just a minute before the set time, the blonde came bursting through the trees and stumbled into the clearing. I'm not late, am I?" he sputtered as he clambered onto his hands and knees. "No. Geez kid, relax a little." Jiraiya chuckled. Naruto let out a sigh of relief as he rushed himself off and made his way over to the Toad Sage. "Sorry, but you don't understand what Kakashi-sensei does to us if we're late." He shuddered as their one terrifying experience came flashing back to him. He hadn't been able to walk properly for 5 days. Jiraiya chuckled as he remembered the stories how harsh Kakashi used to be when he was in charge of Anbu. "I guess these kids finally gave him the wake-up call he needed." "Well, now that you're here, we can get back to business," he said as he took out a fresh piece of paper and placed it in front of them. "So, where are we starting with the Hiraishin seal?" Naruto asked as he bounced around. "We aren't," he replied, causing Naruto to deflate. "I told you, that is going to have to be something you figure out by yourself. It is going to be a seal that revolves entirely around you and how you work. If I'm involved in the process, my style may bleed into yours. I'm happy to voice my opinion here or there, but I'm not going to hold your hand. Some things in life need to be faced alone." Naruto was quiet as he digested these new comments. He may have agreed with the old coot, but he wished he hadn't been so blunt about it. Now, in the meantime, let's move on to something a bit more practical that will pay off sooner than working on the Hiraishin design. Naruto was shook out of his thoughts and watched as Jiraiya placed his hand above the piece of paper. He closed his eyes and placed his palm on the paper, and an instant later, the signature symbols for a simple storage seal sprung across the page. Naruto was confused. As Jiraiya raised his hand and smirked at him. "I don't get it. Was the seal just hidden in the page or something?" "Not at all. What you just witnessed is called marking. Tell me, what is the big Saint hindrance for Fuinjutsu users in combat? Having to alter or write up new seal tags to accommodate for the situation, or running out of pre-made tags?" Naruto replied while crossing his arms. "Correct. This is the main reason why most people ignore Fuinjutsu as a combat form. It is tedious to learn and can be difficult to accommodate on the battlefield. Now this was a problem for several generations, until a Fuinjutsu user stumbled upon a neat trick, which he learned from a young lord in Wind Country. The young lord had been given the full education of someone of his stature, which included a basic understanding of chakra. As he drenched through mountains of paperwork, he sought a way of cutting down time. Jiraiya smirked as he raised his palm. So he sought out a jutsu that could help him, and ended up creating his own. Jiraiya lowered his hand and created another storage seal next to the original one. He ended up finding a way of converting his chakra into ink. He then pushed his jutsu to the next level and found a way to shape the ink into whatever form he desired. Pleased with his discovery, he simply used the technique to cut down time by signing his name across his paperwork. Lucky for us, and the world, our Fuinjutsu wanderer saw another application for the technique. Naruto's eyes flashed, as he understood. You could convert the ink into the shape for seals. Right on the noggin. Although it wasn't his intention, the Lord accidentally invented the perfect jutsu for seal masters to apply seals on the battlefield. All they would need is a single touch, and they could apply seals wherever they want. They were no longer dependent on what they prepared ahead of time for a fight. Naruto bristled with excitement as all of the new possibilities raced through his mind. Now, there are some problems with the technique, Jiraiya said, catching his attention. The shape of the applied seal is only as good as the user's mental image of what he intends to create. Jiraiya pictured the seal he had seen earlier this morning as he placed his hand upon the page. The result was similar to the actual seal, but not quite perfect. There were bumps along the ink, and the triangle slightly bent to the left. As you can see, the technique is limited by the concentration and memory of the user. I would recommend only using this for seals that you truly have memorized by heart. We know how temperamental seals are if they aren't exactly right. The slightest mistake in the design, and it may end up backfiring on you. Naruto was quiet as he ran through which seals he truly had memorized. For right now, I'd stick with those gravity seals that you are so fond of. From what I've heard, you seem to use those enough that you should have a pretty good mental image of them by now. So what's the first step? Naruto asked as he straightened his back. Jiraiya smirked. The jutsu has only 2 hand signs, but once you use it enough, you won't even need them. It will become second nature to you. The first step involves converting your chakra to ink, and the second step is shaping the ink how you want it. Naruto nodded as copied his hand signs and got down to work. They barely even noticed how the time seemed to pass, as they solely focused on perfecting the technique. Jiraiya would be off in the shade glancing over the design from Iwa, and occasionally glance at the boy as he splattered the page with ink again and again. Blank, underscore, blank. Before they knew it, 3 days had passed. Jiraiya groggily headed out towards the field, chowing down on an apple. He was surprised to see the blonde already hard at work, surrounded by piles of paper. As he watched from the shade, he couldn't help but chuckle. Just look at him go. Minato had done exactly the same thing at his age. Though, to be fair, he also had Kushina joining him from time to time. When those two had put their heads together, there was almost no problem they couldn't solve. You two would have been so proud, he thought as the boy raised his arms and shouted in victory. He chuckled at the boy's little dance as he headed across the field. Getting anywhere, he called out. Naruto turned around and shot him a big grin. He picked up his latest attempt and shot across the field towards him. I did it. Look at it. The design is perfect, he exclaimed as he handed the slip of paper to Jiraiya. Sure enough, the gravity seal looked no different than if he had drawn it with a brush. All right, now let's see if it works, he commented as he took one last bite of his apple. He placed the tag on the fruit and set it on the ground. Naruto formed a hand sign, and the tag flashed white. He went down to pick up the apple, and smiled when he could barely lift it off the ground. Well done, and in only a few days too, he mused as he fondly slapped him on the back. All right, now what's next? Naruto asked excitedly. Geez kid, stop and smell the roses, Jiraiya chuckled, to be honest. That's about all I had planned for our few days together. Kakashi should be back later today or tomorrow, and then you'll be back with your team. Naruto deflated as he realized his time with the Seal Master was drawing to a close. He had been having too much fun talking with someone who could actually keep up with him, that he hadn't even noticed that their time had flown by. Isn't there anything else we can do? He asked as he shuffled his feet. Jiraiya softened his gaze and ruffled the boy's hair. The boy really needed to learn how to conceal his emotions. He was like an open book. He would have loved to spend more time with his godson, but they both had their own jobs to get back to. Don't look so glum kid. It doesn't suit you. I have one last thing planned for us before we're done. The old man wants me to check over the seals placed along the wall of the village, while I'm in town. An extra set of eyes will be appreciated. Now gather your stuff. We'll head out in a few minutes. Naruto nodded as he started collecting his things. After a few minutes, the two were heading back towards the village. Naruto was quiet as he stared down at the ground, trying to find the right words to say. "Don't worry, kid, this ain't the last you'll be seeing of me," Jiraiya said, breaking his train of thought. "You'll see me again sooner than you'd think, and we'll have more time than just a few days." "Really?" Quote, "Yep, just focus on making it through the Chunin exams in one piece. We'll have plenty of time afterwards to truly dig into some Fuinjutsu lessons." "Promise?" Naruto asked as he glanced up at the man. Jiraiya smiled as he stared back at him. "Promise." Sasuke was silent as they approached the village. Lee was having a rather loud conversation with Hinata, while Kakashi was trying to drown out the noise with his book. Their mission had been an absolute success, but his personal one had not. He glanced back to Hinata, who, in his opinion, was being impressively patient with the hot-headed boy and cheerfully chatted back. He had tried to bring up the issue regarding her cousin more than once over the course of their trip, but she would shut him down every time. Eventually, he decided to drop the issue in fear of pushing her too far. He resigned to letting the blonde deal with it once they got back. Talking to people wasn't exactly his forte anyway. However, it did sting a bit more than he would like to admit, that she seemed to open up to Naruto rather than him. Soon, the familiar, looming walls came into view. The white siege walls of the CITY stretched all around the village borders as far as the eye could see. As the group grew closer, they each noticed two small dots sitting about halfway up the stone structure. The closer they got, the more defined the dots became, until Sasuke sighed and recognized the frame of his teammate and the old man he had been saddled with. Even before they reached the wooden gates, they could hear the voices of the two shouting back and forth at each other. "No, no, no. The chakra detection seal goes over the hexagonal integrity seal. I got it. Fine, you're right. It made sense the first time you explained it. Then stop placing them under the integrity seals. It's not like I'm trying to on purpose. They look too similar to the, which were these again?" "I already told you, it's the reverse climbing seal. It prevents enemy shinobi from using their chakra to walk up the wall." "That's a terrible name. Why not call it the anti-sticking seal or anti-invader seal?" 1. Those are too vague. 2. I didn't come up with the names. And 3. Stop complaining and just focus on getting them in the right order. "Maybe I could if you'd stop yelling at me for a minute." "Maybe I would if you didn't keep messing up." Sparks flew between their eyes as they drew face to face. Neither wanted to back down as the two growled at the other's stubbornness. "I hope it hasn't been like this the entire time we've been gone," Kakashi called up from gate. Naruto looked down and completely forgot about his feud with the old sage due to the welcome sight before him. A smile split apart his face as he raced down the side of the wall. "You're back," he exclaimed as he slammed into the ground. "How did it go? Did you get to fight a lot of bad guys?" "Very good to see you as well, Naruto," Kakashi chuckled. "The mission was a total success. I'm sure Sasuke and Hinata would be thrilled to catch you up." Quote, "Not much happened," Sasuke said with a shrug as Naruto faced him. "We didn't really need any ninjutsu. There were only about 30 of them, and we made quick work of them." Naruto nodded before glancing at the boy in green spandex behind him. "Oh, hey, and you are Naruto. My name is Rock Lee. I am very pleased to meet you." Lee cut in as he raced forward and started vigorously shaking his hand. "Your youthful teammates have told me much about you, Naruto-kun. I hope we can blossom into beautiful friends." Naruto could barely keep up with the green-clad boy, who talked a mile a minute. He was seriously worried about the boy ripping his arm off. It's nice to meet you too, Lee. I'm sure we'll be good friends." "Yosh!" he exclaimed while striking his victory pose. He flashed him a blinding smile as Kakashi coughed to catch their attention. "Lee, I appreciate you lending a hand. And I'm sure Hinata and Sasuke feel the same. I know you're dying to get back to your training," so you're free to head out and meet up with Guy if you wish. Lee's eyes sparkled as he hugged the man around the waist. Kakashi squirmed as Lee shouted, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Truly, you are as insightful and considerate as Guy-sensei claims you to be." Lee released him and gave a salute, before turning back to the snickering team. "It was nice meeting you all. I hope we will clash in youthful combat during the Chunin exams. I wish you all the best of luck." With that, he tore off into the village, heading straight off towards the training grounds. Guy-sensei would really lay into him if he had slacked off in any way during his trip. He was already behind on his weekly 1,000 laps around the village. Naruto simply stared at the retreating dust cloud. That had been interesting. Sasuke leaned in and asked, "Remind you of anyone?" "What do you mean?" "You know. Very loud, super passionate, loves a hideous color. Ring any bells?" "Hardy har," he dryly replied. "Was he really like that the entire time?" "You have no idea," Kakashi sighed, "his sensei's even worse." Naruto shivered at the thought. Before Lee's final words clicked in his head. Wait, did he say he was entering the Chunin exams too? "Yeah, he did, and I really hope we get to challenge him and his team," Sasuke said with a smile. "That guy, despite how ridiculous he looks and acts, he's strong," Sasuke replied while shaking his head. "Very strong. And fast. Maybe even faster than you." Now that lit a fire under his stomach. Naruto grinned at the prospect, and really hoped they indeed met again during the exams. Sasuke was glad he had mentioned Lee's team. It reminded him that he had something he wanted to discuss with the blonde. "Hey Dobi," he started to whisper, but he was cut off as a light bulb went off in Naruto's head. He raced past Sasuke up to Kakashi and Hinata, and exclaimed, "Sensei! You won't believe it. I finally figured out what's wrong with the Hiraishin." Everyone was silent as the gravity of what he had said sunk in. "Really?" Hinata asked in awe. "Naruto-kun, that's wonderful. Well, that certainly is good news. Glad to hear your time with Jiraiya turned out to be fruitful." Sasuke shoved Neji out of his mind as he intently listened to the blonde regale his tale of how he figured out the issue. He could bring up Hinata's cousin at another time. As the blonde rambled on, Jiraiya smirked at him from up on the wall. "One-track mind all right," he muttered as Naruto spread out his hands to illustrate the blood splattering everywhere. Nostalgia flooded through him as he began to see the ghosts of his past lay over the current Team 7. Honestly, the old man was just toying with him when he set up this team. He laid his gaze on Kakashi, and they shared a short glance. He had done a good job with these kids. They were almost out of his hands now, but he should have nothing to regret. They were turning out just fine. Jiraiya placed the finishing touches on the wall's seals, and gave Kakashi one last nod before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Kakashi had received his message loud and clear. Naruto was his again, at least for a little while. He smiled as he turned back as Naruto excitedly chatted how he would have to create a whole new seal array. Blank. Blank. The next 2.5 weeks flew by faster than they would have thought. Reunited, Team 7 tackled back-after-back C-rank missions in order to fulfill their necessary quota. They tackled more bandits, protected caravans, apprehended a wanted fugitive, and even retrieved an ostrich. Finally, after all of their hard work, they stood in front of the designated building for the first trial of the Chunin exams. Anyone else got a weird mix of nervous and excited? Naruto asked, to which the others nodded as they stared at the door. Kakashi had prepped them one final time the previous day, but did not wish them good luck. They didn't need it. Though they were anxious, the prospect of truly testing themselves thrilled them to no end. Each of them had worked incredibly hard to reach this point, and this was where it all was going to pay off. As a unit, they entered the building. Blank. After ignoring the two Chunin trying to dissuade other examinees, they entered the exam room and felt a little anxious as more than half of the people in the room turned to stare at them. Naruto stared over the heads of the applicants throughout the room. He didn't know there would be this many people. There were teams from all over. He easily recognized the headbands for the hidden sand, rain, grass, and waterfall villages scattered throughout the room. There was even a new symbol that he didn't recognize in the shape of an eighth note. As his gaze wandered to the back of the room, he was shocked when he recognized an unexpected symbol. Cloud sent people this year. Naruto whispered to Sasuke. I thought Kakashi-sensei said Suna was the only other major hidden village to send representatives. Looks like they decided to send a team or two. Sasuke muttered as he noticed 6 total cloud headbands across the room. He was sizing them up as he was knocked forward. A pair of arms wrapped around his neck, as a voice murmured, Sasuke-kun. You're late. Didn't anyone ever teach you it's rude to keep a girl waiting? Ino, please get off Sasuke. You're embarrassing everyone present, Shikamaru groaned as he and Choji walked up to the group. It's just been a while. It's like you guys just disappeared off the face of the earth, she purred. She either didn't notice Sasuke's disgusted stare or she ignored it, as she turned to Hinata. Hinata-chan, I never thought you would be so crafty. Sneaking off with Sasuke-kun all for yourself, Ino teased as she winked at her shy friend. Please don't say things like that, she uttered as she forced herself from twiddling her thumbs. I think Sasuke-kun would prefer it if you were to let him go, Ino. Ino released her grip on Sasuke and walked up to Hinata. She got face to face with her and seemed to be inspecting her over. There was the ever-expected blush, but Ino noted Hinata was holding herself up better than she had before. Well, look at you, Hinata-chan. I'm so proud of you. Finally come out of your shell. I was beginning to wonder if you would ever stop getting so embarrassed. There are still some traces, but we can work on those later, she said with a smile as she hugged her friend. Hinata smiled back as she returned the hug. Ino stepped away and seemed glanced her up and down as she circled her. Still wearing those bulky clothes, I see. We'll get you out of those yet. Maybe into something a little more revealing. Something that shows off the shoulders, Ino teased with a wink. Ino, Hinata pleaded as a new blush formed on her face. There it was. Ino chuckled as she saw more of the Hinata that she used to know. She was happy Hinata had made some major steps forward, but she couldn't help poking the buttons she knew would always work. Ino pig, stop teasing Hinata. I'm sure she doesn't find it as funny as you, a new voice called out. The group turned around to see Team 8 standing in the doorway. Sakura stood in the center, flanked by Kiba and Shino. Kiba held his ever-cocky grin, as he smirked at the group. As usual, Akamaru sat comfortably on his head and yipped his greetings to the other genin. Shino was silent as ever, surveying the group with a cool indifference. Sasuke gave him a OD, which the boy was pleased to return. Sakura stood with her hands on her hips as she shot Ino a reprimanding look. It's okay, Sakura, I know she isn't trying to be mean, Hinata said, trying to dissolve the situation. Well, look at you, forehead girl. Gotta say, love the new outfit. Somehow, even you are making it work. Sakura had embraced her sensei wholeheartedly, and modeled herself after her new influence. Her outfit and her sensei's were almost identical, aside from the red being replaced with a pink shade similar to her hair. I guess I'll take the compliment. Coming from you, she replied, before smiling at the rest of the group. It's so nice to see everyone again. I see I'm not the only one who had a wardrobe change, she commented as she gave Naruto a look up and down. Like it, Naruto said as he spun and showed off his navy shirt. I got it as a gift after graduation. They're just so comfy and light. They're not orange, but I guess they're still pretty cool. Quote, looks good on you. Glad to finally see you in something other than orange, Kiba said as he glanced him over. Who were they from? Naruto stopped as he raised a finger to his chin. You know, I never really found out. They just left the package on my door and left. Sasuke noticed Hinata seemed nervous for some reason, as she looked away and twiddled her thumbs. Sakura turned to Sasuke and simply offered him a nod, which greatly surprised him. She had changed more than her outfit, it appeared. It was an appreciated change of pace. My, Nothing but gossip from you rookies. Keep that up, and the other teams are going to start to think you'll be easy pickings, a voice said as a new person approached the group. The genin turned and stared at the new arrival with gray hair and thick glasses. And you are Kabuto, he replied with a light smile, pleased to meet your acquaintances. What did you mean about easy picking? Kiba asked. Kabuto smirked and pointed behind them. The group turned and realized the classroom of applicants were still staring them down. They had gotten so caught up that they forgot they were standing in front of the entire class. Many of the nearby shinobi, especially a few wearing rain headbands, were shooting the gathered rookies particularly viscous glares. After giving some advice about keeping quiet, Kabuto offered to share some information about himself. You've failed 6 times. You must not very good, Kiba scoffed before Sakura smacked him in the head. Kiba, that was rude. I apologize for his comment Kabuto-san, she said, ignoring Kiba muttering under his breath behind her. It's no problem. My expertise lies mostly in information gathering and medical ninjutsu. I'm not really suited for combat, he chuckled. So you must have considerable knowledge about the exam, correct? Shino asked. The rookies were slightly startled at his voice, since this was the first time he had spoken since they arrived. Kabuto nodded as he whipped out a deck of cards. Indeed I do. I happen to keep these info cards regarding each of the teams participating in the exams. I'd be happy to share them with you. Neji Hyuga and that team from Kumo, Sasuke said immediately. Hinata flinched at the mention of Neji's name, but Kabuto ignored her as he withdrew the desired cards. Holding up the first one, he said, a year older than you all. Mission history. D rank, 110 completed, C rank, 14 completed. Sensei is Maeda Guy. He is incredibly skilled in the Hyuga's Jiyuken form, and is praised as a genius even. This is his first exam with his teammates, Tenten Yukari and Rock Lee. Hinata had felt some discomfort at the mention of Neji's name, but the feeling didn't really linger. The same could not be. He said as Kabuto pulled out the 3 Kumo Nin's cards. They are designated as Team Tesla. Mission history. D rank, 78 completed, C rank, 34 completed, and B rank, 6 completed. Sensei is Rokuro Yamada. The team consists of J. Oshiro, Kai Moto, and L. Honda. Unfortunately, I don't have anything regarding their abilities. They certainly are a surprise, considering Kumo usually refrains from sending emissaries to the exams. Quote, the genin were quiet as they digested this new information. 6B rank missions, that was just insane for a genin team. The knowledge that a team like that was part of the competition really made them realize how difficult this was going to be. That's crazy, Naruto muttered as he glanced over the Kumo team. Maybe, Sasuke said as his lip curled, but we've been through worse. Naruto returned the grin as Kiba butted in, oh really? Stop trying to act all cool, Sasuke. I'll admit you guys are good, but there's no way you've gone on anything like that. Care to bet, dog breath? Naruto asked with a wry smile. Absolutely, Kiba grinned back at him. Naruto-kun, I don't think that would be a good idea, Hinata chimed in. Nah, go ahead and ask him Kiba. Your reaction will be priceless. Sasuke smirked. Fine, let's see Team 7's cards, Kiba replied smugly as he crossed his arms. Kabuto chuckled as he shifted through the deck. Come now, we're all Konoha genin in this. You all should be working together rather than pushing each other away. The exams are for personal promotion, but they're also about demonstrating the strength of the village. The more Konoha nin that pass, the better message that sends to the village's clients. He stopped as he drew out the 3 cards. Here we are, Team 7. Their sensei is Kakashi Hatake. For mission history, we have 22D ranks accomplished. For C ranks, 7 accomplished, and, well no, 2A ranks. Team 7 was suddenly the center of attention as they felt the eyes of everyone in the room focus on them. Naruto internally cursed as he shot Sasuke a look. We certainly have a target painted on us now. He angrily whispered, way to go, Sasuke. Just had to show up, Kiba, didn't you? You're one to talk, Hinata quietly scolded. You both are just too competitive. They both felt guilt creep through their system as they offered her a shy smile. As usual, she was right. Kiba sputtered as he tried to regain his bearings. He was about to go off, when the door slammed open behind him. Akamaru yelped and Kiba jumped in surprise at the towering man clad in black before him. He glared down at him and growled, "Move." The rookies and Kabuto walked off as fast as their feet could carry them and spread out through the classroom. The man's almost hungry gaze instantly began to grate on the nerves of the genin. He was certainly imposing, and the scars along his face certainly helped reinforce that image. "Oh no," Naruto muttered as he recognized the man. "What? Who is it?" Sakura heard as Naruto slammed his head into the desk. The two had unintentionally ended up sitting next to each other in the 6th row. "It's Ibiki. He's the head of the interrogation division. Nei-chan told me about him." He groaned through the wood. Sakura raised an eyebrow and was about to inquire more, when the man started talking. "All right, listen up. I'm Morino Ibiki, the examiner for the Chunin selection exam's first test. Shut up so we can all get started." To say the least, a unanimous groan echoed through the room as he revealed the true nature of the exam. "What do you mean it's a written exam? Blank, underscore, blank." Hinata smiled as she penciled in her final answer. She was quite proud of herself. Sure, she had seen through the true purpose of the test, but she had taken it upon herself to actually tackle the test without resorting to cheating. Even without using her Byakugan, she still managed to answer all 9 questions. She turned over her test and glanced around the room. About a quarter of the examinees had been failed already. Some were just not sly enough in their approach to cheating, or they were disqualified due to their teammates. Speaking of which, she cast a glance to her right towards Sasuke, who sat 2 rows in front of her. While he was quickly writing, she noticed his head wasn't exactly turned towards his paper. She noticed the planted Chunin in the row ahead of him, and noticed their hands. He was using his Sharingan to copy the plant's movements for his answers. Satisfied with his progress, she turned to her left towards Naruto. He and Sakura were about 3 rows ahead of her. He seemed to be making steady progress. While it was commonly known he despised any form of testing, she knew he was actually quite smart. All those years of Fuinjutsu calculations and studying had to count for something. Blank, underscore, blank. Indeed, Naruto had actually done pretty well, and was quite pleased with his work. He had sailed through the problems regarding calculations, but the ones regarding history or foreign policy stumped him. He glanced over at Sakura, who had sailed through this section of the test no problem. His eyes shot back to his paper, as he felt the heated glare of Ibiki turn on him. He was actually beginning to get nervous. The clock was growing closer and closer to the time limit, and he still needed to get 3 questions. Sakura was his best bet to getting the correct answers, but he couldn't just peek at her paper. They were far too long and complicated to simply copy. He smirked as an idea popped into his head. Pretending to be bored with the exam, he leaned on his hand as he doodled in the bottom corner of the test. After staring at the prankster for a minute or two, Ibiki grew bored of him and turned his attention to some other unlucky soul. Even after he was satisfied Ibiki's attention was no longer on him, he still waited a minute or two just to be sure. Nei-chan had told him all about the man, and he didn't feel like taking any chance. Naruto occasionally glanced at the Chunins patrolling the aisles as he shaded in the final markings. It was hard making them as small as he could, but he was pretty sure they would work. He smiled at his paper as he blew away the little bits of eraser, and stared down at the small seal. Traditionally, seals were transcribed with ink. This was due to its liquid state and low viscosity. Since chakra was just another form of energy, it tended to flow easier through a liquid format. Using water was out of the question because it was almost impossible for it to keep the defined shape that was necessary seals to function. However, liquids comprising of water tended to be great conduits for Fuinjutsu. As it turned out, blood was an excellent framework for seals due to its viscosity and tendency to stain. In fact, certain seal patterns were only accessible through the use of blood as a marker. For obvious reasons, it was a process that was heavily frowned upon and forbidden across the elemental nations. Thus, ink served as the happy medium that fulfilled the necessary requirements. That being said, a liquid was not always required for seals. It was just the easiest medium for spreading chakra through the pattern. Other methods, such as a pencil or even a crayon, were possible, but less proficient. Naruto looked at his tiny design and quietly tore off the bottom of the page. This was where things got tricky. His whole plan actually centered on something out of his control. He gently tapped Sakura's feet as he slid the tiny piece of paper to his right. She was silent as the tiny piece of paper slid next to her chest. This was the problem with his plan. He had to rely on blind trust that Sakura would be willing to help him. Honestly, there was no reason for her to do so. If anything, ratting him out would only help her. If he were to be disqualified, her team would have an even better chance at passing. The less competition, the better. However, he hoped that she would remember Kabuto's message from earlier. The exam wasn't just about being promoted. It was about proving the strength of the entire village. The more teams from Konoha that passed, the better it would look. Kitsune and the Hokage had both lectured him for years about placing his trust too easily, but once it was earned, it was hard to shake. He and Sakura had known each other for years. Sure, they were never the closest of friends, if you could even call them that, but they had grown up alongside each other and shared a bond that resonated throughout their year of rookies. Something instinctual just drove them to feel connected. She stayed silent as she tentatively picked up the piece of paper and hid it in her palm. Naruto was beginning to feel hopeful. Before his tongue curled in his mouth, he fought tooth and nail from crying out due to the crushing pain on his toes. She sent him a short glare as she twisted her heel a little more into his foot. Sakura was an avid-by-the-books person, and frowned upon all forms of cheating, even if it was necessary. However, she eventually sighed and removed the pressure from his foot. She placed the tiny scrap of paper on her chest, and made a hand seal under the table. The paper flashed for half a second before returning to normal. She tapped his foot twice in return and slid the paper back to him. He didn't glance at her, but he doodled a tiny smiley face on the top of his chest for her to see. He placed the shred of paper over the first unsolved question and placed his thumb over the symbol. After a surge of chakra, Sakura's neat handwriting etched across the page. He repeated the process 2 more times, and he smiled at his completed exam. He would have to make it up to H.R. somehow in the next section of the exams. With his test complete, he leaned back as he waited for Ibiki to reveal the final question. Blank, _ blank. After 15 more minutes, Ibiki ordered everyone to drop their pencils, and revealed the final stakes of the final question. Naruto sat up as team after team started to head out the door. His heart burnt as he witnessed more and more genin regretfully drop out of the exam. He glanced across at Sasuke, whom he was relieved to see had no intention to forfeit this opportunity. He could tell without even looking that Hinata was a different story. It wasn't concern for herself that plagued her, but rather her concern for her teammates. She knew how much being a shinobi meant to them, and she did not want to ruin their chances just for a single question. Naruto could start to see her hand twitch, and his eyes widened. He was not going to allow her to ruin her chance to prove her family wrong just for their sake. He slammed his hand on the desk and stared Ibiki directly in the eyes. "Something you want to say, Pipsqueak?" Ibiki coldly asked as he and the boy stared down each other. Neither flinched or even blinked in their grudge match of will. "Yeah, actually I do. I think you're full of bullshit." Silence fell upon the room, as the atmosphere was flattened by his response. "Excuse me, you heard me the first time. I call bull. I will not run away from this. So what if I remain a genin forever? It's just a title, and titles mean nothing in the real world. Your rank does not measure your skill." It's my dream to become Hokage. And I don't care if I have to be considered a genin for the rest of my life before that happens. He finished his tirade and shot Ibiki one last look. I won't run away from your empty threats. His words echoed throughout the room, resonating with every applicant. They started to smile as they turned their attention back to the proctor. They were ready to keep going, despite the odds. Now isn't he something else? Ibiki thought as he watched the blonde brat sit back down. He certainly has a way of inspiring people, even those from other villages. After a minute without anyone else dropping, he decided to call it. The kid had roused the other genin, and no one else would be backing out now. He smirked as he gazed at the troublesome genin in question. Naruto Uzumaki. I am very interested to see how far you get. Sasuke gulped at the sight of the scars, as Ibiki tied up the back of his bandana. Those of you who decided to take the chance answered the 10th question correctly. You have proven you have the guts to face down an inevitable situation and face it head-on. Congratulations, you have made it through the entrance. The first test of the Chunin selection exam is now finished. I wish you UYS luck. There was a shatter of glass as a dark blur suddenly appeared in front of him. The new arrival smirked and struck a pose, as her backdrop fell from the ceiling. All right you maggots, listen up. Don't get too cocky. This is no time to be celebrating. Naruto groaned and cradled his face in his hands. It just had to be her, didn't it? The examinees were stunned at the woman's sudden entrance, and even more surprised by the more than self-flattering message across the canvas. A little too early, Anko, Ibiki muttered as he walked around the banner. He ignored him as she quietly counted the heads of the remaining teams. 66. You let 22 teams pass, she exclaimed as she rounded on Ibiki. You're losing your edge, old-timer. You went way too soft on them. Keep this up, and I'll be snatching your job right from under you. No chance in hell, Mitarashi. As for the genin, what can I say? There's some real talent out there this year, he chuckled. Oh, I already know, she replied with a sadistic smile as she scanned the room. Her eyes wandered over everyone's faces as she searched for one person in particular. Where are you hiding, you brat? Finally, she halted at the clump of blonde hair attempting to hide behind the desk, and called out, there you are, you little punk. Naruto froze as he slowly peeked over the desk and sent the woman a nervous smile. Hey Anko ne-chan. Long time, no see. Quote, and whose fault is that? She asked far too sweetly as she suddenly appeared right next to his seat. He yelped and fell back over his chair. He ignored the stinging pain and stares of everyone in the room, as he waved his arms in front of him. Why, you know it wasn't intentional, ne-chan. Kakashi-sensei and Gigi were just keeping us really busy. I would have swung by if I had the time, I swear. Ah, you were just too busy. That sounds just a WWWFUL, she dragged out as she placed her boot onto his chest. Poor little Naru-chan. You should have just said so. Of course I believe you. I mean, it's not like you would use any free time you possibly could have had reading through books, instead of checking in with me. You know that would just break my precious little heart. Beads of sweat raced down his face and he gulped. The woman threw her head back and let out a sadistic laugh, before smirking and spinning a kunai through the handle. Relax, brat. Smile a little, she said as she removed her heel and took a step back. I've actually missed you, runt. No one else works quite as well as a target dummy as you do. To accent her point, she flicked the kunai past his face as he started to get to his feet. The sharp metal had stung, but it didn't really bother him. Honestly, it was really nice to see her too. She was right, it really had been too long. And he felt guilty as hell for not checking in with her sooner. The other examinees watched on in confusion at the antics of the strange duo. Naruto-kun, Hinata called from the other side of the room. Who is this lady? She was surprised by the little girl's question, and angrily bopped Naruto on top of head. You mean you haven't told your teammates about me? Now that actually is hurtful, Naru-chan. If you hadn't picked up your manners from me, I would have socked you again. Naruto grumbled in response, while rubbing his aching head. The woman flashed a devious smile as she placed a hand on her hip. The name is Anko Mitarashi, Hyuga girl. Don't you forget it. That goes for all of you. I am your proctor for the next phase of the exam. I hope you're ready, 'cause it is going to be an absolute bloodbath. 7 years earlier. All right, I think that's just enough drinks for you, Kunai, a man said as he helped her off the floor. Party pooper, her friend murmured, as she too helped him lift up their friend. No, I'm just fine, the young woman murmured as she tried to wave them away. The sudden movement made her very nauseous, the world felt like it was spinning out of control. She almost lost her stomach as she leaned against the bar. Yeah, you're done, Asuma muttered as he started carrying her towards the door. It had been a special night. After a lot of coercion, they had finally managed to get Kunai to join them for drinks. For a long time, Kunai had refused to partake in drinking. It was something her parents had dissuaded as a child, and was just against the fiber of her being. Instead, she had always served as the mother hen of their group. She'd watch over everyone with a passion and sometimes chastise them for some of their more destructive habits. Tonight, Kunai needed a little relief. She had been seeing someone from the civilian sector for quite some time, and it had ended on a rather poor note. She needed some comfort, and her mischievous best friend had known just the thing to help her. Anko had been fiendishly thrilled to finally coax a little fun out of her. Kunai was always so rigid and proper that it sometimes drove her mad. The two butted heads on more than one issue, but Anko would always apologize if she felt she had gone too far. Kunai meant too much to her to lose over something as silly as an argument. She had been there for her during a very difficult time in her life, when many others had not. She had overlooked all of her negative quirks and stood by her anyways. For that, Anko was eternally grateful. I think it's about time we got you home, Asuma said as they left the bar. Kunai groaned as she stumbled along the dirt path. Even in her current state, she could tell she was not going to have fun the following morning. Oh no, you don't, Anko slurred as she pulled her friend away from him. I'm taking her home myself. I won't allow any inappropriate behavior on my watch. Anko, you're drunk as well, Asuma sighed as he ignored her remarks. Kunai had usually served as the designated sober friend, but, tonight, he had offered to fill the void. Maybe I'm a little tipsy. But I'm sober enough, she said as she sent him a smirk. Don't think I don't see those glances you two share. I bet you're just thrilled things didn't work out between her and that Tem. I'm not allowing the two of you out of my sight. You love her, don't you? Asuma knew he shouldn't egg her on in her current state, but he couldn't help it. If that's the case, what does that say about those glances you've been shooting at Kakashi? Anko already red cheeks turned crimson and she shouted, shut up. That means nothing. Stop changing the subject. You, taking advantage of my innocent Kunai-chan. Asuma sighed and rubbed his forehead. Anko could be so thick-headed, especially after she'd been drinking. I'm honestly not trying anything. I want to make sure you both get home safe and sound. Worry about yourself, she huffed as she dragged her limp friend down the road. No one's getting near my Ku-chan. Besides, I think Guyan Hayate needs more help than she does. Night Asuma. Asuma cursed as he watched them go off. Anko's mind was a bit clouded, but she could take care of herself if the situation arose. Kunai, on the other hand, was completely hammered. She would not be able to fend for herself if someone decided to test their luck against the drunk shinobi. The door opened behind him, and a voice called out, "Go on. I've got Guy, and Ebisu is taking care of Hayate. We can take care of things from here. Thank you, Kakashi. I owe you one," he said as he shot off onto the rooftops. Don't mention it, he muttered to the wind as he stared off at the retreating forms of the girls into the darkness. He might not show it very well, but he deeply cared about the well-being of his former classmates. He may have been drowning himself in work. But he made sure to come out once or twice upon Guy's request. Sensei would not have liked him being so cut off from his friends. Blank, underscore, blank. Hee. You are going to have so much fun tomorrow, Ku-chan. I just can't wait to watch, Ankso sadistically cackled from the front door of her friend's house. Nighty-night, Kunai, I'll be back in the M. Morning to watch the show. A groan from hallway leading towards the bedroom was her only response. After locking the door with the key she had given her, Anko began heading off into the village back towards her place. Pleased that she was home safe, a shadow watching from a distant rooftop nodded before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Anko pulled up her coat as she made her way through the village. It was currently around 1 o'clock in the morning, and the only inhabitants of the streets were drunkards and other wasted individuals stumbling their way home. Plus, it was freezing outside. It was the middle of October, and the frigid chill of winter was just starting to sink in. As she made her way across the streets, she glanced at the lingering decorations that adorned the shops and resto. Rants from the event held a few days ago. Today was October 14th, 4 days after the memorial of the Kyuubi attack. It was a day of sorrow and misery, as everyone reflected on the loss of so many lives during that night. People had been shattered by the losses they endured, homes completely destroyed, friends lost forever, and families broken apart. Everyone had something to grieve about during that day. She and her fellow classmates had been forced to stay out of the village that night. She and Kunai had been very vocal about the decision, but their senior officers would not budge. While she hadn't agreed at the time, now she would reflect back and grudgingly agree it was the right call. She and her classmates were the future of the village, and they would need every hand on deck after the attack was finished. She hadn't been up close, but she had more than a clear view of the destruction that tore apart her village. In the end, there was nothing but misery. No winners, only survivors. Of course, those who did survive had a very clear outlet for their aggression and pain. The council had seen to it to, accidentally, leak the identity of the Kyuubi Jinuchiriki. Ever since, the boy was the subject of endless torment and disdain by both civilians and shinobi alike. Fools the lot of them. She, herself, knew the pain of being branded with something she couldn't control and being judged for it. As she walked down the road, a voice distracted her from her thoughts from the alley she had just passed. Please, leave me alone, a young voice echoed behind her. She paused and glanced back at the small crowd of men, who seemed to be cornering a small boy. Speak of the devil, she could barely make him out through the men blocking her view, but it was impossible to mistake that wild, blonde hair for anyone else. Naruto sobbed as he backed against the wall and covered his head. The air was thick with the smell of whiskey and sake. The men were practically covered in the stench as they slowly enveloped him. Please, I didn't do anything, I swear. His pleas fell on deaf ears, as the crowd of drunken men drew ever closer. The leader of the group held a shattered glass bottle in his hand. As he approached the frightened young boy, if he were in a more sober state, he would have probably felt a little guilty about striking out at a child, even if it was the demon brat. He was not fully in control right now. He was currently being fueled by all of the hate and sadness that had been building up for years, after the loss of his brother. Right now, he saw no distinct ion between the beast and the little boy in front of him. It was payback time. He glared at the boy as he raised the bottle above his head. Back off, a distinctive voice echoed through the dark alley. The group froze and turned around to stare at the silhouette of a woman glaring back at them. What did she say? One man growled as he leered at her. You heard me. What are you, ignorant and deaf? Leave the kid alone, and get the hell out of my sight, she barked as she stared down the mob. Naruto cracked one eye open in disbelief. He still pressed himself as far into the corner as he could, as one man sauntered forward. Listen, sweetie, we wouldn't want to harm such a pretty face, but we have some business here. Why don't you wait over there and maybe we'll talk a little later? She smiled, far too innocently, as she strutted towards him. Why doesn't that sound lovely? She coed, before her arms whipped forward. The man shrieked out in pain as a viper struck out from her coat sleeves and bit him in the neck. Another snake shot from her other sleeve and began wrapping him up. Unfortunately for you and your friends, I have something called standards. They may be lower than some others. But you all unfortunately don't quite meet the bar, sweetie. She lifted the man into the air, and violently tossed him into one of the garbage bins that lined the alley's walls. The metal frame bent from the force of his impact, and the other men stepped back in fear. She turned her steely glare upon them, and they nearly wet themselves. Her eyes did not hold the playful twinkle they usually held. Anyone else? She asked as the snakes turned toward the group and hissed. They let out a cry of fear and started racing around the woman as fast as they could. One particular man made the mistake of growling, "Snake bitch," as he passed by her. Fast as lightning, her hand lashed out and caught him by the throat. Unfortunately for him, his friends seemed to be worrying more about their own safety than his. As they raced away into the night. What was that? I don't think I quite heard you. Could you repeat yourself? She asked as she pulled him closer to her face. Nothing. I said nothing. Tisk, tisk. Didn't your mother teach you it's impolite to lie to a lady? She asked as she tightened her grip on the man's throat. He gasped for air as she slowly crushed his windpipe. He cried out garbled sounds as he tried to say something. What was that? CHR. Was that so hard? She asked as she tossed him out of the alley. He gasped as he tried to refill his lungs. And he took off running as soon as he partially regained his breath. Satisfied with her work, she glanced at the small boy huddled in the back corner. His eyes were wide in shock as she walked up to him. He didn't know whether to be reassured or horrified, as she knelt before him. She gazed into his eyes and offered him a smile. Not one of her more playful ones, but one that was more honest. Don't let anyone put you down, kid. You're more than that, she said as she lifted him to his feet. He was silent and his eyes were full of wonder as he stared up at the woman who had saved him. He was simply too shocked to speak. No one had ever stood up for him like that before. Gigi's masked men would occasionally step in after a while, but he always felt that it was more of an obligation rather than out of kindness. Get inside before you catch a cold, kid, and try to stay out of trouble, she said as she ruffled his hair. She offered one last, sly smile as she headed out of the alleyway and walked off into the village. After a few minutes, the boy slowly tiptoed out of the alley and stared at her shrinking figure around the corner. Who was she? Blank. 3 weeks later, Anko happily skipped as she made her way towards her favorite sweet shop. The citizens who recognized her felt their hearts clutch in their throats at the sight of her glee. If Anko was happy, that meant someone else was surely not. She had just finished a lovely day observing at the interrogations division. She had been applying to joining them for the past year, and finally her application was accepted. Anbu was fun, but it never held that same personal thrill that interrogation seemed to hold. It was just a perfect fit with her, and she had even been paired up with the head of the division himself. It was like a dream come true. After her long session, she had decided she would treat herself, like every other day, and sit down with a nice plate of dango. What was even better was that she didn't sense her secret stalker today. Ever since she had stuck up for the little runt, she had begun to notice a tiny presence following her around the village. It didn't take long to realize who T was. The little blonde boy would stick to her like gum to a desk. He would never approach her directly, but he would be watching her from behind a corner or a rooftop. It had been a little cute, at first. But now it was beginning to get on her nerves. 15 minutes later, she was happily snacking down on her favorite treat outside of the little shop. As she popped another fresh stick into her mouth, she could sense the gaze of 2 older gentlemen sitting at a table near her. She didn't technically mind being glanced over once or twice. Hell, she loved to tease innocent chumps with her killer looks. Much to Kunai's distaste, however, she did have an age limit, and these two were clearly past it. It was beginning to tick her off, and she was about to say something, when one of the men was drenched in red paint. She and the other occupants were shocked as the man cried out over his hair and clothes being stained. Immediately afterwards, the other man was painfully pegged in the forehead by the metal can, sending him toppling over his seat. Everyone glanced across the street and stared towards the rooftop at a young boy with goggles. "Keep your eyes to yourselves, you perverted, old lechers," he cried out before he turned around and fled. Enko chuckled as the two old men started sputtering and trying to excuse themselves to the other patrons, who were now shooting them dark looks. Enko glanced up at the retreating form of the brat and decided it was time she really sat down and talked with the brat. Blank, underscore, blank. The young boy was silent, darting from corner to corner as he followed the purple-haired woman in a trench coat. He had been following his mysterious savior for some time now. A mixture of gratitude, curiosity, and, admittedly, hero worship pushed the little boy to find out more about this strange woman. He had followed her around the village almost every day for the past week now, and was mustering up his courage to come right up and thank her. He had decided today was going to be the day, so he was now tracking her path down her usual route after work. He followed her until she made a strange turn and went down a dark alley. This action surprised him, and made him cautious as he approached the corner to the alley. He slowly glanced around the corner, and he was shocked when he found that she had just disappeared. He slowly crept towards the dead end as he looked everywhere for her. There were no other paths, and no doors leading out of the alley. Where could she have gone? He yelped as he was knocked from his feet and dragged along the ground. He shrieked and fought against something wrapped around his ankles, as he was lifted into the air. He fought and kicked against his restraints, but was still and awestruck as he found himself face to face with the mysterious woman. They were silent as she hung him there with her snakes firmly wrapped around his legs. Neither said a word as they stared into each other's eyes. Naruto was oddly quiet as he gazed back at the usually snarky woman. Hello, he stuttered before she released him. He fell to the ground with a thud, and her snakes retreated back into her coat. "Why are you following me, kid?" she asked as she placed a hand on her hip. The usually boisterous boy seemed uncharacteristically shy as he stood back up and shuffled his feet. You never got to say thank you for what you did the other night," he stuttered as he glanced at the ground. "Think nothing of it," she said with a dismissive wave. "Those guys were Saint assholes and needed to be put in their place. But you stood up for me. No one has ever done that before," he said as he reached into his pocket. He felt his heart fall a little as he stared at the slightly smooshed box. "I wanted to thank you, but it got a little crushed in my pants, sorry." He was clearly nervous as he bowed and presented the box in front of him. He hoped she would like it. He had been saving up all week for it. She raised an eyebrow, but gently took the present from his hands and opened it. It was nothing special, but he had obviously thought it would mean a lot to her. Inside the box were 3 slightly flattened sticks of dango. She smiled and felt her heart soften at the sight. She glanced back at the boy, who was nervously awaiting her reaction. Oh, Kunai would never let her live it down if she saw how much her heart was melting right now. He was just too adorable with his chubby, little cheeks and wide eyes staring up at her. She smirked down at him and stuck the stick into her mouth. "By the way, I loved what you did the other day at the sweet shop. Those old bastards really had it coming." He giggled at the memory and was more than surprised as he felt her ruffling his hair. She knelt down in front of him and smiled. "Enko Mitarashi, pleased to meet you." His face lit up with a big smile as he reached out his tiny hands. "Nice to meet you, Enko Ne-chan. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, blank, underscore, blank. Present day." Enko smirked as she watched the brat chatting away with his team. All of the applicants who had made it past the first exam were all gathered in front of her home away from home in preparation for the second test. The forest of death loomed over the applicants, casting discomfort through some of the younger genin. Some said it had been an experiment from the first Hokage that was abandoned after some unforeseen accident. Either way, it served today as the ideal training site for Anbu and special Junin. There was nothing too dangerous that a Chunin wouldn't be able to handle, but there were plenty of massive wildlife that could get the drop on you if you weren't careful. Back to the blonde, she watched as he chatted with that stick in the mud Uchiha and the small, shy Hyuga. Ooh, she could not wait to sink her teeth into her development, literally and figuratively. From what she had heard, the girl was as quiet as a mouse in public, but a lion in combat. She was looking forward to seeing that firsthand. She would have to force Kakashi to introduce her to his little team down the road. Seeing how the blonde neglected to mention much of her, she needed to make sure they had a good impression of who they were dealing with. Kakashi was going to do it whether he liked it or not, and unless he wanted to sleep on the couch, he was going to like it. The blonde had come so far from that day she discovered him in an alleyway. During his time at the academy, he would occasionally come to her asking for help. And she would always be willing to oblige. She had been happy to whip him into shape, and she had all too many sadistic ways of doing so. Snakes turned out to be quite powerful motivators. Watching him converse with his friends was starting to make her feel old. Hell, she wasn't even 30 yet. She shouldn't be feeling old. Yet, it filled her with a strange satisfaction to see how far her lonely little boy had come. It just felt odd thinking back how fast time had flown by. Kakashi had kept her up to date with their training. She hadn't given him a choice. The man had run them ragged. And she loved every detail of it. Sicking his mutts after them was her particular favorite highlight. She was drawn out of her thoughts as she noticed the runt jogging towards her. What is it, shorty? You better not be thinking you'll be getting any special treatment. Wouldn't dream of it, he chirped, ignoring her irritating nickname. His height had always been a sore point for him. I just wanted to let you know I really am sorry for not checking in. I feel bad about it. Don't be, she chuckled as she gave him a noogie. I know you're busy. It just wouldn't hurt to drop by every now and then. It just feels weird without you around. I remember a time when you wouldn't leave my hip. God, you're starting to sound a little old, Nei-chan, Naruto whistled, before he GULPED and realized what he had just said out loud. Enko's face darkened as she loomed over him. What was that, you pipsqueak? Nothing. I didn't mean it. She cracked her knuckles as she took another STP towards him. Do I need to give you another lesson in manners? As the Naruto shrieked at the imposing figure, Sasuke and Hinata watched a little off to the side. They certainly seem close, Sasuke commented as Anko started chasing down the boy. I'm just surprised he hasn't mentioned her as much, Hinata said as they watched Anko catch him in a headlock. I think he did mention a sister during our introductions, Sasuke muttered as he tried to recollect that day. Either way, I'm not too surprised. Guy has a one-track mind. Besides, he loves those guys at that ramen stand he adores, but he's never chatting away about them. Quote, no, Hinata giggled as she watched Naruto pout from his scolding. He's been too busy rambling about Fuinjutsu. Sasuke shook his head. He's such a dunce. Hinata arched her eyebrow and sent him a glare. And just who was it that egged on Kiba and drew the attention of everyone in the room? He lightly blushed and diverted his gaze. Fair enough, he grumbled under his breath. Hinata smiled at his reaction. With every day that passed, she could notice Sasuke becoming more and more open with them. He was still very reclusive, but he was much better and he had been when they were placed on the same team. His lessons in Kenjutsu had really done a number to help him relax. Speaking of which, that reminded her that she and Naruto needed to start looking for Sasuke's birthday gift. She already had something in mind, but it just required finding the perfect fit. Sasuke had yet to find a perfectly balanced blade for himself. Many of the tantos that Kakashi would provide ended up being too short for his preferred reach. Since he felt it would only slow him down, he had opted out from bringing a sword with him during the wave mission and the exams. He wanted to be fully comfortable with a blade and mastered his sets before he started taking one into battle. She gazed over the remaining genin to see who had passed from the first test. She was glad that the other two rookie teams had passed as well. She noted that several teams from Sand and the newly formed Sound had also passed. She noted 2 or 3 teams from Waterfall, and was not surprised that the major team from Kumo had passed as well. Of the 3 of them, the one who had been identified as J certainly talked the most. He was a chatterbox, walking from team to team and king up conversations with the more amiable participants. She had wondered if it was a tactic to create alliances before the test, until she noticed with some distaste that he seemed to mostly be targeting the female members of the teams. She was reassured to notice that his teammates shared her look of disgust. The one she think was named Kaimoto was shooting Jay a dark look. He had rich, dark skin common to the people of their region and a shaved head. He was wrapped up in maroon and gray leather that seemed to function like a light armor. The other teammates still sent chills down her spine. There was just something about him that rubbed her the wrong way. The one Kabuto had referred to as L reminded her a bit of Sasuke with his cold indifference towards everyone else. He had spiky white hair a bit longer than Naruto's, and a blue scarf that covered his mouth. She continued glancing over the remaining teams, and felt her breath get caught in her throat as she recognized one in particular. Sasuke noticed her freeze up and followed her line of sight. He wasn't surprised when he saw Lee standing next to who he presumed were his teammates. The girl had her hair tied up into twin buns, and was casually chatting with Lee. The boy standing off to the side was who really caught his attention. "So that's Neji?" he asked as he stepped forward next to her. "Why yes," she muttered as she tore her gaze away. "You seem like you're almost scared of him," Sasuke commented in surprise. It's not that. It's just something else," she muttered as she turned away. Sasuke sighed and stepped in front of her. "Look, you've been avoiding this for the past few weeks, and I've been happy to give you your space. However, I don't know what's going on here, and if there is a problem, I need to know it. I don't want there to be an issue if we run into them during the exam. Either you can talk about it with me, quietly, or I bring Naruto over here, and we both know he won't take no for an answer." Hinata was silent due to his direct approach as she weighed her options. Eventually, she sighed and said, "Neji and I have a rather difficult relationship." "You've told me, but define difficult." "He never usually comes out and says it, but he finds me too weak to be in the main house. When we spar, he'll be a bit rougher than we both know is necessary. He'll make some offhand comments at times. But I know what he really thinks of me." "So what? And what do you mean by houses?" "The Hyuga is split into 2 factions, the main house and the branch family. The main house does not treat the branch members with the respect they deserve. They are treated almost like slaves and are forced to do the bidding of those of the main house and protect them with their lives." "Sounds like you don't quite agree with this policy." She shook her head before she continued, "Not at all. I find the practice barbaric and uncalled for. If I manage to become the Hyuga matriarch, I plan on fighting for the removal of such policies." "Then why does he hate you? Sounds to me like he should be supporting you in your quest." She shifted her feet and tapped her fingers together. "He holds a deep grudge that is not exactly unfounded. He fully blames my father for the death of his own, and, by extension, he blames me as well." "That's stupid," Sasuke said as he folded his arms, thinking like that will only eat away at you. "No one should hold a grudge like that." Hinata was silent before she looked into his eyes and asked, "Then why are you?" Sasuke was seriously caught off guard by her comment. She ignored his reaction and pressed on. "Naruto might not know the full details of what happened that night, but I do. Neji isn't the only one letting a grudge consume them." Sasuke clenched his teeth as he broke eye contact with her. "That's different, is it?" she asked as she drew back to her normal height. "Sasuke-kun, you have certainly been getting better," but you still carry a massive chip on your shoulder that you are unwilling to let go of. You and Neji are more similar than you'd like to admit. There's a big difference between what happened to us. Maybe, but the end result is the same, she said as she started standing up to him. You both can get so consumed by anger. It is easy to get sucked in and let those thoughts consume you. There is no reason Neji should harbor a grudge against you. I do have a reason. I have to hunt down my brother. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. He does need to pay for his crimes, but you shouldn't let your drive to catch him consume you in the process. Sasuke reflected back to the similar thoughts he had faced during the start of their training. Upon realizing how much thinking about his brother was limiting him, he had reached out to find other activities to help ease his mind and help him relax. He had tried several activities, including some light gardening and reading. Kenjutsu came to the closest to filling the void, but he had yet to find the thing that truly calmed him and drove the thoughts of his brother out of his mind. I'm working on it, he sighed. That's all we can ask for, she said with a smile. She chuckled before she said, now, if we are done with our little therapy session, I believe we have a test to complete. Sasuke chuckled and nodded as they turned back to their blonde teammate, who was saying his final goodbyes to Anko. She rustled his hair one last time, and Naruto jogged back up to their group. And, Sasuke asked as he ran up, you don't have to worry. Nei-chan isn't going to be giving us any special treatment. Just because she know me. Good. Sasuke nodded. He did not want to be coddled. He wanted to be tested on his merit alone, without any aid outside of his tam. If anything, she is going to be even harder on us, Naruto chuckled. She can be quite the slave driver. I'm sure she's not that bad, Hinata chided. Naruto shuddered as memories of being chased by massive snakes flashed through his mind. I'd actually be excited to meet her, Hinata started before Naruto cut her off. No, you do not want to meet her. She can be such a demon. He moaned as he leaned on Hinata's shoulder. You probably don't want them talking so she doesn't reveal anything embarrassing about you, Sasuke smirked as he started walking towards the gates. I've got nothing to hide, Tem, unlike some people, he replied with a smirk. Sasuke stopped and sent him a frown. What are you talking about, Dobi? Naruto darkly chuckled and Hinata widened her eyes as she realized what he was going to do. Naruto-kun, don't. When were you going to tell us you had a girlfriend? Naruto asked with a wide grin. Sasuke's face went blank before he narrowed his eyes. I don't. What are you talking about? Really? Then who was that black-haired girl you were sitting with at Ichiraku's a while ago? Naruto asked as he leaned on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke was irritated the blonde had managed to find out about that. But he kept his voice level and said, she's someone I owed a debt to. After I repaid her, she offered to go out to eat and I accepted. Nothing more, nothing less. So just friends. The concept felt odd to Sasuke, but he nodded. He guessed he could call them that. Liar. You don't have friends, Naruto said as he crossed his arms. Naruto-kun. That was very rude, Hinata chided as she sent him a reprimanding glare. He flinched and realized that had been uncalled for. You're right. I'm sorry. That was a little mean, but it's true. Tem, name one person you're friends with, besides us. Sasuke was quiet as the thought actually surprised him. I guess I get along with Shino. Really? What's the longest conversation you've ever had with the guy? The Dobi had him there. He and the bug user had less of a friendship, and more of a mutual respect. They felt comfortable in each other's presence and would listen to the other's input, but they had never really sat down and simply talked. As Naruto shrunk under Hinata's stern gaze, Sasuke reflected about the Dobi's brash comment. It was true, he didn't have a lot of friends. Not that he was actively trying to make them. He actually preferred being alone, but his recent self-discoveries to escape the influence of his brother had shown him just how productive being alone was getting him. Hinata was worried when Sasuke continued to stay quiet. The last thing they needed was to be bickering just before entering the next test. She had been glad they had been able to wrap up their little dispute, but Naruto had opened a whole new one. These were things they eventually needed to get out, but now wasn't exactly the optimal time. She was about to ask if he was okay, when an air horn rang across the area. "Attention, ladies, gentlemen, and all you in between," Anko shouted through the megaphone, "I hope you're ready cause the second stage of the Chunin exam is about to begin." She spent the next few minutes explaining the rules. And they were simple enough. Find the opposite scroll, make it to the tower, and don't die. Simple. To ease the slight tension he felt from the team, Naruto had kindly offered Sasuke the position of carrying the scroll. It seemed to have done the trick and snapped him out of it. The boy had cast him one of his usual smirks and gladly placed the scroll in his pouch. Together, the three of them took their places along the metal gate and waited to be released. The dark forest loomed overhead, and they were ready to tackle it head-on. After 5 minutes, the red light next the gate flashed green. And they dashed off into the dark woods. "Admit it, we're lost." "Shut up. No, we aren't. Really. We have no idea where we are or where the tower is." "I'm pretty sure that fits the definition of lost." "And whose fault is that?" "Oh, I'm sorry. Who was it that lead the way again?" "Are you trying to say something, Dobi?" "Maybe I am. Tem. Please you two, knock it off." As the boys shouted back and forth, 3 shadows silently crept through the bushes towards their oblivious prey. "God, they're loud," the girl huffed as the boys from Konoha drew face to face and continued their shouting match. "Idiots," one of the boys scoffed, "but that just makes it easier for us. Those brats won't know what's coming. Let's get this done." The 3 sound genin nodded and began circling around to the back of the dark-haired girl for a better vantage point. After sharing a glance, they shot off towards the distracted genin. In a single stroke, each of them easily stabbed their kunais straight through the foolish genin's skulls. Killing was frowned upon during the exams, but it wasn't exactly forbidden either. Their confidence was short-lived as each of their targets disappeared one by one in a puff of smoke. The girl's voice was caught in her throat as the ground below them started glowing in large, intricate pattern. "Oh shish." The curse did not even have time to leave her mouth before all 3 of them slammed into the ground. One of the boys spat out blood as he struggled to get to his knees. He had nearly bitten off his own tongue from the force of his descent. The girl clenched her teeth as she too fought to stand up. Her whole body felt like lead. Basic movements suddenly felt like an impossible struggle. Even attempting to raise her arm now felt like trying lift 50 pounds. What the hell was going on? "Hey, how's it going?" The sound team froze and paled as they noticed the army of the blonde hair that had suddenly materialized out of nowhere. Throughout the clearing, about 50 sets of striking, blue eyes bore straight down at them. The team felt their stomachs twisting into knots as a wry grin split apart on every face bearing down on them. "Wonderful day for hunting," they said in unison as they dropped from the tress and descended on the immobile team. Blank, blank. Naruto blinked a few times as his mind was hit from the new feedback. Trap 2 was just sprung. They are checking for the scroll now. Sasuke took the second to glance back and give him an approving nod, before returning his sharp gaze back out into the dark forest that enveloped them. The moment they had been given the signal, they had bolted into the forest and didn't stop running for about 20 minutes. After assuring that they were alone, they huddled up and voiced their thoughts on what to do. Each of them had their own ideas for the exam, but they eventually settled to go with Sasuke's plan. It was quite simple. Hole up, plan out several traps, and then send out the blonde's clones to do the dirty work. That way, they could all conserve chakra for any direct confrontation they might face and for whatever the third exam had in store for them. If the clones ran into any danger, they would simply be dispelled and their experience of the attackers would be sent back to Naruto. Although it was his own plan, Sasuke did not feel comfortable just sitting around waiting for the blonde's clones to do all of the work. He was itching for action, but Even he knew that these exams weren't simply about proving your strength and skill. They were about demonstrating your mental discipline and ability to prepare and execute a well-thought-out plan. Besides, if things kept amping up the way they had in this stage, he was sure he'd get his fair share of action down the line. As more feedback came through, Naruto smirked and reopened his eyes. We did it. They have an Earth Scroll, or rather, had an Earth Scroll, he chuckled as he started to stand up. Sasuke smirked as he pulled away from the roots. They were almost done here. Their first trap had been successful, but had unfortunately yielded in another Heaven Scroll. Still, it was always good to have a spare. How long until we can regroup with your clones? Hard to say, Naruto replied as he stood back up. It just depends if they run into anyone else on their way back. There are a few scattered off by themselves to observe the other teams, but most are too far away to help the units with scrolls. It goes without saying, but order the groups to protect the ONES carrying the scroll and meet up with us on our way to the tower. Inform the others by themselves to keep scouting, and let them decide if they want to step in if they run across other teams. Gotcha. Naruto nodded as he summoned another clone to relay the message. Sasuke turned back to Hinata, who was continuously scanning the forest with her Byakugan. Anything. She shook her head as she frowned. There was a team from Sand that passed by about 5 minutes ago, but they were never heading in our direction. They just skimmed tip of my range and left just as quickly as they arrived. Suk noticed the displeasure on her face. She had hit it, but he had noticed she seemed uncomfortable ever since she had taken watch. What's wrong? Something is not right here, she replied as she deactivated her Byakugan. This forest, it almost feels like it's alive. Not just the trees and animals, but the entire ecosystem itself. The air holds such a sinister aura to it. It just feels unnatural. What else? Sasuke frowned. Naruto also began listening into their conversation as his clone dispelled himself to relay the message. When I activate my Byakugan, something is blocking the extent of my vision. I can't see further into the forest than I should be able to. Everything eventually just fades into murky shadows the further I look. It's almost feels like the forest is fighting against me. That could be part of the test, Naruto replied, placing a hand on his chin. They wouldn't just throw us in some random forest together just to thin out our numbers. There has to be a second purpose, just like the first exam. And maybe that includes dealing with the forest fighting out abilities. Possibly, Sasuke mused. In any case, we have the scrolls. Let's just find the tower and finish this exam. The clones will meet us en route. The sooner we get there, the less traps we'll have waiting for us from enemy teams. They nodded and one by one slipped out from their little safe haven. As Naruto walked out from the roots, he stumbled as a surge of new memories struck his mind with an almost physical force. His eyes bulged and he leaned against the roots as the phantom pain his clones had endured racked his body. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Hinata asked as she doubled back and helped him up. What happened? Sasuke asked, a little shaken from the boy's violent reaction. Naruto's eyes widened as more and more feedback came through. The third trap failed, was all Naruto could reply as the memories of his bones being crushed repeated over and over in his mind. Usually, the memory of the clones, pain never really bothered him that much. If the clone was dispelled by something like punch or stab wound, it would barely register in his mind, but this was different. They were being torn apart. Figuratively and literally, their bones were being crushed and ground to dust. The fact that all of their memories were crashing into him in such a small time frame just amplified the sensations of phantom pain. We really need to avoid the team from Suna, he gasped as he took the bottle of water Hinata offered him and gulped it down. Why? What happened? Sasuke asked, getting slightly annoyed and secretly worried by the boy's vague responses. All of them. The clones were crushed, and I mean that literally. They didn't even see it coming. The clones disguised as us were taken out immediately. And their entourage barely lasted a minute. He winced and shook his head. The clones in the trap were impaled at the start. Failing to get us seemed to just piss the guy off. I've never seen anything like it. It was almost as if the sand was alive. It tore through the rest of the clones around him. Sasuke was silent as he digested this new information. He felt a chill race down his back and stared off into the trees. This whole forest just made him uncomfortable. Its heavy atmosphere and dangerous inhabitants were putting him on edge. They needed to get out of the forest, the sooner the better. Come on, let's just meet up with the clones and finish this. This place gives me the creeps. They all nodded and, as soon as Naruto could catch his breath, the three shot off into the woods. As they dashed away, a pair of yellow eyes watched from the darkness. The figure dropped into the clearing without a sound and stared after them. It cocked its head and a sadistic smile lit up its face as it stared off in their direction. It had finally found its prey and it was excited. Blank. After receiving the message from the boss, the clones around the forest began mopping up their work. The two main groups securing the scrolls were on an intercept course with the originals, while the rest branched off doing their own thing. Some had decided to embrace their mischievous nature and cause trouble for a few of the other teams. They'd toss in an exploding tag or get a punch in before they would disappear. One particular clone had been dispelled after a rather nasty kick to the head courtesy of Lee. While many clones sought to cause trouble, there were others that couldn't help but try to help some of the teams. They couldn't help it. It was just part of the fabric of their creator. He was just too empathetic for his own good. One clone had caught a glimpse of the Kumo team fleeing from some unknown assailant. One teammate was bleeding profusely from his leg. The chatterbox of the group had seemed uncharacteristically somber as he carried his teammate away from whomever they had faced. The clone had tried to offer his help, but was shut down immediately by a kunai straight through his forehead courtesy of the Silent One. A few of the others had slightly better luck reaching out to other teams. One clone had managed to run into Team 8, and happily served as bait for them to trap an enemy team. Pretending to have been cut off from the rest of his team, the clone had served as the distraction as Sakura weaved a powerful genjutsu over a team from Waterfall. By the time the leader realized what was happening, Kiba and Akamaru were drilling into them with their Suga. After helping Shino take down the remaining member, the clone was happy to let them take the scroll that they needed. Fulfilling his promise to pay Sakura back, the clone had given them a cheerful salute before racing off. He kicked off the tree branch as he raced further and further into the dark depths of the forest. He was running low on chakra and he knew it. He was considering just dispelling himself when a piercing scream off to his right caught his attention. It could have been a trap, but it wouldn't really matter considering he was a clone. Besides, he just couldn't help himself. Whenever someone was in trouble, he just had to reach out. She felt her back press against the bark of the tree and her heart sank. Her hands shook as she gripped the kunai in her hand and pointed it at the massive beast looming over her. Though, compared to it, the kunai could barely be considered a toothpick. Tears stung her face as she noticed her teammates behind the massive creature racing away in fear. Of course the bastards would run. They never cared. No one ever did. She closed her eyes and cried as her miserable life drew to a close. What was the point? Her mother was gone, and the village didn't care about her. She was just a tool for them. She sunk to the ground as the colossal centipede clicked its massive tendrils and knelt down to finish things. She clenched her eyes, waiting for it to be over. Suddenly, she was bathed in blistering heat and her vision flashed white. The massive creature squealed in agony and reared back on its many legs as it was consumed in a raging, yellow inferno. It fell on its back and began writhing on the ground trying to put out the consuming fire. She was shocked as a figure landed in front of her and continued his harsh attack. The massive creature's thrashes were greatly disturbing as it wriggled in agony. Eventually, the beast came to a stop and a disgusting stench filled the air. The boy wrinkled his nose and waved away at putrid smell. He put on a brave face as he turned around and faced the terrified girl. "Oh man, that stinks. Sorry about your bastard teammates. They should be ashamed for abandoning their teammate." He reached out his hand. But she was too astonished to take it. She had just accepted her fate and had been willing to die, yet here came this stranger and just saved her. Why? Why did you save me? Why not? I was passing by and you were in trouble. That is always reason enough to help someone. He ignored her surprise and grabbed hold of her wrist and lifted her up. He offered her a reassuring smile as he picked up her glasses, which had slipped off her face during the attack. Ignore them. For abandoning their teammate. Those guys are less than trash, he said as he offered her the glasses. If they are being assholes, don't listen to them. If they call you weak, prove them wrong. That's my mentality, and it has gotten me far through my life. She trembled as she quietly nodded her head and placed her glasses back on. Anyways, he shrugged, I gotta get going. I'm basically out of chakra as it is. I understand if you might drop out due to the lack of support from your teammates, but if you want to keep going, stay away from the northwest. Some of the major heavy hitters are over in that direction. Good luck. With that, the blonde boy gave a salute and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Just as quickly as he had appeared, the strange boy vanished. The red-haired girl whipped her head around as she tried to discover where he had gone. Even with her sensory prowess, she couldn't pick up head or tail of the strange boy's chakra anywhere near her. Karen adjusted her glasses as she quietly stared at the smoking carcass of the massive centipede. Just who had that been? Blank, _ blank. Naruto stumbled as he nearly missed the next branch along his trajectory. That does it. He needed to deal with this now. He dropped down from the canopy, and was shortly followed by Sasuke and Hinata behind him. What is it? Sasuke asked as his red eyes darted across the tree line, scanning for potential attacker he might have missed. I can't take it. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Reeeally bad. Naruto whined as he hopped up and down. Sasuke wanted to slap himself in the face, and shot the Dobi a cold glare. We are in the middle of the exams. Just hold it. I can't, he whined, squirming in place. I wanted to go after the first exam, but Nei-chan held me up. I'll be right back, I promise. Sasuke scoffed as he deactivated his Sharingan. Just get it over with. He grunted as he turned his back to the blonde. Naruto yelled out a thank you and shot off towards the brush. Before he entered the foliage, he turned to Hinata and called, Hinata-chan. I would greatly appreciate it if you wouldn't take peek with those lovely eyes of yours. She squeaked louder than she ever had before, and her Byakugan was shut off in an instant. Sasuke rolled his eyes and sent the chuckling blonde a glare. Hurry up, we're wasting time. The boy nodded and ran off into the woods to go about his business. It was very unfortunate Hinata had deactivated her Byakugan. If she hadn't, she would have noticed the new chakra signature that had just arrived and was watching over the two dojutsu users. The yellow eyes turned away from its main prey and followed the disturbances in the foliage. As the blonde boy ran off into the woods, far too perfect, the creature smirked and raised its hands to its mouth, before sinking its teeth into its thumbs. It wouldn't do for Brat to teleport his prizes away before he was done playing with them. He would need his own playmates. Blank, _ blank. Naruto sighed as the soothing feeling of relief washed over him. He closed his eyes and let the chilling atmosphere of the forest and exam melt away, as he took the next minute to unwind and finish up his business. He gave himself a TTLE shake and started to zip up his pants, when he finally noticed the discreet sounds of crunching emanating behind him. He got ready to turn around, but froze when something wet brushed against the back of his neck. His spine tingled and he fought to hold his composure as he slowly turned himself around to come face to face with a giant snake staring straight back at him. He was so surprised he couldn't move. This snake, it was way too big to have been summoned by Nei-chan. Her snakes never got bigger than a horse, at best. This thing was the size of a house, no, multiple houses. He slowly started to step back from the massive creature, but his discreet movement only served to set it off. In a flash, it snapped forward and engulfed him. The snake tilted its head back as it swallowed the young boy whole, before lying back on the ground. After a few seconds, its eyes widened and it started violently flailing on the ground. Its body shook in a frantic frenzy and it bit down into its own hide again and again, attempting to stop whatever was causing it such discomfort. Suddenly, the tail end of the beast exploded as yellow flames shot out from its abdomen. The beast hissed to the sky, and let out something similar to a roar before slamming into the ground. Out from the charred body a figure emerged, who immediately began coughing up a storm. Naruto could only cry out in disgust as he attempted to wipe off the mixture of blood and stomach fluids covering his clothes and hair. His reprieve was short-lived as 3 more massive snakes entered the clearing. "Oh shit," was all he see. Old Muster as the snakes reared up and stared down at him. He stared up at the massive serpents and only smirked. Oh, they were going to pay for getting the drop on him, especially during his private business. He raised his hand up to his face and bit his thumb. Blank, _ blank. Sasuke tapped his foot as he stared off in direction the blonde had disappeared. This was just getting ridiculous. "He's taking far too long," he muttered under his breath. "Maybe we should go and check on him," Hinata replied. Despite the situation, Sasuke smirked and sent her a glance. "If you want to check on him with your Byakugan, then go ahead, but I'm not carrying you if you pass out from seeing something on accident." Her cheeks flared red and she sent him a light jab to the shoulder. She was about to retort, when she noticed someone approaching from the shrubs. "About damn time," Sasuke scoffed as he stared at the approaching mess of blonde hair. "I was beginning to wonder." He was cut off as Hinata grabbed and yanked him behind her. The veins around her eyes burst to life as she glared at the figure before you. "Who are you and what do you want?" she asked in a cold voice. No matter how many times he saw it, Sasuke would never get used to watching Hinata switch from the cutesy, shy princess to the cold, fierce kunoichi. The impersonator paused before a predatory grin crept along his face. It was unsettling to see such a look on the usually jovial boy. My, you Hyuga always impress. I think that was barely 2 seconds before you saw through my little genjutsu. Brava, Hinata-chan. The figure smirked before its face started to contort into that of a woman slightly older than them. "I have been looking forward to this," the woman mused as she gazed at the 2 genin before her. The last Uchiha, the prodigal son of a dead clan and the compassionate Hyuga. The only one chosen by the Hyuga stone ring to reveal its secrets. Both of their voices ht in their throats as the gravity of the situation hit them like a ton of bricks. It was impossible. No one outside of the clan council or her family and friends even knew about its existence. How do you know about that?" Hinata called out, her voice slightly cracking under the pressure. The woman simply raised her arms and grinned at them. "Oh, I know many things. Knowledge is power after all. And if there is one thing I crave, it's sheer," she licked her lips as her eyes gazed up and down the 2 genin, unadulterated, power. A bead of sweat rolled down Sasuke's brow. He grit his teeth as he glanced around the forest weighing his options. Of course, the Dobi had to decide to run off now. The woman caught his gaze and chuckled. "Oh, there is no running away from this, little ones. You are far too interesting to just let you scamper off. We haven't had our fun. I don't really think I care about your version of fun," Sasuke muttered as his eyes flashed red. The woman's eyes widened with glee at the sight of the familiar, spinning Tomo. There it is, the attacker thought, internally giggling at the sight. "Oh, I think you will be very interested in what I have to say, Sasuke-kun. But that all depends on your performance. If you both live up to my expectations, I may even give you each a little gift. If you don't, well, let's just say I would be horribly disappointed." Woman finished in a pout before another smirk plastered her face. "Let's begin." Immediately, their whole world shifted as the atmosphere suddenly became heavier than they could bear. Sasuke could barely breath as the toxic presence flooded the air. This was just insane. He had felt the full brunt from the demon of the mist, and Zabuza still had nothing on this guy. Hinata collapsed to her knees. As the overwhelming negative thoughts resurfaced her darkest fears and memories of the clan. The condescension, the disdain, the disappointment, it all came reeling back from the dark corners she had suppressed them. Tears threatened to fall from her face as she struggled to gaze up at the monstrous woman strolling towards them. What the hell was she? Even though his eyes could track the motion of the punch, Sasuke could do nothing as the woman firmly planted her fist into his face, sending him flying back into a tree. Why is it always the face? He internally groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. As his Sharingan registered what was in front of him, his eyes shot open and he ducked from the incoming blow. The wood splintered under the force of the impact, and the woman's fist buried up to her wrist into the trunk. Sasuke caught her backhand strike from her free hand and jumped away as she effortlessly yanked out her other arm. He raced through seals as fast as he could, letting loose a giant ball of fire at the woman. She merely smirked and raised her arm as a massive brown snake erupted from her sleeve. It opened its wide jaws and simply swallowed the impending fireball whole. Its cheeks puffed from the muffled explosion, and it angrily hissed at him as smoke spewed from the corners of its mouth. Sasuke was shell-shocked as the massive serpent retreated back into the woman's sleeve. He trembled as he took an unconscious step backward. That smug smile grew even larger at the sight of his movement. In the blink of an eye, she shot off towards him once again. He grimaced and reached for his kunai bag, but paused when her overwhelming killing intent slammed into him once again. His split-second hesitation was all she needed to plow another painstaking punch into his gut. Not giving him a moment of reprieve, she swept out her foot and knocked his legs out from under him. As he fell forward, she spun around and slammed her elbow into his back, smacking him into the ground. Ooh, tisk Sasuke-kun. I expected much more from Itachi's little brother, the woman taunted as she placed her heel on his back. That particular comment got a rouse out of him, and he sent her a horrid glare, which was accented even more by his glowing, red eyes. She merely chuckled and sent out another wave of killing intent directly at the boy. He shivered and clenched his eyes as the nauseating feelings of fear and bloodlust washed over him again. It was sickening. If you can't overcome this little parlor trick, how do you expect to overcome a man so well versed in illusion? Perhaps you aren't as special as this village seems to claim, the woman mused as she drove her heel further into his back, causing him to cry out in pain. Stop it! A tiny voice cried out behind them. The woman turned her head over her shoulder to glance at Hinata, who was just starting to climb back to her feet. Maybe you will be more entertaining to test, little Hyuga, the Wom. And said and directed her killing intent back at the girl. Immediately, she locked up again and collapsed back to her knees. Her breath came in deep bursts as she tried to overcome the dark shadows creeping up from her mind. She noticed the woman casually strolling over to her now, and desperately tried to stand up. However, she couldn't do it. Her body was just frozen in fear. She desperately tried to form words, but they just got caught in her throat. Now you are intriguing to me as well, Hinata-chan, the woman mused as she stood in front of the kneeling girl, the quietest Hyuga imaginable. Yet you somehow unlocked the secrets to that dusty old stone the Hyuga have locked away under their library. Humph, as if that would keep it hidden. Hinata clenched her eyes shut as she tried to block out the woman's words and focus on moving. I had low expectations, but I have to admit that you are disappointing me too. I expected so much more from that emotionally dead clan of yours. They just love to boast about their superior eyes and unbreakable resolve, yet you can't even break free from something as silly as this, she said as horrid atmosphere seemed to double in pressure. Tears stung Hinata's eyes again. This woman was just too much for her. She could not fight someone like this. This woman was just in a league all her own. A monster. The woman sighed and raised her hand to her chin, as she knelt before the girl. She seemed to be inspecting her over as she said, well, if this one won't work, I may just have to try the other. If it's just your eyes that allow you to read that stone. Then maybe your sister will have the resolve I'm looking for. Hinata's eyes shot open at this statement, and the harsh atmosphere draining on her disappeared entirely. Her bearing returned, in an instant as her world grew cold and alert. No. The woman ran a hand over Hinata's head as she trailed down toward her chin. If she can't decipher it either, I guess I could just transplant your eyes into her. She's just at that perfect age too. When children are at their most impressionable. Hinata's arm snapped forward and firmly gripped the woman's wrist. The woman was pleasantly surprised at the uncomfortable feeling. Her grin grew even wider as the girl raised her head and sent her a glare that would have sent lesser men quivering. Her Byakugan was flaring and those veins only accented her ferocious look. The woman twitched as blue flames erupted around the girl's hand and shaped into a set of fangs. Orochimaru gazed in surprise as he felt his chakra rapidly being drained away from him. He smirked and ripped off her hand and kicked away from her. Good. Let's see this little mouse bare her fangs. Hinata rose up, completely unaffected by the woman's killing intent, and glared at her. She settled into her basic Gyuukin stance and began taking slow, deep breaths. She reflected back to her time in the woods with Kakashi during the wave mission, and led her newly Akir. Chakra from the woman swept through her body. She bolted forward in a streak of white, and Orochimaru widened his eyes in surprise. With his superior agility, he was easily able to dodge the incoming blows. But he was impressed by the girl's sheer speed. He backpedaled up the roots of a tree with the girl tearing after him. He ducked under her strike and felt the blue flames trickle over his body, sapping away at his massive reserves. Not enough to really drain him, but it would certainly put a hamper on a genin, or even a chunin for that matter. She sailed overhead and slid up the bark of the tree as she tried to come to a stop. Once she gained a good footing, she shot back down towards the woman. Orochimaru smirked as he jumped off the tree, in the clearing, and skid along the ground. She bounced after him and lunged at his head. He ducked under the blow and the following two punches, and started backpedaling out of the way of those nasty hands. As the woman dodged yet another strike, Hinata was getting tired of it. She raced through hand signs and shouted, "Sweden, pressure stream." A torrent of water burst from her mouth straight at the woman, whose smile never left her face. The creepy woman raced through her own seals and slammed her hands into the ground, casually saying, "Doden, mud wall." The earth shot up in front of her, taking the force of the attack. Hinata Nali frowned and started manipulating the jutsu. She decreased its radius, making the water and pressure more concentrated. The stream cleanly cut through the stone wall, forcing the woman to dive out of the way. She scampered away from the wall closely tailed by the stream of water, and began racing through another set of signs. Fuden. Shredding vortex. She crossed her arms in an X pattern and slashed them towards the girl. Immediately, a massive tornado erupted from her palms and shot straight at the girl. The column of wind hit the stream head-on, sending water everywhere. Hinata cancelled the jutsu as the water violently shot off in every direction, slashing into the dirt and trees. The moment she cancelled the jutsu, the funnel of wind puffed away. The woman shot straight through the lingering mist, and was on her in seconds. Hinata ducked under the oncoming strike and let her chakra flow throughout her body once again. She kicked off of the ground and sent a kick at the woman's head, which she dodged. Very clever. Orochimaru chuckled as he sent a kick of his own at the girl, which she managed slap out of the way. It's impressive for someone your age to know about forcing. You knew it takes quite a toll on your chakra reserves, so you compensated for it earlier by combining it with your little draining technique. It makes you quite fast for a genin, but not quite fast enough to drive home that point. He whipped out and smacked her in the face, sending her sliding back several feet. She came to a stop and cut off the technique as she glared at him. She spat out some blood from the punch, her fierce stare never leaving the woman. Blank. All the while, Sasuke growled as he fought to get to his feet. He was such a coward. Hinata was giving her all out there and he needed to help her. He slammed his trembling fist into the ground, as fought every instinct he had to stand back up. The mental images of his brother standing over him and taunting him echoed through his mind. If you can't overcome this little parlor trick, how do you expect to overcome a man so well versed in illusion? The woman's voice taunted. Rage coursed through out his body as he watched the woman slam her fist into Hinata's face. He was tired of it. Tired of being powerless. He was going to help her. He had to help her. He could not lose anyone else. Not the Dobi, and not her. Blank. Orochimaru smirked at the resilient girl before him. Oh, she was beginning to actually be quite fun. He began to raise his hands in another hand sign. When he felt a presence rapidly approaching behind him, he whipped a hand back to smack down his impending attacker, but was surprised when the blue blur ducked under the punch. Slammed his own punch into the Sannin's stomach. The boy caught his outstretched arm, and used it to twist around and deliver a right kick to the woman's exposed back. Orochimaru grunted as he stumbled forward and yanked his arm free from the boy's grasp. He aimed a punch at the boy's exposed back, but was surprised as the boys twisted around and caught it just in time. The boy twisted around and sent his own punch at the man. And it was caught just as easily. The two stood deadlocked against each other, and the woman's face lit up in a grotesque smile. Orochimaru stared deep into those glorious red eyes and marveled at the new tomo spinning wildly around the iris. The boy's eyes had evolved. Magnificent. The boy yanked their crossed arms away from each other, pulling the woman closer, and slammed the metal plate on his forehead into her face. As she reeled back, he tore through the new hand signs he had seen the woman performing earlier. Thankfully, his Sharingan had been active. Thanks for the new material. He internally smirked as he crossed his arms in the exact way she had. Fuden. Shredding vortex. He cried as he slashed forward. Orochimaru was surprised by the call and jumped away from the impending razor-sharp winds. All the while, Sasuke raced through more hand signs and brought his hands to his mouth. Kaden. Fireball Jutsu. The ball of fire surged forward and slammed into the roaring funnel. The fire fed off of the raging winds and raced forward with renewed vigor. The woman widened her eyes in shock before she was enveloped in a storm of fire. With his newly improved eyes, Sasuke could see into the raging fire and scowled. Where the woman had been standing was a sinking pile of mud. Sasuke scowled and reached into his bag for a kunai. His eyes detected the explosion of dirt the moment the woman started to spring from the ground, and be brought down the kunai with renewed force. As stabbed at her, she whipped her arm up, causing the blade to sink into her palm. Seemingly unaffected by the action, the woman's other hand whipped forward and clenched his throat. She chuckled as she lifted him into the air. He let out a hoarse noise as she crushed his windpipe, but never let go of this kunai. Even through the pain, he smirked at her as streaks of electricity danced along his arm. The energy raced through the metal handle into the woman, causing her to drop the boy in surprise. She shouted in pain as electricity raced across her body. Sasuke hopped back as Hinata raced past him and struck woman square in the chest. She spun around and delivered a kick to her head, before firing off 2 water bullets point blank, sending the woman flying back into a tree. The two genin panted as they took what little time they had to catch their breath. They were a little unhinged as they heard a quiet chuckle escape from the dust cloud. The woman glanced down upon the two of them before straight up laughing at them. They grimaced as the woman yanked herself free of the bark and dropped back down to the ground. Her head was leaned to the side like a curious puppy. "Oh, now this is more like it," the woman cried as she licked her lips. "This is the kind of fun I was hoping for. Just a little bit more you two, and then you'll get to receive your prize." Her smile threatened to split her face as she raced towards them again. Sasuke pulled out a set of shuriken and launched them at the approaching woman. He raced through more seals and cried out, "Kaden, Phoenix Fire Jutsu." The tiny balls of fire enveloped each of the shuriken along their path, and the flaming projectiles launched towards woman. As the woman stopped and raced through her own seals, Sasuke reached into his bag and began pulling out wire. The woman slammed her hands the ground, causing a wall of rock to rise up in front of her, blocking the incoming debris. She barely had a second to smirk as she noticed more shuriken flying around the wall in an arc. She gave them a cautious eye. Before she noticed the glint of light reflecting off the wire, she tried to jump to the side, but she was soon pressed against her own mud wall as the shuriken slung around the wall, effectively tying her in place. She reached for her kunai bag to cut through the wire, but cried out in pain as over 1,000 volts raced through her system. On the other side of the wall, Sasuke cut off the electricity as he finished his final hand sign. Kaden. Dragonfire Jutsu, he exclaimed through clenched teeth as the fire raced down the wire towards the tied-up woman. It slammed into the wall, shattering it, setting the terrifying woman ablaze. Hinata and Sasuke winced at the sounds of the woman's shrieks of pain as the fire raced over her sin. Even though her screams were making him sick, Sasuke only cut off the jutsu after he was sure her screaming had stopped. He panted as he fell to one knee. That had taken up over 3/4 of his chakra. Hinata was about to join him on the ground, when something from the pile of smoke caught their attention. He wasn't one to curse, but even Sasuke couldn't help but mutter, "No fucking way." The blob of flesh that was left of the woman rose from the ground and hung there like a marionette. They felt their voices get caught in their throats again, as the shape opened what they presumed was its mouth, and a white hand burst forth from it. Another white hand stretched out and they were shocked as a slime-covered individual emerged from the seared carcass. The figure smirked at them as it rose to its feet. "Perfection," the woman read as she raised her hands to her mouth. "You've both done splendidly, and so here is your reward." She bit into her thumbs and raced through 3 hand signs, before slamming her hands into the ground. A cloud of smoke erupted around the woman, and, before they could react, several snakes shot forward and enveloped Sasuke. Hinata began reaching for a kunai but was slammed away by a massive tail from within the cloud of smoke. "Please wait your turn, Hinata-chan. This requires some delicacy," the woman called from the top of the massive serpent's head. Hinata winced at her massive bruise as she flipped through the air. Fighting through the pain, she caught hold of a branch and swung over it into a crouching position before turning back and staring down at the massive snake looming over Sasuke. Things were getting out of control, even more than before. She desperately needed help. Orochimaru glanced at the girl in the trees to make sure she wouldn't be causing any more trouble, but his eyes widened in genuine surprise as he noticed her biting into her thumb. No, she cannot be allowed to summon. Hinata raced through the 3 hand seals and raised her hand over her head. Before she could bring it down on the branch, she cried out in pain as a kunai pierced her palm. As she cradled her hand, Orochimaru appeared and slammed her towards the trunk. Ignoring her cries of pain, he grabbed the handle of the kunai, still embedded in her palm, and nailed her hand to the tree. Tears stung her face as she screamed in pain. "Don't you go anywhere," he whispered before jumping down from the branches. Sasuke struggled as best he could against the snakes tightening more and more around him, but he was just too exhausted. He panicked as he saw the woman drop to the forest floor and start strolling towards him. "Dobi, where the hell are you? Blank. White flames danced along the ground as a loud pop echoed throughout the forest clearing. Naruto fell out of the cloud of smoke and dropped to the ground. He slowly rose to his feet as he inspected his handiwork. 3 massive husks of what used to be living snakes were sprawled across the clearing. Their once lush, purple scales were now seared black and the putrid smell of burnt skin hung in the air. Naruto scowled as he glanced over the lingering bodies. He glared off in the direction of his team before darting away. Sasuke struggled as hard as he could as the woman finally stopped right in front of him. He stared in horror as the woman reached up to her face and tore away at her flash, revealing a white skin tone. Her yellow eyes, highlighted by purple, were full of sadistic glee as she crossed her hands into a hand sign. "Take this offering, little Uchiha. My gift to you." the woman said as she bent over his neck. Her canines extended into fangs as she bit down into his shoulder. He screamed in agony as what felt like burning metal was seared into his neck. The woman pulled away and the serpents all released the boy, before disappearing in a puff of smoke. She smirked as she stood over the twitching boy. If you survive this, you will come to me. Enjoy your new power, Sasuke-kun, and know that I am very interested in how you develop down the line. Sasuke cried out in pain as 3 tomos appeared on his neck and a purple flame pattern began racing over his body. Now, for the other one, he mused as he turned his sights back to Hinata. Blank. She leaned against the base of the tree as she cradled her hand. Green light bathed over the deep wound, and she desperately fought to hold back tears as she dealt with the overwhelming pain. Sasuke's screams shook her out of her stupor, and she glanced down in horror as he wriggled on the ground. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you, Hinata-chan, the woman smirked as she landed on the tree branch. Stay away. Hinata cried out as he desperately tried to back even further against the tree. The woman only seemed to delight in the girl's panic and chuckled as she raised her hands into the same hand sign as before. Oh, you may even enjoy this. Consider this a personality booster, Orochimaru smirked as his neck elongated and raced towards her neck. With the sound of the crack of a whip, his neck shot back, flinging him off of the tree branch. Orochimaru slammed into the ground and glared back towards the tree at the navy-clad blonde standing over his teammate. Piercing blue eyes that he had been on the opposite end of once before bore down on him in silent rage. He was surprised when several clones burst from the underbrush and covered his remaining serpent summon. They slammed their hands down on his scales in unison, screaming, Kaden, Wrath's Inferno. The snake let out what seemed like a roar as fire burst from their hands and pierced through its hide all across its body. As the serpent slammed into the ground with a thud, a clone dropped down from the canopy and scooped up Sasuke in his arms. The original gently picked up Hinata in his arms, and the two disappeared in a yellow flash of light. Orochimaru was silent as he retracted his neck back to its normal size. He absent-mindedly rubbed his jaw as he glanced around the clearing. He gave the serpent's corpse a second glance before rounding his head back to the tree branch. He stood in silence for several minutes as he stared at the spot where the boy had disappeared. A smile burst across his face as the ghosts of his past reared back to him. Spectacular. With a swirl of wind, the 4 figures suddenly appeared and landed on the ground. Naruto set down Hinata as gently as he could, before stumbling off towards a nearby tree. He leaned against the bark as the gut-wrenching pain washed over him. He did not want to embarrass Hinata and himself with a repeat of what happened during their mission to the lumberyard. Thankfully, his clone had been kneeling when it picked up Sasuke. So, when he popped from the effects of the jutsu, Sasuke only fell a couple inches to the ground. Hinata shook her head trying to overcome the disorientation. As soon as the world stopped spinning, she turned her attention back to her hand. She gently ran her finger along the newly formed tissue on her palm. There was now a diamond-shaped scar on both sides from her stab wound. The skin was sensitive to the lightest touch and sent needle-like pain up her arm, but that was the least of her problems. She stopped examining herself and crawled over towards Sasuke, who was still twitching violently a few feet away. She activated her Byakugan as she tried to find some way to ease his pain. What's wrong with him? Naruto asked as he rushed back over. I've never seen anything like this. I don't even know what's going on. His chakra system is being overrun. There's a foreign chakra racing throughout his body, embedding itself in all of his chakra coils. Where is it coming from? Hinata pointed at the base of Sasuke's neck, and Naruto felt his stomach churn all over again. There was no mistaking that 3-tomoed mark. He had gazed upon that same design for years, in a desperate struggle to make it up to one of the few people that had ever reached out to him. He swore as he sunk to his keys and began examining the seal. He placed a hand out to touch the design, but quickly reeled back as a purple flame singed his fingers. This was bad. This was really bad. For someone who considered himself well versed in seals, he was really limited in what he could do here. During his time studying Anko's seal, he had frustratingly made no progress in finding a way to remove it. He had, however, developed a new curse sealing method that functioned even better than the one she already had. A problem with the curse seal was that it was always beckoning its host to use its power. It would eat away at the mind, urging the host to give in and tap onto its chakra. Its beckoning would dramatically increase under situations of extreme stress or anger. The evil curse suppression seal served to limit its presence from the mind, but the curse seal would still rise up if the host were under strenuous circumstances. Naruto's version of the seal corrected that error. The seal blocked out the callings of the seal even when the user was under stress. However, the host could still draw on the power of the seal if they so desired, and the more they used its power, the more it would warp their mind. Even he couldn't undo the damage once it had been done. Hinata began rummaging through her pouch for her medical supplies, but took the time to shoot Naruto a concerned look. "Are you okay, Naruto-kun? You were gone for an awfully long time." "We were growing worried before that man showed up." I'm fine," he muttered as he continued to glare at the seal. "A few snakes held me up." She was silent as he failed to elaborate any further. He was just too entrenched in his thoughts. She glanced down and felt her heart sinking further as she watched Sasuke twitch in his sleep. "Is there anything you can do?" Hinata asked as she watched the boy intently stare at the pulsating seal. He growled as he shook his head. "I have the tools, but there is not enough space or time right now. I have no idea how to remove this thing, and the curse suppressio seal I have in mind would take way too long to apply, especially with the exams still going on. If we didn't have the other teams potentially breathing down our necks, I could probably have this thing done in 4, maybe 3 hours." He shook his head as his fist clenched the grass. "I can't place an ordinary chakra suppression seal around it either. All that would do is create a buildup of chakra at the base of his neck. The pressure would keep growing and growing until it overcame the seal, and I don't know what kind of damage that would do to his system." Hinata bit her lip and pulled out a handkerchief. "Isn't there anything we can do?" she asked as she dabbed the sweat away from Sasuke's forehead. Naruto grit his teeth and he shook his head. "Damn it," he cried as he punched the ground, causing Hinata to flinch from his outburst. She grew more concerned as he let out a weak chuckle. "Some seal master I'm turning out to be," he murmured. "When it comes down to it, I can't even save one friend." Hinata tentatively reached out her hand and rubbed his shoulder. It's going to be okay. I know you can figure this out. You always do. Besides, you said it yourself. You just need time. When we're done here, you'll have all the time in the world to get this sorted out. I'll help him as best as I can, so you just focus on getting us out of the forest." Naruto was quiet before he took a deep breath and flashed her a light smile. She was right, as usual. He could do this. He would do this. But first thing was first. His clones needed to double time it to their position. The sooner they made it to the tower, the better. Hinata was quiet as her mind finally had time to settle down after that whole debacle. She was honestly still shaking from her interaction with that twisted man. His mere presence had just felt so toxic, grating away at her and forcing her deepest fears and insecurities rise to the surface. As she reflected on the man's words, one particular comment shook her like a storm. "And the compassionate Hyuga, the only one chosen by the Hyuga stone ring to reveal its secrets. And Naruto-kun." He knew. Naruto shot her a confused look. He knew about what? She shivered as she stared him in the eyes. The stone. He knew about the Hyuga stone monument. Naruto's face went white as the implications washed over him. How? I thought only you and the clan's crummy council knew about it. How could he know? She bit her lip as she felt her heart pulsing harder and harder as anxiety crept in. I don't know. This is horrible. That is one of the clan's most heavily guarded secrets. If he found out about that, who knows what else he knows about, he finished as the two were left with those uncomfortable thoughts. Hinata unconsciously reached towards the back of her neck. To the one, blind spot within the Byakugan's range. Blank, underscore, blank. 2 hours later, Hinata dabbed the wet handkerchief across Sasuke's forehead. As she wiped away the new layer of sweat. Thankfully, he was finally starting to settle down. His temperature was finally dropping and his chakra system no longer looked like it was about to burst. It still worried her that the vile chakra was still lingering inside his system. It was no longer rushing throughout his body, but it was still sitting there, as if it was waiting. They had both wanted to move him. But they were worried about his condition deteriorating. It also would have been challenging for the both of them to keep an eye out for potential attackers and guard him, while on the move. Instead, Naruto wanted to wait until his clones met up with them and provided an entourage to the tower. The clones had all gotten the signal and were converging on him now. With any luck, they could be there any second. As Hinata closed her pouch, she felt a familiar sensation at the back of her neck that made her stiffen. Living around other Byakugan users for years helped develop a kind of sixth sense for whenever their distinctive gaze was turned on you. It was essential for a clan who could literally see through walls. She whipped her head around and gazed into the trees to find the harsh, pale eyes staring right back at her. In an instant, 3 figures dropped down from the trees and surrounded the group. "Hello again, Hinata-chan. I wish we could have met again under better circumstances," Lee said mournfully as he blocked them off on the left. Naruto sent the leader a glare, as he and Hinata took up a defensive stance around Sasuke. "Please relinquish your scroll to us now, and we can avoid unnecessary conflict. Hinata-sama, Neji ni-san, please. Our teammate is gravely injured. We don't want to fight you." Lee perked up at the word, injured. What has happened to Sasuke-kun? Some crazy bastard bit him. And left a curse seal on him. That guy did not belong in the exams. The damn thing has been tearing through his chakra system ever since, Naruto replied, never taking his eyes off the leader. Then we must get him proper treatment. We shall help and escort you to Th. No, Lee, we will not, Neji cut in. But Neji, they are our comrades and in need of assistance. We need to help them. We do not need to do anything. Right now, it is every team for themselves, and we have them at a disadvantage. I'm sorry Lee, but I have to agree with Neji on this one, Tenten said reluctantly. As she shot him a sorry look. This is still an exam, and we need to focus on getting out of here as soon as possible. As the team had their litter dispute, Hinata's mind was racing through the possible ways she could hold them off, while defending Sasuke. To be honest, the odds were heavily stacked against them. While she didn't think any of Team Guy would actually try to harm Sasuke, there was no way of telling that they wouldn't use him as a distraction for her. She began to reach into her kunai pouch, but was surprised when Naruto caught her hand. "Alright, if you just want the scroll, take it and leave," he said bitterly as he reached in his bag and tossed Neji the scroll. "Naruto-kun, are you sure?" Hinata asked, astounded by his decision. Naruto clenched his teeth and just nodded his head. He didn't like it, but he also really didn't like their odds here. Even if Sasuke were conscious, he would still be cautious about going head-to-head with Team Guy. Sasuke and Hinata had already warned him how fast that Lee Guy was, and if Tenten could use her sword as confidently as she was handling it, then she was no pushover either. Then there was the Hyuga, who seemed to be calling the shots. If the guy was commanding that kind of respect from Lee and his teammate, he was not someone to take lightly. Neji ran a hand along the scroll and scanned it over once with his Byakugan for any tricks. After confirming it was authentic, he smirked and placed it inside his bag. "Then that settles that. Glad to see that you know when you are outmatched, Uzumaki," he sneered. Which earned a growl from the boy. "Alright, we've got what we came for. Let's move out for the tower." And with that, Team Guy burst away back into the trees. Blank, underscore, blank. Lee was silent as the team shot off through the woods. Leaving Team 7 like that just didn't sit right with him. "I know what you're thinking, and you are not going back to help them, nay. Ji called out without looking over his shoulder. This is not right, Neji, and you know it. They are our comrades in arms, and you just want to abandon them. We are not abandoning them. This is an emanation of their skill and ability to adapt as a team. If they cannot hold out, then they do not deserve the title of Chunin. This is no place for rookies to begin with. The fact that they were even entered astonishes. He cut off and held up his fist signaling a halt. They all halted on the next branch along their path and ducked behind the massive bark of the trees. For about 4 minutes, the Oops stayed quiet as Neji's head swiveled, following some unknown target pass by them. After another few minutes of silence, he gave them the all clear. What was that about? Tenten asked as they reconvened on Neji's branch. 3 chakra signatures were approaching us very quickly. I thought they were gunning at us, but they diverted their course. Where were they headed? Back towards Team 7, he replied. He was about to cut off Lee's inevitable nagging to go back and provide assistance, when something else entered the edge of his vision. He squinted, not believing his eyes, as the wall of chakra seemed to jump into frame. What? Then we must help our youthful comrades. If we hurry, we can catch up to them. Lee cried out as he turned to leave. There is no need, Neji replied as he shut off his Byakugan. That much blue chakra was going to give him a headache. What he had seen truly surprised him. To think that this year's dead last had that much chakra. Uzumaki, there is more to you than meets the eye. He turned to leave, and cast Lee a glance over his shoulder. Trust me, Uzumaki has things under control. Blank. Give me 10 minutes, and you would have been singing a whole different tune, you bastard, Naruto muttered under his breath as he watched Neji and the rest of Team Guy jump away. Hinata let out a sigh that she didn't know she had been holding, and walked over to him. That was a very mature decision. Are you sure you're okay with it? I'm really not happy about it, but that was the right call, he sighed as he turned to her. We didn't really need it anyway. The clones have a set coming on the way. He turned and glanced back at their little, makeshift campsite. Let's start packing up. They should be here any minute. She nodded and the two started packing and sealing away Hinata's medicine kit, as they got ready to leave. After a few minutes, Naruto froze as his hand hovered above a piece of paper. Naruto-kun, what is it? I believe we have company again, he muttered and turned towards the underbrush. Knowing they'd been found out, 3 figures sauntered out of the bushes to stare down the 2 genin. I'm intrigued. How did you notice our presence? The bandaged one in the middle called out. Your smell. That carpet you're carrying on your back reeks mud, sweat, and dried blood, Naruto replied in disgust. The boy simple chuckled as the other 2 simply sneered. Why did every enemy team have to be assholes? Listen up, Naruto called out. If you're here for a scroll, don't bother. We don't have one. Ours was already taken. And just why should we believe you? Dosu replied. Besides, we aren't here for the scroll. This put Naruto and Hinata on edge as boy turned his gaze to the sleeping boy behind them. You see, we've been instructed to eliminate him. Since we're feeling sporting, I'll give you this one chance to walk away. No, I am going to give you this one chance, Naruto curtly replied, surprising Hinata. Naruto was always so upbeat and energetic, that it was uncomfortable to see him so angry, yet calm. Dosu was also surprised when he noticed the boy's pupils shift into slits. His blue eyes were like ice, cold and unnervingly calm. You're threatening my friend, and I'm really not in the mood to deal with you right now, so I'm going to say this only one more time. Back off. The girl of the group, who did not notice the change, scoffed as she palmed some senbon from her wrists and stepped forward. Oh, we are so intimidated short stuff. I can't wait to see you ND that Hyuga bitch screaming on the G. Naruto shot off faster than she could react and slammed his fist into her gut. As her eyes widened, he grabbed the sides of her head and slammed it into his knee. Blood splattered from her nose as she stumbled back, screaming in pain. Not giving her a reprieve, he spun and smashed his heel into her ribs, sending her flying to the side. Zaku was the first to respond. He growled as he threw up his hands and shouted, decapitating airwaves. Razor-sharp wind blasted out of the tubes in his arms and raced towards Naruto, who easily jumped out of the way. Aku aimed at the blonde mid-air and fired 2 more shots, which were intercepted by a pair of water bullets. Hinata dashed through the shower of water, and began engaging him up close. Blank. Kin clutched her face as she slowly rose from the ground, desperately trying to ignore the ringing pain in her head. Dosu landed in front of her, and kept an eye on Zaku's fight with the Hyuga girl. You alright? Goddammit. I think that fucker broke my nose. Dosu turned around to comment, but was astonished as Naruto reappeared behind him and shot a kick towards his back. He managed to jump away, but the blonde twisted around and slammed another fist into Kin's face. I did now, he coldly replied as he grabbed hold of her arm and twisted it behind her back. Despite the pain, Kin felt something change, and suddenly she slammed into the ground under some invisible, immense weight. Dosu remained cautious and eyed the black mark along her arm, as Naruto stood back up. Seals. Troublesome things, he thought as he re-evaluated the smaller boy in front of him. I told you, I am not in the mood for games. I won't allow you to just threaten my friends. Dosu scowled. As he raised his metal gauntlet and took up a defensive stance. Stay still, you stupid bitch. Zaku screamed as he backpedaled away and shot off another blast of wind at the girl. Hinata ducked under the razor-sharp wind and grabbed hold of his arm. Her hand danced up his right arm, leaving dark welts in its wake. Zaku slashed at her with a kunai in his free hand, forcing her to jump back. He raised his right arm and attempted to blast her away, but was surprised when nothing happened. What the hell? What have you? He was cut off as she slipped through his guard and slammed her open palm into his chest, knocking him back several feet. He fell to one knee as he clutched his chest. He was about to curse her out, when he choked on his own breath. He sent her a terrible glare, as he tried as hard as he could to simply take in a suitable gulp of air. She had hit him in his left lung, which was going to make it very hard for him to breathe, let alone fight. She turned to check on Sasuke, but stopped as she heard an ear-piercing scream from Naruto. She whipped around and found him on the ground cradling his ears. Blood was seeping through his fingers as he clutched his head. Dosu stood over him with his metal gauntlet, setting off wave after wave of concussive sound waves. He smirked at the boy's misery, but his eyes widened as he noticed 2 water bullets flying towards him. He jumped away as the Hyuga girl landed in front of the blonde with a kunai drawn. Naruto clenched his teeth as he tried to stumble to his feet. It honestly fell. Like 2 spikes were being drilled into his ears and clashing against each other in the middle. He placed a hand on Hinata's shoulder to steady himself, before glaring at Dosu. He was surprised as Anata waved his hand in front of his face to get his attention. He could see her lips moving, but noticed he wasn't hearing anything other than a loud high-pitched squeal. Naruto-kun, are you okay? She repeated as she glanced back to him. She was beginning to grow worried. He shot her a confused look, as the boy across from them started laughing. Sorry sweetheart, but he's going to have some trouble hearing for a while. It happens when your eardrums are blown out. He smirked as raised up his metal gauntlet. She was about to respond, when Naruto cried out and grabbed his ears. He grit his teeth and growled, as a strange sensation washed through his head and into his ears. Goddammit, that really hurt, he muttered as he tentatively poked a finger into his ear. Naruto, be careful, you don't want to injure the eardrum any more than it already is, she said instinctively as she grabbed his arm. Sorry Hinata-chan, he replied, surprising everyone. How the hell? Dosu asked as he glared at the blonde. Naruto sent him a pained smirk. Let's just say I heal really fast. Now that hurt like a bitch, you bastard. I'm not going to fall for that again. So you say, Dosu replied as he began to crouch down. Don't even try it. Give up. You are now outnumbered and overwhelmed. For your sound attack to work, you need to get close to us. We, on the other hand, can gladly take our team and attack you with long-range ninjutsu. Take your team and just get out of here. Dosu chuckled as he took up his stance. I'll agree that you have me outnumbered, but I think overwhelmed is a bit of a stretch. Really? Is that so? A voice called out from behind him. Dosu twisted around and felt his heart sink at the sight before him. They were everywhere, hanging on every tree and branch. Over 100 grins bore down on the sound ninja, as Naruto sent the clones a grin. Just in time, boys. Now, I believe you were saying something about not being overpowered. Dosu cursed as he glanced back and forth between the original and his clones. There was no denying it now. He was in serious trouble. He had tried to keep a cool head after the boy easily took down Kin, but now he had to admit was really in over his head. However, he couldn't just abandon his mission. Orochimaru-sama had ordered them to kill the Uchiha, and he was not one to accept failure. If he tried to fight, he was a dead man. If he ran, he was worse than dead. His thoughts were disrupted as a new feeling washed over the clearing, sending chills down everyone's spines. Orochimaru-sama, here, Dosu thought as he will. Dly looked towards the source of the disturbance and felt his heart stop. Across the clearing, the Uchiha boy had finally risen to his feet and his appearance shocked the sound nin. Dosu had just assumed the boy had been injured from some run-in with another team, but the reality was even more horrifying. Black, flaming marks danced along the boy's skin, as vile chakra literally poured from his body. The familiar, horrid chakra that every sound nin was familiar with radiated from a tiny marking that glowed on the back of his neck. The curse mark. But why? Dosu thought as the pieces started falling into place. Orochimaru didn't want them to kill the Uchiha. He wanted them to be his test subjects. The boy stumbled forward and flashed Dosu a look, which froze him to his core. Those burning red eyes only served to accent his demonic-looking presence. Zaku stumbled to his feet as he fought to wrestle his breath back under control. He flinched as his movement drew the attention of the boy. He blinked and stumbled back as the boy suddenly appeared in front of him. The Uchiha grabbed him by the collar and yanked him up to his face. And who might you be? We will continue in next part.